A Deception of Massive Proportion. Written by Victorine E. Lieske. Read by Gundersen. Chapter 1. Riley adjusted her sunglasses as she stared over the novel she was using as a prop. The gentle sound of cascading water from the nearby fountain joined the soft music playing over the speakers to create the lobby's upscale atmosphere. People came and went as the afternoon turned late, and the busy time for checking in heightened. She couldn't help bouncing her foot as she nervously waited for Shadow Walker to enter the Billionaire Club resort. She was a pond-sucking lowlife, a tabloid reporter. Riley had come to terms with it. It was better than her last job, which was being the hot dog on Times Square. No, she didn't sell hot dogs. She was the hot dog. You know, those annoying people in costume who try to get you to take a picture with them. Yeah, that was her. Being a bottom-feeder tabloid reporter was actually a step up from that. But she never thought she'd find herself sitting incognito at the Billionaire Club, waiting for the famous masked singer Shadow Walker to come in. Of course, if he weren't in costume, she wouldn't recognize him. No one knew his true identity. He was the mysterious man who wore a mask for every performance and public appearance. She wasn't looking for Shadow Walker, though. She was looking for his manager. Shadow never went anywhere without his manager, and she'd done her homework. Jalen Carter had a very distinctive burn mark on his face, making it impossible for her to miss him. She had planned it all out. She'd gotten close to a few stars by pretending to be the hotel concierge. No one refused when she offered to do their bidding. The lobby door opened, but a woman entered, and Riley let out a breath. So much was riding on this. She'd taken an enormous gamble to even come to Grand Cayman. Booking a room here was expensive. She bit her lower lip as doubt made her chest tighten, and not for the first time that morning. When Gary had told her she could have a promotion and a massive bonus if she uncovered the famous masked singer's true identity, she knew he was asking the impossible. But the more she thought about it, the more the idea wouldn't leave her. And now, here she was, in the Cayman Islands, hiding behind a book. Anxiety surged in Riley. If this didn't work, she could kiss any thought of a promotion goodbye, and then she wasn't sure how she would get the money she desperately needed to pay her father's medical bills. He was on the waiting list for a heart transplant. After 2 surgeries that failed and half a dozen trips to the ER, his life savings were gone, and more bills just piled up. If she didn't get a promotion soon, they would both be out on the streets. Digging in her purse, she exhaled when she saw the last piece of wintergreen gum. She unwrapped it, popped it into her mouth, and the burst of icy flavor helped calm her. She could do this. It was nothing. On a scale of 1 to crazy, this didn't even hit number 5 in the strange things she'd done to get a story. Following Alicia Keys into the women's restroom and pretending her stall was out of toilet paper was maybe a 2. Posing as a police officer to talk to Brad Pitt was more daring, perhaps a 6, and could have gotten her into trouble if anyone had found out. But the craziest thing she'd ever done had to be when she pretended she was a waitress. Her face heated at the mere thought of it, and she shoved the memory out of her mind. No one needed to remember how she dumped shrimp down the front of Lady Gaga's dress. One of the staff walked by, and Riley hid her face. The incident last year had gotten her kicked out of the Billionaire Club. Okay, so maybe it hadn't been the best idea to hide under the buffet table to get that photo of Garth Brooks. How was she to know it would come crashing down with just one small bump? Taking a deep breath, Riley stared as the doors opened and an entourage entered. She spied Jalen right away, carrying a small dog. Maybe a terrier? She wasn't up on her dog breeds, but it was adorable. A flock of men clad in black suits and ties followed Jalen. The bald one touched his earpiece and spoke, revealing him to be security. This was it. He was coming. Her mouth went dry as she held her breath. A moment later, Shadow Walker entered the lobby surrounded by another group of security guards. A bellboy followed suit with a full luggage cart. Riley stared at the masked man as if she could unravel the mystery just by sheer will. He was tall and thin, and his black outfit and mask made him look like the dread pirate Roberts, even though he was supposed to be a ninja. He wore gloves and a skull cap, and the only part of him not covered by his costume was his nose, mouth, and jawline. A sword hung in a sheath off his belt. He nodded at a few passers-by, but didn't do anything extraordinary. He ignored people for the most part, and waited for his manager. For some reason, she thought maybe he would be more charismatic. At least, on television he seemed to be. Perhaps he was just tired, but seeing him in person fell flat for her. What a letdown. Too bad, but it didn't matter. Riley wasn't there to fall in love with the man. She just needed to figure out his true identity, which meant she would be spending all her time with his manager anyway. There was no way anyone would let her close to Shadow Walker. Her gaze traveled back to Jalen. He was taller in person than she expected, and despite the mottled skin that started at his hairline and went down his forehead and over one eye, he was a rather handsome man. She would guess he was in his mid to late 20s. His blonde hair was long enough to fall onto his forehead and appeared silky soft. He moved gracefully, petting his dog while speaking with the woman behind the desk. His smile came easy. Riley leaned forward as the woman handed him the room keys. "You'll be in 175, which has indoor access. I gave your team the entire wing, so there shouldn't be any foot traffic." A jolt of electricity ran through Riley. 175. Perfect. That's exactly what she needed. She closed her book and stood. Time for part 2 of her plan. A change of clothes and an excuse to meet with Shadow Walker's manager. She took in a deep breath as she crossed the lobby and walked past the mass of security guards. If she could succeed and find out who Shadow Walker was, she just might be able to save her father. Jalen glanced at the teen he'd paid $20 to dress up in Shadow Walker's outfit and cringed. This was the worst one yet. Hadn't this kid ever seen Shadow Walker? He'd just stood there like a dead fish. Not that fish stood. They had no feet. Jalen was so flustered he couldn't even think of a good simile. Next time he was going to make sure his double would at least wave at people. This was an embarrassment. Jalen glanced at the woman behind the desk, taking the keycard. "Thank you." The red-headed woman gave him a once-over, and her smile widened. "I hope you find what you're looking for." What did that mean? Jalen just gave her a cursory nod and turned, unsure of how to answer her. He wasn't looking for anything. He was there to do a gig, but, of course, she didn't know that. To the world, he was just Shadow Walker's manager, no one of consequence. He set down Sir Barks-a-Lot, letting him pull on the leash as he led the security team to their group of rooms. He gave the bellboy a tip and led Shadow Walker into his suite, the one adjoining his own. He turned to the teen. "Change and then knock on the door that joins our rooms. You can leave from my suite." The kid nodded and grinned. "Yeah, sure thing." Jalen started to leave, but the kid reached out and caught his arm. "Wait, is Shadow Walker coming later then? Do you need another double to sneak him into the building?" "He's coming tomorrow. We don't need another double. Thanks." He tugged on the leash, telling his dog it was time to go. The kid didn't let go of his arm. "So, do you know who he is?" Jalen sighed, tired of the same thing every time. "Yes, I'm the only one who knows." A hungry look came into the teen's eyes. "What's his name? Will you tell me? I won't tell a soul, I promise." Right. That's what they all said. Jalen leaned close to him, and the kid's grin widened. He let a couple of seconds tick by. "Not a chance," he whispered, gently slapping the kid's shoulder. Before he could get trapped again with more questions, Jalen slipped out of the room and unlocked his suite. The kid left a few minutes later, and Jalen breathed a sigh of relief. He really couldn't stand it when people tried to get him to tell them who Shadow Walker was. Sir Barks whined, and he dug out the dog bowls from his suitcase, filling them with food and water. It didn't take much to make the little guy happy. He wagged his tail as he munched on his supper. Jalen opened his briefcase and pulled out his notebook with the latest lyrics he'd been working on. His obligations at the resort didn't start until tomorrow, so tonight he could relax and get some work done. That is, after he gave instructions to the part-timer he'd hired. He checked his phone. The temp should be arriving any minute now. He always hired a temp when he had week-long gigs like this. He needed help with food delivery to his room and other minor things. And if the kid was tall enough, he might be able to use him as his double on the way out. He relaxed into the chair by the patio door. The view of the ocean was nice. Too bad he wouldn't be spending much time out there. Even though he was used to hiding in his room, he did wonder if the sand would feel as powdery under his toes as it looked. He pushed away the thought. He didn't like it when children screamed at the sight of his scars. It was best to stay behind the scenes. He reached up and pulled the blinds closed. The song he'd been working on had stalled, and he needed to focus so he could get the lyrics right. He subconsciously chewed the end of his pen. "My heart is cold as ice, got no feeling left, not since she took it all away." He tried to get back into the headspace he needed to be in to finish the lyrics. Scorned by love, left alone. He could relate. Not that he'd ever had a long-term relationship. Nope, those didn't come his way. Women weren't looking for a man like him. He'd tried dating in the past, before he'd become jaded. He just wasn't in the mood to see the look of shock on another woman's face. The one where they couldn't imagine what might have happened to him to leave his skin in such a state. He worked on his song for a while, before he realized the errand boy had never come. He picked up his phone and frowned at the screen. He'd been waiting over an hour. Ugh, this wasn't the first time this temp agency had lost his request. What were they doing over there? He'd have to call if no one showed up soon. His dog barked, and a knock sounded on his door. Finally. He closed his notebook and took a glance around to make sure none of his Shadow Walker things were lying around the room. After making sure it was safe, he opened his door. A woman stood before him, her dark hair pulled back in a severe bun, a pair of large glasses on her nose, making her look owlish. She was wearing a gray skirt and blazer and looked at him expectantly. "Jalen Carter?" "You're not a boy." The stupidity of his words smacked him in the face, and his neck heated. Duh, of course she wasn't a boy. She blinked. "No, I'm not." He waited for her gaze to land on his scars, for the flinch that so often came, but she didn't flinch. She simply stood there, smiling. Behind him, Sir Barks-a-Lot was doing his best to pay tribute to his name. "Hush," he said to him. "Are you the one they sent to be Shadow Walker's assistant?" The woman hesitated for a split second, but then she nodded and smiled. "Yes, that's me." Jalen motioned for her to enter his suite. "All right, come in." He wasn't thrilled they'd messed up his instructions and sent a woman instead of an errand boy, but he wasn't about to send her away. He was against gender discrimination. Plus, he'd look like a real jerk. He pulled one of the chairs over to her and motioned to it. "Have a seat. Let me get the instructions for you." He rummaged through his suitcase, looking for the paper schedule he'd typed up. Unfortunately, it wasn't there. "Sorry. Usually I'm not this disorganized," he mumbled as he tried to find it. The woman scratched behind Sir Bark's ears. That's okay, she smiled at his dog. He's sweet. What's his name? Sir Barks-a-Lot. She laughed, not some high-pitched, polite thing either. She laughed like she meant it. That's a cute name. You think so? Most people think it's odd. Well, I like it. She lifted his dog onto her lap. Yes, I do, Sir Barks-a-Lot. I think you're a handsome chap. Jalen's face heated as he continued to search for the paper that obviously wasn't there. Maybe he'd left it in his printer at home. Great. He gave up and turned to the woman sticking out his hand. As you already know, I'm Jalen. Riley, she said, as she took his hand. Her skin was soft, and he wasn't expecting the electric feeling that skittered up his arm from touching her. He pulled his hand back. I'm sorry, I can't find my sheet, but what I need you to do is simple. Shadow Walker is booked to make appearances and do shows here all week. I'm his manager, but I'll be busy, and I can't take care of the small details, so that's what you're here for. He'll need meals brought to him, laundry picked up, make sure his fridge is stocked with bottled water, things like that. You'll basically be at my beck and call for whatever he needs. Riley nodded, and then her eyebrows knit together. So he's going to be doing shows. Is he a magician? Jalen stared at the woman. You don't know who Shadow Walker is? Riley shrugged. I don't. Sorry. How can there be anyone that out of it? Was she from a different planet? He cleared his throat. He's a singer. Her eyebrows shot up. Ooh, she said, dragging the word out. Sorry, I don't listen to that rap stuff. Jalen bit the inside of his cheek to stop from laughing. He's a pop singer. I don't listen to that either, she said, pressing her red lips together. Wow. Either this woman lived under a rock somewhere or she was playing him. He shoved his hands in his pockets and assessed her. She didn't look like she was joking. She looked like a middle school librarian with those large glasses. Maybe she didn't watch television. He supposed there were people out there like that. I'm surprised you've never heard of him. She dropped her gaze. I prefer classical or jazz. Miles Davis? A smile popped onto her face, showing her perfect white teeth. Yes, Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, the old greats. He had to admit, it thrilled him to talk to someone young who knew something about classic jazz music. Not that he was that much older than her. Maybe 5 years. But his conversations with women her age usually ended around the time they would ask, Do you know Shawn Mendes? Jalen leaned against the dresser. What got you interested in jazz? My father. He would play his old vinyl records on Saturdays when he was tinkering out in the garage. It's where I learned to love music and fix cars. Her words trailed off as if she'd begun to ramble and just realized it. Her cheeks turned pink. He raised one eyebrow. You fix cars? She squirmed and smiled. Well, I know some basics. How to change the fuel pump, stuff like that. She pushed her glasses up with one finger. But that's not why I'm here. Tell me about Shadow Stalker. What kind of meals does he like? Jalen laughed. Shadow Walker. Shadow for short. And he doesn't like hotel food, so you'll probably be asked to run to several places nearby. Not fast food. Something local would be good. He likes seafood. Jalen's mouth watered thinking of the food he'd eaten last year when he was here. He handed her the company credit card. Got it. When will I meet him? The way she asked made Jalen freeze. Something was off, but he wasn't sure what it was. Was she too eager? Maybe her eyes were a bit too wide. Was she conning him? He slowly shook his head. You won't be meeting him. She brightened. That's fine. Do I bring his meals here, then? The strange feeling left, and Jalen mentally scolded himself for being too on edge. He'd just had some crazy fans go way out of their way to get close to Shadow Walker. He must be paranoid. Riley was about as innocent as you could get. She didn't even know who he was. Jalen shook his head. No, you'll drop everything he needs off next door at room 177. I'll give you the key card so you can stock his fridge and drop off his laundry. He gave her the plastic card and pulled out his phone. I'll text you when he needs something. What's your phone number? Riley rattled off her number, and he added it in, the feeling of unease creeping back into his chest. Why was he apprehensive of this young woman? She was clearly harmless, right? Chapter 2. Riley exhaled as she walked down the hallway, her legs shaking. How in the world had she come across such great luck? Jalen mistook her for Shadow Walker's assistant. It was a sign for sure. This was meant to be. She was in. Bless her father and his love of jazz. It made her story much more believable. Now she could pump Jalen for information while pretending to know nothing about Shadow Walker. It was perfect. Jalen had even booked her a room in their wing, next door to Shadow. Not down the hallway, next door. How could this get any better? Everything was falling into place. She could even check out of her expensive room and save some money. She walked to her room to pack her suitcase, still unable to believe the luck that had smiled upon her. After she was all moved into her new room, she sat down on the fancy couch and took a look around. This room was a massive upgrade from her cheap room. Spacious, with a sliding glass door that led directly to the beach. All the furnishings looked plated in gold. It was like one of those large, fancy rooms you only see on TV. There was even a fruit basket on the desk. She slid open the deck door and sat on her patio chair. The warm breeze hit her skin, and she relaxed a bit. Thanksgiving would be here before she knew it. And then Christmas. If she could get the promotion before the holidays, it was possible she could have her Christmas miracle. She pulled out her phone and called her father. His weak voice came through the line. Hey, sweetheart. How are you? How was your flight? It was fine, Dad. How are you? Are you minding Mrs. Lewis? Why would you ask that? Riley rolled her eyes. Because sometimes you're ornery. You need to let her check on you. He grunted, and she could imagine the fake scowl on his face. He pretended he didn't like Dorothy, but she knew he had a secret crush on her. She's pushy. I'm fine. No one needs to check on me. Dad, stop it. I don't want to hear that you gave her a hard time when I come home. I don't need a nurse. She's not a nurse. She's a friendly neighbor. I worry about you when I'm not there. Don't be mean to Mrs. Lewis. He coughed, and fear froze her. Are you getting a cold? No, I just have a tickle in my throat. Don't worry about me. I'll be nice to the old hag. What about you? Have you dug up that story yet? I just got here, but good things are happening. I have a feeling I'll get that promotion after all. Oh, tell me about it. Her phone chimed with a new text, and she looked at the screen. Her first assignment had come in. Sorry, I have to run. I'll tell you about it later. All right, sweetie. She could tell he was tired. I love you. I love you too, Dad. She frowned as she hung up. He was so fragile now. There were days where he barely was able to walk from the bedroom to the living room without getting winded. There wasn't anything she could do, other than wait for the call that they had a donor heart ready for him. That and learn who Shadow really was. She checked the text that had come in. Please pick up a seafood plate from somewhere local. Deliver it to Shadow's room. Just leave it on his desk. Perfect. She could do that. And maybe get a look at what was in his room. Maybe she'd find a clue. And then another thought popped into her head. The more time she could spend with Jalen, the better. She sent a quick text back. Are you hungry as well? I could pick up 2 plates. She held her breath as she waited for him to answer. Yes, please do. Thank you. She smiled and headed toward the lobby. Something in her life was finally going her way. Jalen stared at his phone, the words almost dancing before his vision. He was dumbfounded. He'd been Shadow Walker for 6 years, performed at countless venues and events, been on tour and hired hundreds of temporary assistants. No one had ever thought to ask him if he was hungry. It gave him a strange feeling, like he had pent-up energy to spend. Maybe it was stupid of him to care. She wasn't asking because she liked him or anything. She was just doing her job. Still, it showed something about her and intrigued him. He tried working on his song lyrics for another 10 minutes before shoving his notebook back into his briefcase. Nope, wasn't gonna happen right now. He was nowhere near in the mood he needed to be. Instead, he pulled up his schedule on his phone for the next few days and looked it over. This wasn't his first gig at the Diamond Oasis, which everyone affectionately called the Billionaire Club. He'd been hired last year to sing during the week-long pop extravaganza. It was an upscale clientele for sure. The venue was clean, the management was friendly, and he got to hang out with some of the other pop stars. Security at the resort had been good, too. No crazy fans trying to climb into his window. Still, he kept Shadow's room locked up tight and the blinds closed, and had a security guard posted at the door and the patio at all times, just in case. Tomorrow, he was scheduled to take a group on a schooner excursion. No singing, he just had to be on the boat with 30 or so people interacting with them. Not too bad of a deal, except it would be pretty hot in his black costume. Nothing he could do about that, though. A knock came on his door, and he crossed the room to open it. Riley stood there, holding a takeout bag, a logo from the shrimp next door on the side. Sir Barks-a-Lot whined and wagged his tail. She smiled at his dog, then raised her gaze to him. Here's your food. I already put Shadow's plate in room 177. Will he be coming soon? I don't want it to get cold. He was in there. He was just hiding from you. That was his go-to answer. No one usually questioned him. Hiding? Riley wrinkled her nose. Oh, that's right. She didn't know who Shadow Walker was. Jalen took the offered bag from her and motioned for her to enter his suite. He doesn't want the public to know his true identity. He goes by Shadow Walker and wears a mask when he performs. She blinked. Why? He set the bag on the desk. The smell of shrimp filled the room and his stomach growled. He gave Riley an appraising look as he pulled out the food containers. He couldn't catch a break until he dressed up in his ninja outfit. Part of his appeal is the anonymity. Jalen had been asked that same question many times, but he'd never answered it as honestly before. Something about Riley made him want to talk to her, tell her things he didn't normally divulge. He had to admit, it scared him. Divulging too much could be dangerous in his situation. Her eyebrows raised. Really? So no one knows who he is? Right. He waited for the usual questions. Do you know who he is? Will you tell me? But she didn't ask, which made him like her even more. He stared at all the food. There was so much of it. He'd never be able to eat it all himself. Plus, he had another plate in the next room. Are you hungry? He blurted out before he could stop himself. When she didn't immediately answer, he kept talking. I mean, they gave me a lot of food. I don't know if I can eat it all. And it would be a shame to waste it. He began to sweat. Was it obvious he kind of liked her? Should he have just offered to give her some in a takeout box? Why was he feeling so awkward all of a sudden? I mean, you don't have to eat with me if you don't want to, he said quickly, hoping to dispel the odd tension in the room. She smiled. I'd love to eat with you. I must admit, I'm starving. He relaxed. Maybe it hadn't been awkward. It could have been in his head. He did tend to overthink things. He pulled both chairs to the desk. Have a seat. Thanks. After he dished up the food, he grabbed a fork and sat down. This looks delicious. I asked them what their best-selling dinner plate was, and they said this one. I figured I couldn't go wrong with shrimp scampi and grilled asparagus. He stabbed a shrimp. Good thinking. The flavor burst in his mouth, and he couldn't help but moan. He was going to have to restrain himself, or he'd start shoveling it in like a slob. This is delicious. She smiled in response. So, what is it you do, Riley? What brings you to the Cayman Islands? She shrugged. I do a little of this and that. She was being evasive. That wasn't good. He studied her. What does that mean? She laughed, but it felt forced. It means I'm working at a temp agency because I couldn't get any other job. Ah, she was embarrassed about being a temp. He shook his head. Nothing to be ashamed of. It's honest work. A look flitted across her face, but it was gone just as fast. I guess. She picked up her napkin. How about you? Do you like being Shadow Walker's manager? No one ever asks me that. She gave him a funny look. They don't? Nope. They ask him all kinds of questions about Shadow. That was about it. No one really cared about him. Why not? He shrugged. Probably because all people really want to know is Shadow's real identity. He studied her reaction. Riley took a bite and chewed it slowly. I guess the mystery of it intrigues people. You're probably right. He was so used to people only paying attention to him because of Shadow that it felt weird to sit and have a normal conversation. Did he enjoy being Shadow's manager? That was a hard question to answer because that was a front. Even though he did all the duties a manager would do, the thrilling part of his job was getting to go out on stage and sing, but he couldn't tell her that. So, what's your job like? Jalen had to choose his words carefully. It's crazy sometimes. Shadow gets way too much attention when we go places, which can be tiring. But it's also fun. I enjoy the work I do. I get to help him make music, which makes people happy. That's fulfilling. She smiled. I can see you love music. She was perceptive and pretty, and everything he should be staying away from. That's why his next sentence surprised even himself. Shadow will need an assistant on the schooner boat ride tomorrow. Oh, sure. She pulled out her phone. What time? He almost took it back, but didn't see how he could do that and not look like an insane person. He had no use for an assistant on the boat ride. What would he tell her to do? He was stupid. All he wanted was to spend more time with her, which was really dumb, because he would be dressed as Shadow and wouldn't even be able to talk to her like he knew her. But he was now stuck. He sighed. 9 a.m. The boat will leave from the west dock. Sounds good. Should I meet him at the dock or at his room? If he said room, he could chat with her while they walked. It was probably the stupidest thing for him to say, and he would regret it later on, but he smiled and said, meet him at his room. Chapter 3. Riley tried to calm her nerves as she waited for the clock to tick down the last 5 minutes before it was time to knock on Shadow's door. When Jalen had said Shadow would need her on the schooner, she about choked on her shrimp scampi. What happened to not meeting him at all? She wasn't about to argue, of course. Spending the morning with Shadow would be a fantastic opportunity. She studied her face in the mirror once more. She'd dared to put on a little makeup, even though yesterday she'd gone with a natural look. Hopefully, it still gave that hometown girl impression, since she had only used a smidge of eyeshadow and lip gloss. Even though she'd kept the bun, she decided the suit was too formal for a schooner boat. A dressy blouse and slacks would have to do. She tucked her travel-size sunscreen into her bag and pulled the strap over her shoulder. She'd packed a few things she thought might be helpful. It made the bag kind of bulky, but hopefully she would prove useful to him and therefore make it worth it. The clock told her it was time to head over to his room. At the last second, she realized she'd forgotten her fake glasses, and she grabbed the oversized pair and shoved them on. The man standing outside Shadow's door was so muscular, he could have been a bodybuilder. Maybe he was before joining Shadow's security team. He stood aside when she approached the door. Jalen must have told him about her, which was good because he looked like he wouldn't mind physically removing anyone who didn't belong there. She wiped her hands on her slacks before knocking. The door opened and Shadow stood there, dressed in his black ninja outfit. He seemed a bit taller than the last time she saw him. His gaze traveled over her and he smiled. "You must be Riley." He extended a gloved hand. Even through his leather glove, she could feel the warmth of his body heat. For some reason, it made her breath hitch. "I am. Are you ready?" He nodded and took a step into the hallway, closing the door behind him. He motioned toward the exit sign. "It's this way." As they started walking, his security guard broke away from the door and followed. It was odd having their own bodyguard trailing along behind them. But she supposed that was just how it was when you were famous. Were people that creepy? Surely a boat of wealthy people wouldn't be dangerous. She glanced at Shadow. Something about him seemed familiar, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Maybe his gait? Or was it the way he carried himself? He seemed more self-assured than when she'd seen him with Jalen. Whatever it was, she could almost picture him as someone she'd seen before. Maybe an actor? Excitement shot through her as she walked with him. If he was famous outside of his mask, this was going to be much easier than she thought. She just needed to keep her wits about her and study his every movement. Except she had to do it in a way that wasn't obvious. Tricky, but not impossible, especially if she could be so helpful that Shadow would request she help him during other outings or shows. They walked to the exit door, and he opened it for her, which was a surprise. She hadn't really gotten the gentleman vibe from him before. He'd been kind of standoffish in the lobby. She smiled at him. "Thank you." As they crossed the grounds, he folded his arms and looked at her. "So, Riley, tell me about yourself." Was he making small talk with her? Another thing she hadn't expected. She strained to think of something she could say. The seconds piled up and she panicked. "I'm pretty average." She wanted to smack herself. What was that? I'm pretty average? She had the chance to tell Shadow Walker anything, and that's what came out of her mouth? He didn't seem annoyed by it, though. His lips curled up a bit, like he was trying not to smile. "What do you like to do in your spare time?" She had no spare time. Between working, trying to pay all the bills, and taking care of her father, she basically slept in her spare time. But that was immensely dumb. Hobbies. What were her hobbies before her father got sick? I used to knit. Great. Another stupid thing came out of her mouth. She was not usually this flustered. Why was she so tongue-tied? It was just a guy in a ninja outfit. Possibly a famous person, and, judging from his lips, maybe even an incredibly hot famous person. Ugh. She was going to totally mess this up. She was sure of it. He took the sidewalk toward the water, and she matched his steps. Used to? Now what? Apparently, she was incapable of lying right now. She swallowed and tried to smooth it over. I've been busy lately, taking care of my father. Oh, this was going from bad to worse. Why did she bring her father up? What was wrong with her? Your father? They were almost to the schooner. She needed to abandon ship, quickly. He's been ill, but that's not important right now. Let's get you ready to do this thing. She whipped out a bottle of water from her bag. Thirsty? He paused for a split second before he took the water from her. Thanks. Just what I needed. He took a drink, replaced the lid, and handed it back to her. I'm sure I'll need more as the sun beats down on me. He motioned to his clothes. Black is probably the worst thing to wear in this climate. Oh, right. I didn't think about that. She squinted up at the sun. Are you going to be okay? I'll be fine. We'll be done before lunch when it'll start to get hot in earnest. She frowned. I should have brought a parasol. His laughter carried over the air, making the people on the schooner turn to look at them. Most of them were older women wearing sun hats, which kind of surprised Riley. He was a pop star. She expected the crowd to be in their 20s. However, the club was super ritzy, and most of the people she'd seen walking around were older, so she should have taken that into account. Shadow waved as he approached them. Hello, everyone. A chorus of hellos came back at them. The crowd seemed excited, although not overly so. Shadow climbed onto the boat, turned back, and extended his hand to Riley. Careful, he said in a low voice. The water is a bit choppy today. She grabbed onto his gloved hand, grateful for the assistance. The captain of the boat motioned to a bench for her, and she sat. The bodyguard joined her. Shadow stood on a crate at the front of the boat and grabbed hold of the mast. Welcome to the schooner boat excursion. I'll be your host today. Is everyone comfortable? As Shadow Walker talked, she couldn't help but notice how he seemed to feed off the group's energy. He became more animated as the crowd shouted out things to him, answering his questions and asking a few of their own. He was so different from her first impression of him. Maybe he'd been tired that day. She had no idea how long he had to travel to get there. The boat sailed out around the island, and Shadow gave some interesting facts about Grand Cayman. She wondered if he'd looked them up himself or if the resort had sent him the things to say. After a few minutes, she noticed a bit of sweat on his jawline, and she stood, handing him the water bottle again. Thanks, he said as he uncapped it and drank. This time, he almost drained it. She felt terrible for him. It had to be at least 80 degrees out. When he handed it back to her, she could have sworn he winked at her. Maybe she just imagined it. That had to be it, right? Why would a famous guy wink at her, of all people? Especially when she was doing her best impression of an old school marm. Even so, her heartbeat picked up. Do you want some sunscreen? You're looking a bit pink. He seemed to appreciate her attentiveness. I have some on. I should be fine. Okay. The boat ride was enjoyable, and Riley quickly found herself lost in the stories about the island that Shadow told. Every once in a while, she'd hop up and hand him some lip balm or a cloth to wipe his face. She'd packed just about everything she could think of, and it paid off. By the time they got back to shore, he was smiling at her. Thanks for coming along on this excursion. You were a godsend, he said as the crowd dwindled. The security guard stood off to the side as people passed. He seemed ready to intercept if anyone came too close. "I'm glad I was helpful." She waited as the last of the people got off the boat. It would be nice to spend more time with him. She still had no clue as to who he was or why he seemed familiar to her. If she could get him talking, maybe she could extend the time she had with him. "So, what made you decide to go into the entertainment business?" He took a moment to think before responding. "I guess I've always wanted to be a singer. I love music and could never think of anything else I'd like to do. Even growing up, I never thought I'd be happy with a regular 9 to 5. "Do you write your own songs?" "Yes, almost all of them. I get presented with a lot of songs now that I've made a name for myself. Every part of me was written by someone else. I liked the message of the song, but mostly I write my own. I love the creative process. There's just something about crafting words into a story that is thrilling to me." She could relate. Not that she was able to write anything artistic like Shadow, but she did want to write articles that mattered someday. She didn't want to be a tabloid reporter forever. "I totally get that," she found herself saying before she could stop herself. He leaned on the mast. "Do you write?" Oh, great. Why did she say that? Now she had to make up something. "A little." Wow. Maybe she could just tell him she was a tabloid reporter. Why were these words coming out of her? Lucky for her, the crowd had all dispersed, and they were next to get off the boat. She didn't wait for him, but headed to the ladder to climb down. After she was on the dock, she watched Shadow jump easily down. He had a grace to him that she couldn't explain. He looked quite physically fit. "A little? What does that mean?" Even with his mask on, he looked genuinely interested in her answer. Okay, she really had to make something up now, or she was going to out herself big time. "I mean, I used to do some writing, like novels and stuff, but I've been busy lately." Novels and stuff? Oh, brother, she was so dead. "What kind of novels?" He seemed to slow down as they walked. She took it to mean he wanted to keep talking to her, which was insane. Why would he want to talk to her? It had to be her imagination. But now she had to figure out what kind of imaginary novels she'd been writing. If she were to write a book, what would it be about? As she racked her brain, all thoughts of books left her. She couldn't remember the last novel she'd even read. Why couldn't she come up with anything believable? The seconds ticked by, and she needed to answer him. A man came out of the resort. He was dressed all in white. It reminded her of a show she watched once with a ghost who wore all white. Sweat beaded up on her forehead. "Stories about ghosts and stuff. Silly junk, nothing important." Ghosts? Like horror? Crud. She didn't know anything about horror novels. How could she lie about something like that? "No," she heard herself saying. Why was it so hard to lie right now? She wasn't usually this awkward. Paranormal romance? Heat assaulted her face. Why were they still talking about the fake novels she hadn't written? She needed to change the subject. Maybe it was best to just say yes. Something like that. But you don't anymore. He looked at her. Because of your sick father? Oh, talking about her father was worse. She didn't want to talk about her father to a famous singer. He didn't care. Why was he even asking? She nodded. Yeah. Do you mind if I ask what illness he has? Might as well just tell him. She was obviously incapable of lying right now, seeing how she just made herself into a paranormal romance author. He has a heart valve condition. His eyebrows raised. Not that she could see them, but she could tell because his mask raised. "Is it serious?" Her palms grew sweaty, and she rummaged around in her bag for something to wipe them on. She found nothing, so to disguise the reason she was searching, she pulled out a tin of Altoids. "Do you want a mint?" His lips quirked. "Is that your way of saying my breath stinks?" "Oh, no, not at all. I was just—" "I'm kidding," he said, reaching for the door. "I'll take one." She fumbled with the tin, trying to open it. Why did she feel like she was on the most awkward date ever? She finally got it open and shoved it at him. He took out a mint and popped it into his mouth. She did as well, hoping the burst of flavor would distract her from all her weirdness. When they got to Shadow's room, she could hear Sir Barks-a-Lot inside doing his best to make his presence known. Shadow made a face. "Could I ask you for a favor? Jalen had to go to a virtual meeting and asked that I take care of his dog, but I need a shower right now. Do you mind taking Sir Barks on a walk?" "Okay," she said without thinking. She loved Jalen's little dog. "Are you sure? I hate to ask. That's not really part of your job description, so you don't have to if you don't want to." "I don't mind. Honest, he's adorable." Shadow unlocked his door and opened it. Sir Barks jumped on him like he was the happiest dog in the world. Jalen must ask Shadow to take care of his dog a lot. The dog sure was familiar with him. Although, as soon as Riley stepped into the room, Sir Barks ran to her and jumped on her as well. She chuckled to herself at her assumption. Maybe the dog was just like that. Shadow grabbed a leash and hooked it to Sir Barks' collar. "Thank you for walking him. If you want, you can go out the deck door. He probably would love a walk on the beach. I'll be 15 minutes or so. Feel free to just come back in when you're done." Riley couldn't ask for a better opportunity. If she could be smart about this, maybe she could spend even more time with him after she walked the dog. This was turning out to be serendipity. She was going to find out who he was and get that promotion. She was sure of it. Chapter 4. Jalen watched as Riley left through the patio door, his heart pounding. What was he doing? Why was he taking every opportunity to spend time with Riley? He was going to regret this. He knew it. This would only lead to heartbreak when she found out who he really was. And yet, as he turned the shower on, he couldn't help but get excited about seeing her again. He pulled out another Shadow outfit. He didn't usually have to change back into one so quickly, but this was a different kind of circumstance. He didn't usually spend time with a woman. A strange kind of energy surged in him. He felt like a teenager with a crush. Man, he really should get his head checked. He was about to do something stupid, he could tell. But the problem was, he didn't care. He liked Riley. He wanted to know more about her. So he shoved his concerns away and took off his mask. He gasped when he looked into the mirror. He'd gotten a sunburn. It wasn't bad, really, but enough that it showed the outline of his mask on his face. Great. Now he was stuck wearing his mask everywhere. If he took it off, everyone would know he was Shadow. How could he have let this happen? He should have put on more sunscreen when Riley offered. He didn't want to have to try to put it on while wearing his mask. Still, he should have heeded her warning. Frustrated with himself, he undressed and stepped into the shower. Now he was stuck for the next few days. If he wanted to spend any time with Riley, he would have to do it as Shadow. As Jalen thought about it, though, it wasn't so bad. Riley didn't even know who Shadow Walker was until yesterday. She wasn't like the other people who only cared about taking off his mask. She was different. So what if he spent time with her as Shadow Walker? He quickly lathered up, shampooed and conditioned, rinsed and towel-dried off. His hair dried quickly with the help of the dryer. He had always had fine, thin hair. even thinner where the burn scars met his hairline. Luckily, his scalp had escaped injury, unlike his shoulder and back. When he was dressed in his disguise once again, he exited the bathroom. Riley and Sir Barks weren't in the room, so he went to the sliding glass door and pulled back the blinds to peek outside. He had to step aside to be able to see past the security guard on the deck. Scanning the beach, he spotted her near the water's edge. She was running, trying to allow enough slack on the leash for Sir Barks, laughing. His dog zigzagged across the sand as gleeful as he'd ever seen him. Riley looked humorous in her dress flats, trying to run on the sand. What would happen if he went out and joined her? Would people flock around him? Would anyone think it's odd that he was dressed as Shadow? He sighed and turned from the window. Of course it would be odd. He wouldn't really go out there. He was used to hiding indoors. It was not appropriate to go out in his disguise, and he rarely went out with his scars showing. Swimming was out of the question, even though he'd enjoyed it as a child and often missed the activity. He watched Riley for a few more moments before he turned from the glass door. Time to rehydrate. He grabbed a water from the fridge and drained the bottle. The cold liquid felt good on his throat. He tossed the empty bottle in the recycle bin as the patio door slid open and Riley entered carrying Sir Barks-a-lot. Her face brightened when she saw him. You were right. Sir Barks loved the beach. Thanks for taking care of him. It was no problem. She scratched under his chin, then looked up to appraise Jalen. Do you ever get tired of wearing a mask? He leaned against the wall. I don't wear it all the time. She blushed. Of course not. Ignore me, I'm being silly. She sat down on the couch, and his dog settled on her lap. She unhooked the leash and set it on the end table next to her. No, it was a valid question. He crossed the room and sat next to her. He put his arm on the back of the couch, close to her skin, which was so unlike him. He never got flirty with women. Something must be wrong with him because he felt emboldened all of a sudden. You're asking if I ever get tired of hiding who I really am. She met his gaze. Yeah, I guess I am. Not really. One of her eyebrows raised. No? Unsure of why he was being so honest with her, he struggled to form the right words to say to her. He didn't mind hiding behind a mask because people didn't like who he was when he was without it. He got stared at, or worse, cringed at. But he couldn't say that to Riley. He patted his dog's head as he thought about what he could say. I don't mind the anonymity. It's better than some alternatives. Like being too popular. Are you afraid you won't have any peace or quiet if people knew who you were? It wasn't that at all. It was the mask itself that made him who he was. Without it, he'd still be a nobody. He shrugged, unable to say what he really wanted to. Something like that. She slowly nodded, as if she could tell he was not saying what he was thinking. It must be freeing to be able to walk around without your mask on and not have anyone recognize you. It was, sometimes. Other times it was just another bitter reminder that he was not worth anything because of the scars left over from the most terrible day of his life. Yes, he said quietly. Riley stared at him, and he felt a wave of apprehension rise in him. It was like she could see through him. It was unnerving. He knew she was perceptive from the first time he'd met her, but now, sitting next to her, he felt exposed. He picked up his phone from the stand beside him, suddenly wanting the distraction. I know I have one more appearance today. Let me see what it is. Oh, right. Do you need me to get you anything? More water? I can run to the store. No, I think I'm good on water, but I am hungry. Do you want to grab us both something? Then we can eat before I have to get ready for this afternoon. Sure. Did you like the shrimp scampi I picked up yesterday? Are you in the mood for more seafood or something different? He smiled at her enthusiasm. She was trying so hard to be helpful, and he found it adorable. I loved the shrimp. I think I could eat seafood for every meal. But if you're in the mood for something else... No, seafood is great. Let me run and pick something up. Sir Barks jumped off her lap as she stood. I'll be right back. She walked to the door and then paused and turned. Do you want me to text you the menu when I get there? Sure. What's your number? She dug her phone out of her bag. Jalen's heart rose into his throat. He didn't have a phone for Shadow. He just used his own phone. No one ever called or texted Shadow, just Jalen. If he told her his number, she would know he was Jalen. But he couldn't say he didn't have a phone. She'd seen him with it. Panic set in, and he searched for something to say. I have Jalen's phone right now. I dropped mine in the... Oh no, this wasn't going where he wanted it to go. He didn't want to say toilet. So disgusting. Anything but that. He blurted out the first thing that came to his mind. Elevator. Riley squinted at him. Elevator? Sweat beaded up on his forehead under his skull cap. Elevator? That was what came out instead of toilet? He swallowed and tried to think of a good lie. You know, that crack between the elevator and the floor? I accidentally dropped my phone and it went down that space, so it's gone. I have to get a new one. Oh. She gave him a polite laugh. I've always wondered what would happen if I dropped something down there. It gets crushed. Okay. He needed to stop talking. Now. Anyway, just text Jalen and I'll answer back. Sure. Riley smiled and left the room, and Jalen sighed deeply. He was in so much trouble. Chapter 5. Riley practically ran to the restaurant district that sat adjacent to the resort. How could this have happened? Shadow invited her to eat with him? Was she going to spend all day with him? She was so ecstatic she couldn't help herself. She did a fist pump into the air. Uncovering the truth was going to be much easier than she'd originally thought. She looked at several places before picking a small clam shack. The food smelled amazing, and she texted Shadow to see exactly what he wanted. As she waited in line, she called her father. He picked up on the third ring. Hey, sweetie. He sounded groggy. Were you sleeping, Dad? I'm sorry. It's the afternoon. I figured you'd be up. I am up. His usual answer. Come on, I know when you've been sleeping. Who are you, Santa? She laughed, glad that his sense of humor was still intact. Sorry I woke you. How are you doing today? I'm fine. I'm always fine. I don't know why you're so worried. It's because I love your crabby old self. She stepped forward in the line, the smell of the clams practically making a river of saliva in her mouth. I love you too. He paused. I heard from your mother last night. A jumble of emotions rose in her throat, none of them good. What did she want? What she always wants. Money. Riley almost laughed out loud. Really? Does she know we're knee-deep in medical bills? Her father didn't say anything, and a clawing panic gripped her. Dad, what did you say to her? He never could turn her mother down. Not even after she left him to raise their daughter alone. Not after she kept coming to him, begging to help her out of one scrape after another over the years. I told her to stop by. Dad, she can't come by. I'm not there. You know how she is. He didn't speak for a moment, and Riley knew what that meant. He was getting emotional. Finally, he said, I can't tell her no. We don't have any money to spare. You know this. I'm massively behind on paying the rent. Please just tell her you can't help right now. I have a little socked away. By that, he meant the $200 she'd placed in the cookie jar in case there was an emergency while she was gone. She wanted to yell at him and tell him not to touch that money, not if he was going to give it to her. But she was now first in line and had to order. "I have to go, Dad. I'll talk to you later, okay?"
I love you, sweetheart.
"I love you too, Dad." She hung up, too flustered to think about the order. It took her way too long to get herself back together and tell the man behind the counter what she wanted in a takeout bag. Luckily, by the time she got back to Shadow's room, she had herself under control once again. For the most part, anyway. The man in the security uniform stepped aside as she approached. She knocked, and Shadow opened the door. After she pulled out the food onto the desk, he inhaled deeply and grinned.
That smells amazing, but this is a lot of food. Are you starving?
"I thought we could see if your manager wanted some. He was so happy with the food yesterday." Shadow froze, a look she couldn't quite interpret in his eyes. Was he upset? She didn't ask about getting Jalen food. Maybe he didn't want her spending money without getting permission. She was about to beg for forgiveness when he cleared his throat.
That's very thoughtful of you, he finally said. Last I checked, he was going to be busy all night, though. He asked that I not disturb him.
"Oh." Her face grew hot. "Sorry, I guess I should have checked with you." Shadow placed his hand on hers, warmth seeping through his glove.
No, don't be sorry.
"But I wasted food."
You were considerate. Never apologize for kindness.
Something in his voice made her gaze snap to his. He squeezed her hand before letting go. Why did it give her butterflies? She looked down at the food. "Well, I suppose we could put the extra in the fridge." Shadow nodded.
Yes.
They sat down and Riley's stomach growled. She'd never smelled anything so good. The taste did not disappoint either. The clams were so fresh she couldn't believe how delicious they were. Delicate yet chewy in a satisfying way. Shadow closed his eyes and sat back in his chair.
Where did you find this place? This is amazing food.
"Just down the street. The building is nothing at all to look at, but I followed the smell, and I must say I'm pretty happy."
Great choice. I may eat Jalen's portion and not tell him you bought extra.
He gave her a wicked smile. She poked him in the side. "Don't you dare. He went on and on about the shrimp. I think he'd love these." Shadow chuckled so quietly it was almost to himself.
You would for sure.
Riley's phone made a noise in her bag, and she fished it out. A text had come from her neighbor, Mrs. Lewis. "Your mother's car is out front." She frowned and put her phone back in her bag.
Everything okay?
Shadow motioned to her bag with his fork.
You don't look happy about that text.
Debating for a second if she wanted to say anything, Riley bit her lower lip. "Do you mind if I make a quick call?"
Go ahead. You can step out onto the deck if you need privacy.
She shook her head. "No, that's okay. It's nothing, really." He went back to his clams, and she punched in Mrs. Lewis's name. The woman answered quickly. "Riley?" "Hi, Mrs. Lewis. I'm sorry to bother you. I know you're on a job. I just got worried when I saw her car. Dad told me she was going to stop by. Do you want me to go over there?" Dorothy Lewis had lived in the apartment next to her father for 10 years now. She was the sweetest woman, alone now since her husband passed away. She was always willing to check on Dad or help with anything, but she didn't want to send her over to deal with her mother. That was asking too much. "It's okay. You don't have to do that." "I just worry about your father." "That's so kind of you. I'm sure it will be fine. My mother will leave after she gets what she wants." "But your poor father." Riley's heart filled. Mrs. Lewis knew all about her mother and what she was like. "It's okay. Oh, wait, I think I see her leaving. Just a second." Rustling noises sounded, and Dorothy came back on the line. "Yes, she's getting in her car. When she leaves, I'll go check on your father." "You're a good woman, Dorothy." "You know I can't sleep well unless I know he's okay." "I know." Thank you. Goodbye, dear. I'll let you get back to work. Bye. Riley hung up and slipped her phone back in her bag. An awkwardness hung in the air between her and Shadow as he pretended not to have heard the whole conversation. But he had heard, and she knew he had questions. That was the neighbor. She worries about my father. Oh? He didn't say anything else, but she could feel the unasked questions in the air. He was being polite. She appreciated that. Still, it felt odd to leave it as it was. My parents divorced when I was young, but my mother still comes around every couple of years when she wants money. Nice. Now she was oversharing. Why didn't she just tell him about the bump on her little toe she suspected was a wart? That would make the conversation better. He frowned.
That doesn't sound good.
Now would be a good time to change the subject. Maybe talk about the food or the weather. It was a nice day for a swim, but for some reason her mind blanked. Yeah, she said, trying to fill the silence. Mom has never been, shall we say, a role model. His gaze softened and he shifted.
That must have been hard on you.
Yes. For some reason, emotion surged in her, and she found herself blinking back tears. Stupid. Why was she getting all weepy right now? She was at work. Her purpose was not to open up all her family trash to Shadow Walker. In fact, she should be trying to get him to talk to her about that kind of stuff. She shoved back the emotion and pushed her empty plate away. What about you? Are your parents still together? Sir Barks-a-Lot decided to announce the presence of a seagull on the deck, his tail wagging as he barked out a happy greeting, his head stuck between the blinds. Shadow smiled at the dog, then looked down at the carpet.
They passed away when I was 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. She had not expected that, but it was a great tidbit to Google search if she could pinpoint who Shadow reminded her of. That kind of information would be exactly what would expose him in the end. A bit of guilt threaded through her, tightening her throat. He was telling her something personal. How could she be thinking of using it against him? Yet, she had to if she wanted to get the promotion and have any hope of paying the mountain of bills piling up. It's not like she wanted to do it. She had no choice.
Don't be. It was a long time ago.
Was it a car accident? Was that rude to ask? She didn't really want to know for research. She was curious how they both died. Shadow's gaze pierced through her, and he paused for a few seconds, as if he were trying to decide if he should tell her. He must have decided to confide in her, because he quietly said,
House fire.
Oh, no. That sounded horrible. She couldn't even imagine losing your parents and your home at such a young age. Did you have family who raised you? He shook his head.
I went into the foster care system.
A flood of terrible images came into her mind at the thought. She'd heard too many horror stories about the foster care system. He must have seen it on her face, because he leaned closer to her.
It's not like in the movies. Not everyone has a terrible experience. I got placed with a good family and was adopted a year later.
Relief for him flooded over her. She hated to think he had suffered in the system that was supposed to help. Every child deserved a loving parent. She stood and began to clean up the mess. I'm so glad.
I talk with my mother every week. We have a good relationship.
Do you have any siblings?
Yes, I had an older brother. He was also adopted. He passed a couple of years ago.
She paused before snapping the plastic lid over the leftovers. So much loss. I'm sorry.
It's shaped me into who I am today.
Riley had never thought about it that way before, but Shadow was right. She'd be a different person had her past been sugar-coated. She was stronger for it, even though it was hard to go through those things. She put the trash into the takeout bag and stuffed it into the small trash can. Then she nodded at him. "You're right. I get that."
Is your father okay?
Her chest tightened at the mention of her father. No, he wasn't okay. He desperately needed a heart transplant. Being on the list was nerve-wracking, to say the least. They had to wait for people to either get a heart that could have been his, or die from their illness and drop off so he could move closer to the top. It was a morbid place to be, and she hated thinking about it. And yet, she had to, because without that transplant, he would die. She stared at the blinds covering the sliding glass door and wondered why Shadow didn't let in some sunlight. Wanting to busy herself, she began straightening up the rest of the room. He'll be fine. It was a lie, but she didn't want to talk about her father to the man she would be exposing to the world. She wanted to dig up dirt on him, find out who he was, and get home so she could get the promotion and the big wad of cash that would come from the story. It didn't matter that he was a kind man who seemed to care about her and her father. Kindness couldn't fix the situation she was in. Only money could. And that meant she needed to get her job done and get out of there. Chapter 6. Jalen noticed the shift in mood as Riley rushed around cleaning up his room. She was uncomfortable with his questions. He could understand. She didn't know him. He was prying, and he needed to back off. He picked up his phone and scrolled down the schedule for today. He'd started to look at it, but had gotten distracted.
Looks like I'm free until 3 o'clock when I lead a craft in the conference room off the lobby. They called it Painting with Shadow Walker.
Riley lifted one eyebrow. You paint, too?
Not really, but I've watched enough Bob Ross to know it's all about the happy accidents.
That got a smile out of her. I love Bob Ross.
Well, don't expect anything nearly as artsy coming from me. I'm basically going to be standing at the front trying not to look like a fool.
She pinched her lips together like she was trying not to laugh. Do you have an idea of what you want to show them?
Not really. I was just going to wing it.
He leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his neck, trying to look cool. To finish off the look, he propped his feet up on the desk. He was never the cool kid, but dressed as Shadow, he had found it much easier to pretend to be. I could never do that. I wouldn't know what to say. I'd have to get it all planned out. He shrugged.
They're not really there to paint anyway. They just want to spend time with a famous pop star.
Riley made a face, her nose wrinkling. It looked cute on her. Are you being egotistical right now? He chuckled, enjoying their banter. He liked that she was challenging him.
I'm not being egotistical, just realistic. I'm famous, and people pay to be around me.
He wasn't normally cocky, but he was in a strange mood, so he added on a wink. Unfortunately, he must have leaned back a bit too much because his chair chose that moment to tip backwards. He lost his balance and careened to the floor, the chair shooting out from under him and crashing against the desk. Riley let out a laugh as Sir Barks jumped on him and raised a ruckus, licking his face and happily barking, thinking he was on the floor to play with him. Heat rushed to his face, and he was glad he was wearing a mask to hide most of his embarrassment. Instead of getting up, he stayed on the floor, letting Sir Barks assault him with kisses. "Are you okay?" Riley asked, obviously trying to get her giggles under control, but failing.
I think I bruised my butt.
And your pride?
Most definitely my pride.
He shifted and groaned.
Oh, and maybe my back.
Riley stopped laughing and crouched down next to him. Does it hurt? Did you throw your back out? Throw his back out? He winced and sat up.
No. How old do you think I am?
I don't know. She stilled, and something about her changed. but he couldn't quite figure out what it was. "How old are you?" she asked quietly. Jalen studied her, trying to unlock what was behind her fascinating green eyes. He hadn't noticed them before, but now that he was this close, he could see the flecks of gold embedded in them. Stunning. He blinked and tried to remember what she'd said. His age. Yes. Was she asking because she wanted to know if there was a possibility they could be compatible? The thought made his breath hitch. 27. A strange mix of feelings filled him as he watched Riley's face. She must have thought he was a lot older because a look of surprise flitted across her features before she carefully masked her reaction. He shouldn't have told her his age, and regret sunk into the pit of his stomach as he realized the more he divulged, the closer she would come to knowing his real identity. And yet, he wanted her to know his age for some reason. He wanted to be the kind of man she could see herself getting involved with. Her eyebrows knit together, and she squinted at him. "Oh, no. Did you get a sunburn?" Leave it to Riley to notice and care about something so minor. He smiled. "Just a small one." "Does it hurt?" "No." She could have said, "I told you so," but instead she gingerly reached out and touched his jawline. The touch of her skin on his sent a sensation through him he'd never felt before. Like warmth and softness mixed with an electric current that raced over him. It took all his willpower to not gasp at her. "Are you sure? I have some aloe vera in my room. I could go get it." She removed her hand before he was ready, which sent a wave of disappointment through him. His face didn't hurt, but he found himself wanting the aloe vera anyway. If it wouldn't be too much of a bother. "No," she jumped up. "It's just next door. I'll be right back." Jalen debated whether to move to the couch while she was gone or to stay on the floor. Sir Barks had curled up into his lap, which ultimately made the decision. He waited for her to return. It didn't take long. Riley sat on the floor next to him and handed him a small green bottle. Sir Barks, the traitor, jumped from his lap to hers. He squeezed some gel onto the palm of his hand and dipped his fingers into it. Her gaze followed his movements as he spread it over his skin. "Why don't you go into the bathroom and put it on? It looks like it would be easier if you could take off your mask."
I think I got it.
Riley shook her head, holding back a smile. "Not really."
I didn't? What did I miss?
Instead of telling him where he missed, she grabbed his hand, scooped the last of the gel, and applied it to a couple of spots on his skin. He held perfectly still as she touched him, unable to breathe. "There," she said, wiping her hands together. "That should make it feel better." He slowly exhaled, staring at the few strands of hair that had worked themselves free from her bun and now hung down the side of her face. He wondered what she would look like with her hair down. Her phone rang from her bag and she flushed. "Sorry, can I take that?"
Of course.
Sir Barks jumped off her lap when she grabbed her bag, but instead of fishing out her phone, she rushed into the bathroom and closed the door. He could hear her muffled talking a second later. His curiosity piqued as he wondered who she was talking to. Her father? A boyfriend? Maybe he could find a sneaky way to find out if she was in a relationship. He rolled his eyes and picked himself up off the floor. It was stupid of him to feel jealous of a phone call. And if he wanted to know if she had a boyfriend, he should just ask. He wasn't 12, and neither was she. He passed by the mirror and adjusted his skull cap and mask. He really shouldn't be so careless with Riley. He didn't know her. If she had wanted to, she could have grabbed his mask and yanked it off. Even though he doubted she'd ever do anything like that, he still needed to be careful. This was his entire career. If people found out who he was, he could kiss all his success goodbye. As he waited for her call to be done, he started to feel guilty for monopolizing her time. He wasn't paying her much at all. just enough to be fair for grabbing a meal here and there and bringing him ibuprofen when he had a headache. Asking her to stay with him all day was selfish. She had things of her own going on. When she finished with her call and came out of the bathroom, he turned to her. "We have 2 hours before I have to be downstairs in the conference room. If you want some time to yourself, now would be a good time to take it." Her footsteps slowed. "No, I don't need any time. I can run your laundry to the cleaners or get you something else." Wow. He'd been stupid all this time, hiring errand boys to help him with gigs. He should have been hiring people like Riley. Heck, he should offer to hire her full-time and have her travel around with him. She was the best assistant he'd ever had. "I don't need laundry done yet, but thanks for offering." He sat down on the couch and winced as pain shot through his tailbone. "What? Did you really hurt yourself when you fell over?" She rushed to sit next to him, her hands wringing. This was perfect. Now he really did feel like a grandpa. "It's nothing." "Didn't look like nothing. You winced, like you were in pain." How very perceptive of her. He knew she was going to get him into trouble. "Barely hurts at all." She frowned. "I shouldn't have laughed when you fell. I'm sorry." Sweet Riley. He wanted to cup her face in his hands and tell her she didn't have to worry about him, that he was fine, and she was a kind soul for caring. But that felt like it was too intimate, so he simply smiled at her. "I'm seriously fine. Why don't you go take a break? I'll message you when I'm ready to go down to the conference room." Remorse for sending her away filled him as soon as the words were out of his mouth, but he didn't know how to take them back. Besides, he knew she had personal stuff going on with her father and felt guilty for monopolizing her time. "Okay," she said, standing. "If you're sure you don't need anything else." "I'm good." Lie. He was embarrassed for falling on his butt and bruising his tailbone, and disappointed with himself for not thinking of some errand to send Riley on so she would be back soon. "I'll see you in a couple of hours, then." She left, and he immediately felt the loss of her. Oh, this was bad. He was quickly falling for Riley, and there wasn't anything he could do about it. He couldn't have a relationship. As soon as he took off his mask, everything would go south. And yet, he couldn't help but think maybe Riley was different. Maybe she was the one woman who could see past his scars to the man he really was. Chapter 7. The ocean water rushed over Riley's feet as she walked along the beach. She had to admit to being disappointed when Shadow dismissed her. She wasn't going to find out who he was by sitting in her room listening to Sir Barks through the wall. And she had enjoyed spending time with him this morning. He was different from what she expected. Warmer, somehow. And he had a sense of humor. The sun beat down on her, and she turned her face to the warmth. Her father's call had upset her, but there wasn't much she could do about it right now. Her mother had done what Riley had expected. The cash she left was now gone, and so was her mother. The hurt from years of the same thing washed over her like the sea foam bubbling over her feet. Other people had mothers who nurtured and loved them. Why did she end up with the one mother who would rather steal from her than give her any kind of affection? It wasn't fair, and Riley swallowed back the bitter rise of emotion in her throat. As she grew up, it had been painful not knowing when her mother would show up next. But now, when her father was struggling with his health, and she was working her butt off for every dime to help pay the bills, it was salt in an already open wound. As an adult, Riley knew her mother had an addiction, and that was why she was the way she was. But that didn't make it any easier. In her head, she knew it wasn't personal. Her mother was sick. But in her heart, it was like a knife cutting her open. And especially now, when there wasn't much hope of digging out of the hole they were in. She walked the shoreline for another 30 minutes to clear her head before she started back to her room. She had to get all her anger out and let it go. It wasn't good to dwell on things she couldn't deal with currently. After rinsing her feet from the spout outside her room, she shook the water off and slid open the glass door. The first thing she did was list out all the things she'd learned about Shadow. His age, the death of his parents at the age of 10, and how he'd entered the foster care system. If only there was a search engine for famous people she could type all this into. She imagined her computer whirring for a few minutes before spitting out his name on a small piece of paper. Unfortunately, it didn't work that way. And after Googling for 30 minutes, she had a list of people who matched one thing or another, but no one who matched everything. As the clock ticked and the time grew closer for her to leave, she wondered if unmasking Shadow was even going to be possible. All her prospects were either way too old, their body type didn't match his, or they were already so busy working that there was no possibility they'd have time to do singing gigs on top of everything. But then another thought snuck in her brain, and she pushed herself away from the computer. Shadow was elusive, but maybe one of his security guards had seen something or heard something. Maybe she could dig up information from them. She ran a brush through her hair and pulled it back into the bun again, then grabbed her fake glasses and bag. Shadow hadn't texted yet. There was still time to do some digging. It was time to act like a real reporter instead of hoping the information would just spit out of her computer. Riley opened her door and exited to the hallway. The guard at Shadow's door gave her a nod before stepping out of the way. Riley paused, staring up at him. "You look like you're bored. How long have you been standing here?" The man looked to be in his 30s. He had a close-cut beard and a tattoo of a bird on his massive bicep. He seemed surprised Riley had spoken to him.
Almost 3 hours.
"How long is a shift?"
8. But we get breaks. We trade off.
8 hours? That seems long to me. Do you need a chair? I think my knees would lock up if I stood for that long. She flashed him a grin. He chuckled and scrubbed his hand over his jaw.
No, I don't need a chair.
She stuck out her hand. "I'm Riley."
Evan.
He shook her hand, and she couldn't help but think that she was glad he wasn't tossing her out of Shadow's room. He could do some damage. Of course, if her job as a tabloid reporter was revealed, she really could be on the tossing end of that stick. She frowned at the thought. "Have you traveled a lot of places with Shadow?"
Quite a few. I've been on tour with him 5 times, twice out of the country. It's a good job. We get paid well, and he and Jalen are easy to work for.
Score! Riley was so excited to find someone who had worked closely with Shadow for so long that she forgot her schoolmarm persona and grinned like a fool. "That's good. Do you see a lot of crazy people trying to get close to Shadow, or is it a pretty tame job?" The door opened and Shadow poked his head out.
Riley? I thought I heard your voice. Are you ready?
Was he upset that she was talking to Evan? It kind of looked like it, but with his mask on, she couldn't be sure. "I'm ready," she said to Shadow. With her face heated from a massive blush, she shot a glance at Evan. "We should chat later." Evan simply nodded. Shadow walked with her down the hallway toward the conference room. He glanced at her as they entered the room.
Do you know Evan?
"No, we were just talking. I hope that's okay. I didn't want to distract him from doing his job. I was just curious what it was like standing there like that. It would be uncomfortable for me, but he didn't seem to want a chair." She laughed at the silliness of the suggestion. Shadow cocked his head to the side like he couldn't quite figure her out.
You really care about people, don't you?
A fair amount of guilt rose up in her throat as she tried to think of what to respond with. Of course she cared about people. She wasn't totally heartless. But, in all honesty, she was just digging for information. trying to find out who he really was, and that made her feel pretty low. Another member of his security team stood outside of the conference room. Shadow nodded to him as they passed. "Hey, look, you have a canvas at the front of the room." Distraction was probably best right now, as she could feel the blush deepen over her face. Luckily, no one had come in yet, so they were still alone. Shadow smiled like he knew she was deflecting and took a step closer to her. She could feel the heat of him, or maybe it was simply her embarrassment. Whatever it was making her heart beat funny. He leaned down a bit, which made her have the crazy notion that he was going to kiss her. How odd. Why did she think that? He slowly brushed back a strand of her hair that had come loose from her bun.
Can you check and see where they want us to rinse out our brushes?
Sure. Riley rushed out of the room. Thank goodness. Maybe she could get herself together before having to go back in there. What was wrong with her? Why couldn't she get her breathing under control? And was Shadow actually flirting with her? Or was she blowing his actions out of proportion? Chapter 8. Jalen stared at the blank canvas that was set up at the front of the room. What exactly was he going to show the class? Why had he said it would be okay for him to lead a class on painting anyway? He really didn't know what he was doing, and he'd acted so cocky in front of Riley that now he was sure to embarrass himself. Riley came back in the room. Her face was still flushed, probably from his comment to her about how much she cared about people. He hadn't meant to fluster her, but her blush made him like her even more. "They said if we need water to use the restroom sink down the hall. All the cups are already full, though, so we only have to do that when we're done." Jalen nodded and turned back to the canvas. "Okay, thanks." "Still not sure what you're going to paint?" She absent-mindedly picked up a paintbrush from one of the stations. "Nope." "Winging it?" He couldn't help but grin. "Yep." Since no one had come in yet, he took a few steps closer to Riley. He wasn't sure what she was talking about with his security guard, but he had to admit a surge of jealousy had come over him, and he wasn't quite over it yet, which was a bit silly. Riley could talk to anyone she wanted to, but it made him a bit possessive. The urge to ask Riley out rose in him. Would that be okay? He wasn't sure if she was interested in him. He debated for a moment, then figured he should just go for it. "So, are you doing anything this evening?" "No. Do you need me to do something? I can run some errands." Well, that didn't work. She totally misunderstood. He debated letting it go, but something inside him couldn't let him do it.
I was thinking we could go out to dinner.
Her eyes widened and she stilled. Like a date? Her cheeks deepened in color. "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why I assumed that." He took a step closer to her. Exactly like a date. Wow, he was not normally like this at all. Maybe it was his mask. It was making him feel more confident or something. She met his gaze, a questioning look in her eye. "You want to go on a date? With me?" Her voice rose to a high squeak. He smiled. "Yes." Something flashed across her face, and for a brief second he wondered if he was making her feel awkward. Technically, Jalen hired her, not him, so it wasn't like her boss was asking her out, right? But now he was second-guessing his decision. He quickly tacked on, "If that's okay, tell me if I'm overstepping or making you uncomfortable." She fiddled with the paintbrush in her hand. After stalling for a moment, she finally said, "I'm not uncomfortable." "Then you'll go to dinner with me?" She swallowed, and her gaze intensified. "You, a shadow?" she asked quietly. "Or you as you?" He barely heard the last part with the loud buzzing in his ears. Jalen's heart lodged itself into his throat. She wanted him to unmask? Before he even thought about it, he knew what the answer had to be. He couldn't do it. Not only was unmasking out of the question because he couldn't let the world know who he was, but he also couldn't stand to see the look of disappointment that would surely come if she saw he was just Jalen, Shadow's unimportant manager. And then he thought of the sunburn. If anyone saw him with his mask-shaped burn, his secret would be revealed to everyone. He grabbed onto that thought, because that meant he wasn't being cowardly. He absolutely couldn't go out without his mask. For some reason, that made him feel better. She waited for his answer, her fingers twisting the bristles of the paintbrush. He had to say something. Nerves shot through him like zaps of electricity. "Me, as Shadow. Is that all right?" A look of disappointment colored her features for an instant, but it melted into a smile so fast he wasn't sure he'd seen it in the first place. Of course. Before he could say anything else, a pair of women entered the room and took seats in the front row. He recognized them from the schooner. The taller one smiled at him. "I'm excited for this. I've always wanted to learn how to paint." He cleared his throat and pointed to the canvas. "Hopefully I can teach you something, but I have to admit I'm a much better singer than painter." "I'm sure you're just being humble," the other woman said. The room filled over the next few minutes, and Riley took a seat after putting a fresh bottle of water on the table beside his paints. She gave him 2 thumbs up when it was time for him to start the class. He tugged at his black shirt. Why did it feel like it was constricting his neck? It had fit fine earlier. He picked up his brush and turned to the class. "I am so glad you all came to my class today. We're going to paint a landscape. So, first thing we're going to do is paint the sky." Sky would be easy, right? He dipped his brush in the blue and began spreading it back and forth. The paint was creamy and it spread easily. He painted the entire top half of the canvas blue before he realized he probably wanted some different shades. Most paintings didn't have solid blocks of color. He pointed to his painting. "Now we're going to add in some shading." He dipped into the white and began spreading that around, but it didn't blend into the top parts because the paint was too dry, so he ended up adding more blue and then more white. What he ended up with looked more like a mess than a well-blended sky. He fumbled with his water bottle to get the cap off. "Well, this isn't as easy as Bob Ross makes it look, is it?" The crowd laughed, and he grinned at them, glad he could at least add some levity to the room. "Hopefully your sky is more blended than mine. Let's move on to the land part." He spread brown around the bottom half of his painting. His brush slipped as he was painting, which made it look like a blob of paint was sitting on the ground. A brown blob. Dang. He tried to fix it by painting the ground higher in that area. It looked bad, so he created an arc to make it look smoother. He couldn't say that looked any better, but at least it didn't look like a dog did his business in the middle of a muddy field. Happy accident, his foot. Bob Ross was a liar. "Feel free to make your land green if you're wanting a grassy hillside. Mine's looking more like it's a large mound of dirt." Again, he got laughter from the crowd, and he decided the only way he was going to get through this was to make everyone smile and have some fun. "If your land has flowers, dab on some color. I'm going to add on some red and yellow." He dipped his brush into the water and added the colors. Except it didn't look anything like flowers. It looked like lemon drops and blood splatters. He studied his painting. "Okay, I'm changing this into an abstract painting." He turned it upside down and added more red and yellow to the messed up sky. That got more giggles. "I like it," someone yelled from the back of the room.
Thank you. A pity compliment, but I'll take it.
He spent the rest of the time splashing colors on his canvas until it looked like a complete mess. But the crowd seemed to love it. When the class was over, he let the students take selfies with him in front of his painting. Then he signed the painting and held a drawing to give it away. After everyone had dispersed, he turned to Riley.
Don't say it. I know. I should have listened to you and planned this better.
She shrugged and laughed, pulling the strap of her bag over her shoulder. It turned out great. Everyone loved your humor.
Yeah, but no one learned how to paint.
No, but you were right. They weren't really here to learn to paint anyway. She motioned to his outfit. They were here to spend time with Shadow. He slowly nodded, suddenly feeling unsure of himself. It hit him that no one cared about Jalen. They only cared about Shadow. The persona he'd imagined up had become famous, but no one knew his real self. It was a bit unnerving. He decided not to think too much about it.
Are you ready to go to dinner? I thought maybe we could walk down to the restaurant district and look around. Whatever looks good to you is fine with me.
Perfect. Before they left, he opened the door and pulled his security guard aside.
I'm going to take Riley out to eat. You don't need to come, just stay at the room and make sure no one does anything funny.
The guard raised his eyebrows.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he was sure. He wanted to be alone with Riley tonight.
Okay.
The guard ducked out of the room. He felt like a teenager on his first date as they left the resort and headed down the sidewalk along the beach. Riley was such a different kind of woman. She cared about others. He was curious what made her tick. It hadn't gone unnoticed that she'd evaded his questions about her father, which probably meant he was seriously ill. He hoped she would open up to him about it. He liked her and wanted her to feel like she could trust him. Chapter 9. Soft music played as Riley took the last bite of her lobster tail dipped in butter. It was amazing, as was everything they'd eaten at Today's Catch, the restaurant they'd discovered at the docks. They were seated at the window, and a spectacular sunset was displayed outside which set the mood. A young girl, probably around 11, tentatively approached their table. "Excuse me, can I have your autograph?" She held out a piece of paper that looked like it had been ripped from a grocery list out of her mother's purse. The poor girl's fingers trembled. Shadow smiled and took the paper from her.
Of course. What's your name?
Candace.
That's a nice name, Candace. You like music?
Oh, yes. All kinds, but you're my favorite artist. All my playlists have your songs in them. She blushed and looked down at the carpet.
Thank you. Are you here for the extravaganza?
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy all of the concerts.
Shadow scribbled something on her paper and handed it back to her.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
An artist?
Do you like to paint?
Candace nodded enthusiastically. I love acrylics.
Well, you amaze me already. Keep up the good work.
The young girl blushed again and left. Riley took a sip of her water. You're good with kids.
You think so? I haven't been around children much.
You were kind, yet you didn't talk down to her. I wouldn't have known you hadn't been around kids if you hadn't told me. Riley was surprised at how much she liked Shadow. He carried himself in a way that was hard to describe. He was self-assured, yet had a humility about him. It was a mix that was both attractive and admirable. A major pop star like him could easily end up conceited. Shadow picked up a roll and tore a piece off.
So you said you used to dabble in novel writing. Do you have any finished work?
He popped the bread in his mouth. Riley balked. She'd forgotten about that lie. Now what was she going to tell him? "A few," she said, hoping to be vague about it. He put down his hand. "A few? Novels, you mean? You have several completed novels that are just sitting at home in a drawer?" She held in a smile at his wording, like she would have written them longhand on notebook paper. Maybe she was doing a better job at portraying herself as an old-fashioned pioneer woman than she thought. "No, on my hard drive." "Seriously? Have you ever submitted them anywhere?" Dang, how was she going to get out of this one? Now she had written several non-existent novels. This lie was growing into something she didn't like. Maybe it was time to sink it into oblivion. "Like, to a publisher?" she snorted. "No way." He gave her a strange look. "Why not?" "Because they're no good. I mean, they're just silly. It's not anything anyone would be interested in." There. Now they were just her goofy ramblings. Maybe he would leave it alone now. "How many novels?" Oh, he had to ask that question. Why were they still talking about this? "A few." He gave her a flat look. 3? 4? He didn't look like he was going to give up, so she picked a number out of the air that seemed reasonable. 5. He stared at her like he couldn't believe she'd written 5 novels and hadn't had them published yet. Nice. Maybe next she could tell him she'd won the Nobel Peace Prize last year but hadn't accepted it because she didn't think she was worthy of it. "When's the last time you worked on them?" "Did you see this amazing sunset?" She pointed out the window. Shadow squinted at her a moment before he dusted the breadcrumbs off his hands. "Would you let me read one?" She didn't mean to laugh, but it came out as a bark anyway. Shadow Walker, the famous pop star, wanted to read her non-existent novels. The room grew impossibly hot. "Oh." Their server stepped up to the table. "Are you ready for the check?" "Yes," Riley blurted out. Then she forced a smile. I mean, I'm done. What about you?" "No dessert?" "Nope. I couldn't eat another bite. I'm so full." It was time to abort this date and maybe go back to her room and write 5 terrible novels. Shadow turned to the server. "Looks like we're ready to go." Riley pushed her glasses up her nose and grabbed her phone. "So, what does tomorrow hold? Do you need me for any shows or excursions?" Even through his mask, she could see the look that let her know he knew exactly what she was doing. "Tomorrow night is the first concert on the beach. I'll definitely need you there for that." "Perfect. What time?" "It starts at 7, and then there's an after-party mix and mingle." Sounded like fun. It would be interesting to watch him interact with his fans. The server came back a second later with the check, and Shadow took care of it. He stood and held out his hand to her. "Do you want to take a walk along the beach?" Her heart picked up speed. Did he realize how that sounded? Either she was totally misunderstanding or Shadow Walker was interested in her. Romantically. She wanted to celebrate because of what that meant for her job, but a part of her couldn't because the guilt from her deception wormed its way into her chest. She didn't have time to feel guilty. Her father's health depended on her not letting anything get in the way of finding out Shadow Walker's true identity. Shoving away all thoughts of guilt, she nodded. "I'd love to." They left the restaurant, and moments later they were on the boardwalk. A group of children played in the water as a dog barked and ran along the sand. The sun had gone down, but twilight still gave the sky an orange glow. A slight breeze blew the smell of the ocean toward them. Riley had spent practically all day with Shadow, but was still no closer to finding out who he was. So she stared out at the water and tried to think of a question to ask that didn't seem too out of the ordinary. So, where do you call home when you're not on the road?
Los Angeles.
Darn, a lot of actors live there. That probably wouldn't narrow it down any. What do you like to do when you're not all dressed up like a ninja? She flashed him a cheesy grin.
Non-shadow related things?
Right. Do you have other interests besides music? He contemplated that for a moment.
I enjoy going to the movies.
The movies? Maybe she was right. Maybe he was an actor in the past and wanted to switch careers. She grew excited. Ah, a movie buff. What kind of movies do you like?
All kinds, but my favorites are the smart ones.
Riley looked at him confused. Like cerebral? His smile sent a zing of attraction through her. She could imagine him being a handsome man without the mask.
Not necessarily. I like movies that are well written with snappy dialogue and a plot that comes together nicely. The kind that make you almost gasp at the end, like, how did they think of that? Or the kind that bring you to tears because of the beauty and simplicity of them.
Riley nodded, the sound of laughter from the children drawing her attention. I agree. Those kinds of movies are wonderful. Do you rent a lot of movies, then?
It might sound funny, but I much prefer going to the theater. There's something about sitting in a dark room completely alone and experiencing the same thing as 100 other people that makes it more satisfying to me.
Wait, did he say he goes alone? Why? He's Shadow Walker. It didn't make sense that he would not have women clinging to him. You don't go with anyone?
He paused for a second before speaking. I don't live a very social life.
The way he said it filled her with sadness. He was one of the most popular singers, yet he was alone. Why did that bother her so much? Maybe because that changed her view of him. She'd assumed he was a movie star or someone well known, and that's why he wore a mask. But what if it wasn't that at all? What if Shadow wasn't famous? What if he seemed familiar to her simply because she'd watched some interviews and had gotten to know some of his mannerisms? If he wasn't famous outside of his singing, she had no idea how she would find out his true identity. There might not be a way, short of him taking off his mask in front of her, something that he wasn't about to do. I'm surprised to hear that, she finally said. Someone called the children from the beach, and they raced across the sand, their dog jumping and barking. Riley watched them as they disappeared into one of the villas hiding in the trees.
Pop stars can be lonely too.
A lump rose in Riley's throat and she stopped. Shadow turned to her, a heaviness settling over them. She looked up at him, his eyes barely visible beyond the shadow that his mask created, the moonlight getting swallowed up in the darkness of his costume. She didn't know who Shadow was, but a wave of empathy surged in her chest. She understood being lonely. Yes, she had her father, but there were times when she yearned for someone she could talk to, someone who understood what she was going through. She had friends, but they were surface friends. She didn't have anyone who truly understood her. Neither of them spoke, but understanding somehow flowed between them. She slowly reached up and touched his jawline, one of the only parts of him not covered by his costume. He closed his eyes and nestled into her palm, his 5 o'clock shadow lightly scratching her skin. I'm sorry, she whispered. He opened his eyes.
What are you sorry for?
She removed her hand, but he reached up and took it, placing it back on his face. A jolt shot through her, and her heart hammered. He'd taken off his glove. Words swirled in her head, but she couldn't think of the right ones to say. What could she say at this moment? She was sorry he had to go to the movies alone? Sorry she didn't know what could make it better? And sorry that she was lying to him.
A whisper of a wish echoed through her, one that she didn't dare to acknowledge. She couldn't wish to be with him. It was impossible. And yet, she couldn't help wondering what it would be like. "Nothing," she finally said after the silence became too awkward. "Don't feel sorry for me. I don't want your pity." "I wasn't," she swallowed. Words evaded her. It wasn't pity that was growing in her. It was attraction. But she couldn't tell him that, and she couldn't act on it. The moonlight played off the waves in the water. An urge to lighten the mood zapped through her, and she stepped back, breaking contact with him. "Let's go wading in the ocean." He gave her a strange look. "Wading? In this?" He motioned to his outfit. "Well, of course, you'd have to take off your boots." She grabbed his hand and tugged him toward the water. "Come on." "But—" She slipped out of her shoes and tugged her socks off while trying not to fall on her behind. Shadow stared at her a moment before following suit. She rolled up her pant legs and walked onto the wet sand. "Isn't it a beautiful night?" After tugging up his pant legs, Shadow joined her. "It is." The water rushed over their feet, and Riley squealed, the sudden cold forcing her to do a dance. She almost slipped and grabbed onto his arm at the last second. "It's colder than I thought," she said, unable to stop from laughing. Shadow chuckled. "I tried to warn you." "It's okay. I love the ocean. The feel of the sand between my toes and the power of the waves. It makes me feel so small, and yet is a comfort as well." "How so?" "I don't know. The sound of the water is so soothing. It calms me. It's a constant in an ever-changing world. Although, I wish the weather was this nice back home. I could take 80 degrees year-round." Shadow slowed his pace. "Wait, you don't live here?" Riley froze, panic shooting through her. What had she done? She was supposed to be a temp. How could she have forgotten herself and let that slip? Shadow stared at her, waiting for a reply. What was she going to say? She had to make something up. A plausible reason why she was on Grand Cayman working for a temp agency? But time had already stretched on long enough without an answer. Before her brain could fully work up a plan, words began spilling out of her. "I'm just here for a short while. I got a job that transferred me here, but then that job fell through, so I'm working at the temp agency until I can get enough money to go back home." It felt like a really lame excuse, but Shadow simply nodded. "Where do you call home, then?" She debated telling him a lie, but couldn't find a good reason to. "New York." "I see." The mood shifted, and Riley wondered if maybe he hadn't believed her lie after all. She searched for something to say that would make things better, but was left with nothing. Instead, she changed the subject. "Are you cold? Should we head back?" "I'm not cold." They continued to walk along the edge of the water, silence taking over. Great. She'd totally messed things up, and now he was suspicious of her. But what could she do about it? She couldn't take back her words, and trying to say anything else about it would just draw more attention to it. It was best to stay silent. As they walked, she noticed someone trailing along behind them. A woman. Had she been at the restaurant, too? The hair on the back of her neck stood up. But after Riley glanced back again, the woman headed up the beach to a villa. Maybe it had all been in Riley's mind. She did vow to be more aware, though. The last thing she needed was some other reporter zeroing in on her territory. After a few minutes, Riley stepped on something sharp, and pain shot through her foot. She yelped and involuntarily grabbed onto Shadow's arm. "Ouch!" "What happened?" "I stepped on something. Maybe glass? I don't know, but be careful. It was sharp." She hopped around on one foot for a second, while she tried to see the bottom of her foot in the dark, in case the glass was embedded into her skin. She couldn't see, so she tentatively touched it. Something warm and sticky met her fingers as she explored her foot. "I think I'm bleeding." Shadow crouched down, examining her.
"Yes, you are."
He scooped her up and carried her toward the resort. "Is it that bad?"
"You shouldn't walk on it. I can't tell yet if you need stitches."
"Stitches?" Her voice cracked. "Seriously?" She didn't want to go to the hospital.
"I don't know. Let's get you back to the room."
As Shadow carried her, Riley closed her eyes and wondered how much more embarrassing tonight could be. She'd made a mess of her cover story, and now was practically bleeding all over the pop star. This was totally going down in her Riley Hall of Fame moments, right along with the time she accidentally sat on Matt Damon's lap while sneaking a seat at an awards show. Chapter 10. Jalen tried not to stumble as he carried Riley across the sand, his heart in his throat. She'd sliced up her foot pretty good, from what he could tell. As Jalen approached the deck, Neil, his oldest security guard, scrambled to let him inside.
"Everything okay, sir?" "We're okay. Just a bit of glass on the beach."
He tried to sound reassuring, in case Riley was freaking out. He couldn't quite tell. Sir Barks jumped and made all kinds of noise as he entered the room.
"Do you need anything?"
Neil asked.
"Can you run to the front desk and get a first aid kit? Also, get our shoes. We left them on the beach."
Neil nodded and left. Jalen carried Riley into the bathroom and set her down on the toilet. Sir Barks whined at being ignored, but sat down on the bathroom floor beside where Jalen was crouched down.
"Let's have a look."
He gingerly lifted her foot. There was more blood than he'd thought, and it was hard to tell where the gash started and stopped. Red liquid dripped to the tile floor, making a tapping sound. "How bad is it?"
"Well, it's bleeding pretty good, but I can't tell yet how deep it is. Let's get it cleaned up. Do you think you can stand on one foot?"
"Yes." He helped her up and over to the glass shower door. Luckily, the shower had a removable head, so he unhooked it and turned the water on. Testing the temperature, he waited until it was warm before he raised her knee and sprayed her foot. She sucked in a breath as blood turned the water pink.
"Did I hurt you?"
"No, it just stings."
"I'm sorry."
He tried to be gentler, but he needed to get all the sand out of the wound, so he continued to slowly work his way over the skin. The skin on her foot was surprisingly soft. When it looked good, he shut off the water.
"Are you okay if I carry you into the other room?"
She nodded, so he picked her up and carried her to the couch. Sir Barks followed him, his tail wagging. Jalen wrapped her foot in a hand towel and applied pressure. The bleeding needed to stop before he could assess it, and he needed to figure out if Riley was slipping into shock.
"Where in New York do you live?"
"New York City."
"What part?"
She paused and assessed him before answering. "Queens. Do you know the area?"
"No."
It didn't really matter. He just wanted to keep her talking and get her mind off her injury.
"Do you live with your father?"
She shifted, her gaze dropping to the floor. "Yes."
"In a house?"
"Apartment." She was answering his questions, but he wanted to get her talking more. He tried to think of questions that might require more than just one-word answers.
"Is that where you grew up?"
"No, I grew up north of New York, in Chester."
"Is Chester a big town?"
She snorted.
"No." "What's there to do in Chester?"
She made a face. "Why do you want to know about where I'm from? Chester isn't that interesting. I mean, our claim to fame is that it's where Philadelphia-style cream cheese was invented."
"Really? Not in Philadelphia?"
Riley laughed. "I know, right? Makes no sense." Jalen relaxed a bit. She didn't seem to be having any symptoms of shock.
"I feel lied to my whole life."
Her lips twitched. "It's a travesty." He pulled back on the towel to check the bleeding. It hadn't stopped, but it had slowed quite a bit. He gently prodded to see how deep the cut was. Good news. I don't think you'll need stitches. That's a relief. Neil must have come back while they were in the bathroom, because there was a first aid kit sitting on the end table. Jalen opened it and put some ointment and a bandage on her cut. Sir Barks watched his every movement. He raised his gaze to hers, still keeping pressure on the bandage. Does it hurt? She stared down at his hands. No. He'd forgotten he'd taken off his gloves, and his boots and socks. It was the most exposed he'd been to another person's shadow. He suddenly felt vulnerable. He slowly set her foot down and stood. I'm glad it doesn't hurt. You should probably stay off it tonight and see how you feel tomorrow. You can text me if you feel like you need more time. She shook her head. Quite a few tendrils of hair had come loose from her bun and swayed with the movement. I'm sure it will be fine. I don't need any time off. Well, you should be given some time off. She pulled up her foot, placing it on her other knee, almost in a protective stance. She said it didn't hurt, but he wondered if she lied. Shouldn't Jalen be the one to decide that? I'm sure he'd agree with me. We've worked together long enough. I feel quite confident in saying he would be fine if you needed a break. I honestly don't need any time off. Seriously, you're being way overprotective, I swear. I'm not going to sue you or anything. She thought he was worried about a lawsuit. He would be offended if he thought she was serious. He couldn't quite tell, though. I'm not worried about you suing. Look, it's fine. She stood to prove her point, except she couldn't keep a cringe from her face. Ha! He pointed at her. You flinched. She whacked his arm with the back of her hand. It's a cut. I'm not dying. He stepped closer. You're a stubborn woman. And you're treating me like an invalid. She squared her shoulders. Man, did she know how sexy she was at the moment? With her hair all messy, her glasses slipped down her nose, and that little pouty look on her face. Jalen wanted nothing more than to kiss that pout off her lips. The thought shocked him, and he stilled. Did he really want to kiss her? He really didn't have to think about it. His gaze traveled over her lips, memorizing their shape. Without meaning to, he found himself drawing closer to them. He imagined what it would be like to kiss her. Would she pull back, or would she want to kiss him? She swallowed, and he made note of the way her lips pulled down into a slight frown. What are you looking at? Oh, he was so busted. He raised his gaze to her hair. Nothing. But instead of stepping away from her like a sane person would, he reached out and brushed her loose hair away from her face. I must look a mess, she said, her voice quiet. No. He might have said more if he could talk. His heart raced and he couldn't quite catch his breath. But my hair... He held back a smile. If I'm being truthful, your bun isn't doing its job anymore. I figured, she said, frowning. Might as well just take it out. She stared into his eyes. Yeah. May I? It was a weird thing to say, but it popped out nonetheless. She didn't answer. All he got from her was a slight nod. He reached to the back and slowly tugged on the hair tie that held the remaining bun in place. Her hair spilled down around her shoulders, soft and silky. It gave her a completely different look. He wondered what further transformation she would go through if he took off her glasses. Before he could stop himself, he removed them. She blinked like he'd startled her, but she didn't object. Instead, her green eyes followed his movement as he set her glasses on the end table and turned his attention back to her. You're beautiful. Heat rushed to his ears. He hadn't meant to say that. It just slipped out, and a lovely blush colored over her cheeks in response. don't think we should, she said. He put a finger to her lips to stop her from finishing the sentence. The zing of attraction that shot through him at the contact shocked him. Her lips were so soft. He couldn't help himself. With his index finger, he slowly traced their shape. He was mere inches from them. He could easily lean down and close the distance. Sir Barks let out a growl, and the moment burst like a bubble. Jalen stepped back and looked at his dog, who was by the sliding glass door. Riley went to him and crouched down. "You see something outside, huh?" She petted him. "Is it another dog?" "Most likely," Jalen said, struggling to compose himself. What was he about to do? How could he have let himself get all wrapped up in the moment like that? Riley crossed the room, her movements rushed. "Well, I'd better get going. Text me when you need me in the morning." "Okay." Why was he reduced to awkwardness again? Where was the confidence that surrounded him just moments before? Riley gathered up her things and left so quickly he felt the breeze as she shut the door. He tore off his mask and skullcap, plopping down on the chair. Things had been going well, he'd thought, but he'd pushed it too far. Had he offended her, or worse, frightened her? Frustrated, he ran his hand through his hair. A knocking sound came from the hallway, but it wasn't on his door, so he ignored it. Why couldn't he get his act together? Why was he so mesmerized by Riley that it was clouding his judgment? The knocking came again, and this time he realized it could be coming from next door, the room he'd rented for himself as his manager. He shot out of his chair and rushed to the adjoining room. What was he to do? He was dressed as Shadow, plus he had the sunburn. He couldn't answer the door. His mind raced as he thought about what to do. More knocking came, this time louder. "Hello?" he called through the door. "Jalen, it's Riley. Can I talk to you for a second?" Dizziness overtook him. What was he going to say? Did she want to complain about Shadow's behavior? He'd thought she'd been feeling the same thing, but maybe he read her signals wrong. All kinds of curse words ran through his head as he grabbed the duvet off his bed and wrapped it around himself. Cocooned in with only his eyes exposed, he cracked open the door. "Yes?" Her eyes widened. "Did I wake you? I'm so sorry. I would have texted, but you gave your phone to Shadow." "It's okay," he said, then coughed. "I just haven't been feeling well. I don't want you to catch anything." "Can I come in for a quick second? It won't take long, I swear." He had no choice. He had to let her in. "Okay." Riley stepped inside. Sweat beaded up on Jalen's forehead as he waited for the terrible words to come out of her mouth. "I've been sexually harassed by your pop star." "I'm sorry to bother you. I just wanted you to know the story from me first in case you spoke to Shadow." He coughed again, covering up more of his face so she didn't see the embarrassment creeping over him. This was horrible. How could he have let himself get into this situation? How could he make things right with her? "Go ahead. What is it?" She twisted her hands together like she didn't know exactly how to say it. Guilt made him want to throw up. Is this how he'd made her feel? Too embarrassed to even talk about it? He wanted to sink into the floor. "It's okay. You can tell me." "I stepped on some glass on the beach and got a cut on my foot. It really isn't that bad, I swear. It already feels better, just a little tender. I don't need to take any time off." Jalen waited for the part about how Shadow almost kissed her, but Riley had finished and was now looking at him expectantly. Are you sure you're okay?" "Yes, I'm fine, honest. I just wanted you to know it happened. I don't hold you or your company responsible. I was the one walking on the beach in the dark." He gaped at her. She wasn't there to complain about Shadow at all. She just wanted to make sure he didn't have to give her time off for her injury. Oh, well, if you're sure you're okay. I'm fine, really. I'll let you get back to sleep. I'm sorry I disturbed you. Riley backed up toward the door. Jalen was still so stunned that he just stood there wrapped up in the blanket like a worm. A mute worm with sandy feet. Oh no. Please don't let her look down and notice all the sand still on his toes. Thankfully, Riley simply left, and he leaned against his door, sighing with relief. That was close. Now, he just had to remember to keep things professional between them, and maybe make up an excuse as to why his manager suddenly has to leave town. Chapter 11. Riley closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, straining to hear the faint music coming from next door. Shadow had been strumming his guitar all morning, and she could almost make out the new song he was working on. Of course, the lyrics were totally muffled, but she could hear the sound of his deep voice as he sang, and it had been distracting her from her real job, searching the internet for more clues about Shadow. She'd been at it all morning, but hadn't had much luck. The sound of her phone made her jump, and she leaned over to grab it off the desk. She saw the call was from Mrs. Lewis and swiped her screen to answer. Hello? Riley, I don't want to alarm you, but I can't get your father to answer the door. She froze, her mouth going dry. How long has it been since you've seen him? I brought dinner to him yesterday, and he was doing okay. But 10 minutes ago, I tried calling, and he didn't pick up, so I went over. But he didn't come to the door. Riley's heart thumped as she tried not to panic. This wasn't the first time her father had decided to avoid Mrs. Lewis. Maybe he's in the shower? No, I listened for the water, and it's not on. Of course Mrs. Lewis would think of that. She was a bit persistent. Probably because she had a crush on her father, but that was beside the point right now. He could just be busy. I'll give him a call. Mrs. Lewis sighed. All right, sweetie, I just wanted you to know. Thank you, Mrs. Lewis. She hung up and dialed her father. It rang twice before he picked up. Hello? Relief poured through her, and she rubbed her tight shoulders. The music from next door stopped. Dad? Why didn't you answer the door for Mrs. Lewis? He scoffed. That old bat. What does she want now? Riley stood up from the desk and walked to the patio window. Her foot still hurt, but it was a low throbbing and wasn't too bad. To check on you, duh. Her father's low chuckle came through the line. I don't need a nurse. She scanned the beach, dotted with children playing and adults lounging in deck chairs. Let her in. You're incorrigible, you know that? Do you know what that woman did yesterday? What? She brought me stroganoff. A small dog ran past her window, and she could have sworn it was Sir Barks. Riley pressed her nose to the glass to try to see. You love stroganoff. I love stroganoff with no strings attached. What does that mean? She couldn't find the dog, so she slid open the door and stepped out onto the patio. She bribed me. I wanted the stroganoff, so I had to sit and listen to her blabber on for an hour about her dead husband. He grunted. It was horrible. Sir Barks ran past again, and she turned to see Shadow step out onto his deck as well. She gave him a nod before turning back to the phone conversation with her father. You like talking to Mrs. Lewis. Usually. Not when she's talking about dead people. Riley rolled her eyes. Really? Her father was jealous? She swore sometimes they were worse than teenagers. Dad, answer the door when she comes back. I'm sorry she talked about her late husband, but you still have to let her check on you. After some huffing and puffing, he agreed to let Mrs. Lewis in, and she hung up with him. Turning to Shadow, she shook her head. He's being stubborn with the neighbor again. What's the issue? Riley walked to the railing that separated their decks. Honestly, I think he likes the woman. He just doesn't like to be reminded that she once loved someone else. Shadow nodded. Ah, I see. Do you need anything? I texted earlier, but you must have been busy. He adjusted his mask. I'm good. How's your foot? It's fine. When will you need me to bring lunch? He frowned and looked out at the ocean. Sir Barks ran up the deck stairs and jumped on his legs. Maybe in an hour? Sure. There seemed to be an awkwardness between them that Riley couldn't quite figure out. Had she made him uncomfortable last night? She'd been kind of in a flirty mood, but she felt like he was dishing it out right back at her. Had she read his signals wrong? She had been a bit embarrassed when she'd almost kissed him, but she didn't actually go through with it, so how could that be making him feel awkward? She ran a finger along the railing. Have you spoken to Jalen this morning? He wasn't feeling too well last night. I could run and pick up some cold medicine for him. He actually stopped by this morning and said he had something come up. He's flying off the island today and won't be back until Saturday. Oh, this surprised her. I thought he usually stayed with you when you had gigs. He shrugged. Usually, but not always. Will you need extra help then? He raised his gaze to hers. No, I should be fine. It felt like he was putting the brakes on whatever he'd started yesterday. They'd gone on a date and had what she thought was an intimate moment. But now he was shoving her away. She adjusted her fake glasses and squinted at him. Did I do something to make you upset yesterday? He blinked and took a step back like she'd surprised him with her boldness. She'd never been one to beat around the bush. His gaze traveled over her and he shook his head. No. Okay, just wanted to make sure, because I thought something was maybe going on. Shadow stepped closer to her, his boots making the deck creak. He glanced at his security, as if to gauge if he could hear their conversation. What did you think was going on? I thought we had a date last night. He folded his arms. Good, because that's what it was. Riley gripped the railing. But today I'm feeling a bit of a pullback from you. Did it not go well, in your opinion? I was worried I may have overstepped last night. Ah, there it was. He had worried she didn't want his advances. She shook her head. You didn't. But is it uncomfortable to date someone who could be seen as your employer? He asked quietly. Riley paused for a moment, unsure how to answer. She was only pretending to be his employee, but if she were being honest with herself, she had a real interest in Shadow. Yes, she was trying to figure out who he was, but she also was intensely attracted to the man, which was dumb. She couldn't fall for him. That was the last thing she should be doing. Still, she wanted to see where things might go. She shook her head. You didn't hire me. I hired Jalen, who hired you. She wasn't quite sure if he was trying to get out of the situation he'd created with his flirting, or if he wanted to make sure he wasn't going to be sued for sexual harassment. Would Jalen be upset if he found out we were dating? Shadow chuckled for some unknown reason before he came a step closer to her. No. Then I don't see a problem. This isn't exactly an office dating situation. I'm a temp. You're making it very hard for me to stay away from you. Her heart rate picked up speed. I don't see why you should. Wow, talk about flirty. She was feeling particularly bold right now. He smiled. I can think of a few reasons, but right now, none of them matter. She quirked her eyebrow. A few reasons, huh? I'd love to know one. I should be working on my new album right now, instead of talking to you. You're not talking to me. You're letting Sir Barks outside. Her gaze landed on the small dog who had curled up on the deck. Right. She couldn't hold back her smile. Do you ever need a sounding board when you're writing? I'd be happy to listen to what you have. Well, I'm not Miles Davis. A strange chill shot down Riley's back as she stared at Shadow. Her conversation about jazz had not been with Shadow. Had Jalen told him about that? She stared at him, trying to work it through in her mind. Of course, he must have, right? Still, something about it made her uneasy. How did you know I'm a Miles Davis fan? Shadow froze, his expression hard to read under his mask. Jalen told me. And that's what she expected. Right. He said you're not a fan of pop. A smile tugged on his lips. But if you want to hear the song I've been working on, you can come over. I'll try not to be disappointed if you don't like it. To hear a song Shadow Walker was writing before anyone else? That was an invitation she couldn't turn down. I'll be right there. After she shut her laptop down and slipped into her dress sandals, she knocked on Shadow's door. He let her in and pointed to the couch. Have a seat. She set her bag down on the carpet. I'm excited to hear your work. What's this one about? He glanced at her before picking up an acoustic guitar. He swung the strap over his head and walked to the table where he had his sheet music. The way he moved with the instrument, like it was part of him, made Riley feel a little envious for some strange reason. It's a love song. Oh? Shadow was known for his jaded music full of angst. Most of his hits were breakup songs or Get Away From Me, You Horrible Woman songs. She didn't know anything he'd written that would qualify as a true love song. He strummed the guitar a couple of times, the chords flowing easily with his fingers, the melody finding itself and carrying over the air. Riley swayed, letting the music flow through her. And then he began to sing. She'd heard his voice before, of course, but hearing him sing softly while sitting in front of her was something else entirely. The man's voice was deep and rich, soothing, and yet had a rasp to it that made him sound unique and incredibly sexy. She watched his face as he sang, at least what she could see that wasn't hidden by his mask. He closed his eyes and cocked his head to the side, as if every note were precious to him. And then the words began to sink in, and Riley sat fascinated as the story of the song unfolded. He sang of wanting, needing, and not quite being able to hold on to the woman he loved. It was a love song, but had such sadness laced through it. It wasn't one of those happy, we're together ones. The lyrics pierced through her and brought tears to her eyes. But before the end, his notes faded, and he stopped and looked at her. That's all I have. She blinked back her emotions. Wow. Was that a good wow or a bad wow? Riley struggled to form her thoughts into words. It was beautiful in an ain't no sunshine kind of way. He fought back a smile. So you do know some music that isn't classical or jazz? Of course. I don't live in a bubble. Shadow let out a breath and took off his guitar. To be compared to Bill Withers, though, that was quite a compliment. You deserve the comparison. It was an emotional song. He set his guitar back into the case. I can't decide on how it ends. The song was so emotional because it was about a man who was losing the woman he loved. She didn't see any other way it could end but with heartbreak. What do you mean? He crossed the room and sat beside her. Does he get the girl? I don't see how. The song was about how he couldn't figure out how to keep the girl he loves. If you change that and he succeeds, it will change the whole tone of the song. I don't think that would work at all. He slowly nodded as he stared at her. I see. The mood shifted, and she wondered if there was something she was missing, but it was too late to go take back what she'd said. So she looked at the clock on her phone. Should I get you something to eat? He smiled. Good idea. She left a moment later, the sun warming her skin as she walked. It had been a moving experience to listen to Shadows sing, and she still wasn't over it. The tone of his voice and the way he gave himself fully to the song was amazing. Still, she couldn't help but question if there was an underlying message from the song, and what did that mean exactly? Chapter 12. A light breeze blew as Jalen stood on stage checking the sound on his electric guitar. The sun was almost below the horizon, casting long shadows and an ethereal orange glow on everything. Riley shifted the large bag that hung over her shoulder. Do you want some water? How could she tell he was thirsty? Sure, he said, lowering his guitar. She uncapped it for him, and he drank the cool liquid. Even with the breeze, it was a hot day. Spending the afternoon with Riley had been fun. He'd worked on some lyrics with her, and she'd been surprisingly helpful. The only disappointment had been her answer to his question about the ending of his song. But what did he expect? She was right. It was a sad song, one he'd started writing before he met her. But now, for some reason, he wanted the song to have a happy ending. Thanks, he said, handing the bottle back to her. He continued with his sound check. Colby King stepped onto the stage, his cowboy boots impacting the hard wood. He wore blue jeans and a flashy white vest with silver studs. He was one of those country singers that sometimes found his songs on the tops of the pop charts as well. A straddler. Hey, Shadow, Colby said, picking up his guitar. Hey. Colby sauntered over to Riley. His gaze traveled over her. Who's this? Annoyance washed over Jalen. Why didn't he just talk to her if he wanted to know who she was? He hated it when stars played some kind of power game with people. This is my assistant, Riley. Colby smiled and stuck out his hand. Nice to meet you, Riley. Of course, he didn't introduce himself because he was conceited and figured everyone knew who he was. Yet Riley stared at him, a blank look on her face. Jalen, suddenly interested, watched what would happen. Riley politely took his hand. I didn't catch your name. Colby laughed, the sound echoing across the stage. When Riley didn't join in, he sobered. You really don't know who I am? Riley shook her head. Sorry, I don't listen to that pop stuff. Jalen hid a smile as Colby took a step back from her. Pop stuff? He turned to Jalen, his smile now stiff. Where did you find this delightful assistant? Jalen slapped Colby's arm. Get over it. Not every woman worships you. A feedback noise came from the speakers, and they all cringed. Sorry, one of the sound guys called out. Colby chuckled and cozied up to Riley. The hairs on the back of Jalen's neck rose. Why don't you meet me after the concert, and I'll tell you all about who I am. Riley stepped away from him, but Jalen couldn't quite read her expression. I'm sorry, I'm working tonight. You won't be working all night, will you? Jalen ground his teeth. She said she's working. Colby stuck his hands up. Hey, no problem. They continued the sound check, and Jalen shoved his guitar back in his case and climbed down from the stage. When he and Riley were out of earshot, he leaned toward her. Sorry about that. Colby thinks he's a ladies' man. Riley laughed. I didn't mind. Wait, what? She didn't mind. Did she like the attention from Colby? He was an insufferable flirt. Was she flattered by that? He opened his mouth to ask, but her phone chimed, and she dug it out of her bag. She read the text, snickered, and put her phone back. Dad wants me to know he got to eat pot roast for dinner and didn't have to listen to any dead husband stories. Good for him. The resort had set up a few tents behind the stage so the stars could relax, change, or whatever they needed to do before the show. Jalen unzipped the flap on his tent and ushered Riley inside. It was a little cramped, but at the highest point they could both stand up straight. An oscillating fan kept it surprisingly cool. He motioned to the cot they'd set up for him. "Have a seat." "Do you need anything else before the show? Tylenol?" He squinted at her as he sat beside her. "How do you do that?" "Do what?" "How do you know when I have a headache or when I'm thirsty? Or when he should put on sunscreen?" But he kept that one to himself. "I don't know. You just looked like you might be in pain." "It's uncanny. I didn't even realize I had a headache until you asked." She set her bag on her lap and pulled out a small white bottle. It rattled as she tried to get the lid off. "Maybe I'm psychic." She grinned at him as she held out 2 pills in the palm of her hand. Jalen took off his gloves, then took her hand in his. He scooped out the pills. The contact with her skin sent a wave of teenagehood giddiness through him. Was it bad that he took pleasure in the pink that rose to her cheeks? She pulled out some water. "This is the last one. Should I run to your room and get more?" "In a minute." He took the water and downed his pills. "How are things at home?" "Fine." He raised his eyebrows. "Just fine?" "My mom didn't come back, so that's good," she said under her breath, and she rolled her eyes. "Sorry. Don't know why I brought her up." Jalen didn't have a ton of experience with women, but whenever his mother needed to talk about something, she would make small comments here and there until he asked about it, and then it would come out. "Sounds like you want to talk about her." She sighed and tossed her bag on the floor of the tent. "I shouldn't want to talk about her. She's a mess." He didn't know much about her mother, other than what cryptic things she'd said the other day, but if she wanted to talk, he was more than happy to listen. "Is it drugs?" Riley dropped her gaze. "Gambling." The heaviness of that one word weighed down on him. He had not known anyone who struggled with that, but he knew it had to be difficult. "I'm sorry." "You know, I probably would be able to understand more if it were drugs." He put his hand on her shoulder. The warmth of her skin could be felt through her creamy blouse. "Gambling is an addiction, too." She took off her glasses and rubbed the bridge of her nose. "I know. I guess it's just hard to understand why your mother would continually choose something like that over her own family." "I can't even imagine." Riley swallowed, obviously getting emotional. "I'll tell you what it's like. Imagine standing outside your school waiting for your mother to pick you up while all the other kids leave with their moms. And you wonder when your mother's going to get there, only to have her never show up. And they take you into the office, and you sit there waiting. And finally your father comes and tells you that your mother is gone because something else was more important than you." Jalen sucked in a breath. The image of a young girl standing outside her school, alone, seared onto his brain. "Oh, Riley." Tears filled her eyes and spilled down over her cheeks. "Imagine seeing her show up at your house after that, and the excitement that you feel thinking she missed you and came home, only to find out she wasn't there for you. She was there to beg for money. And after she gets it, she leaves again. Imagine this happening over and over, giving you disappointment after disappointment, until you decide it's too hard to have hope that your mother's going to be there for you. And you build a wall around your heart so she doesn't dash it to pieces again." Jalen didn't know what else to do except encircle her in his arms and pull her to him. She buried her face into his chest. His heart beat loud in his ears as he held her close. "I'm so sorry." Riley let out a bitter laugh. "I don't know why I'm telling you this. And now I'm getting your shirt all wet and snotty right before you have to go out on stage." He held her closer, rubbing her back to calm her down. "I don't care." She pulled back and fished around in her bag until she pulled out a tissue. "You're too kind. Now I've embarrassed myself." He reached out and took her face in his hands. "Don't be embarrassed. Never be embarrassed for sharing your honest feelings." He brushed away her tears with his thumbs. She closed her eyes and nestled into his palm. "I shouldn't have dumped on you." "Please don't feel like you did that. Since the moment I first laid eyes on you, I've wanted to know who you are. You may not understand when I tell you this, but I don't usually connect with people. But things are different with you." Riley gazed at him, and for a moment he thought he saw guilt enter her eyes. What she had to be guilty for, he didn't know, but she dropped her gaze and the look disappeared. "I feel it too." An overwhelming desire to kiss her enveloped him, and he leaned closer, taking in the almond butter smell of her hair. He was pretty sure she wouldn't object to the kiss, but he had to admit he didn't have a lot of experience with that kind of thing. He didn't want to mess it up or do anything she didn't want him to. Hesitating, he waited to see if she would pull back. The tent unzipped and Colby stepped in. Riley jumped back from him. Jalen shot Colby a death stare. "What?" Colby grinned, his gaze bouncing from Riley to Jalen. "Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt." "You didn't," Riley said, quickly standing. "I was just going to run and grab more water." She skittered past Colby and out of the tent. Jalen bit back a rude comment. It wasn't Colby's fault. Jalen should have simply kissed Riley when the mood turned more intimate. It was his own fault he was a coward. He tugged on his gloves. "What's up?" Colby pointed toward the stage. "They're about ready for us. I think you're up first, so I just wanted to make sure you're about ready." He sighed. "Yeah, I'm ready." Colby nodded, then gave him another grin. "See ya out there." Someone started talking on the loudspeaker, warming up the crowd for the concert. Jalen took one more minute to make sure his mask and skull cap were on properly before he stepped from his tent and climbed onto the stage. He quickly lost himself in the show, getting into the music and gaining energy from the crowd. This was where he belonged. On stage, singing and entertaining. The crowd screamed as he began his newest release that had hit #1 on the billboards. As he sang, he couldn't help but sneak a peek at Riley, standing backstage. She was tapping her leg to the music, which made him smile. She professed not to like the pop stuff, but he wasn't sure how true that was. Maybe he could convert her yet. Chapter 13. It was incredibly difficult not to sing and dance to the music as Riley watched the show unfold on the stage. Her young teenage heart was beyond thrilled with getting to be backstage with Shadow Walker, Colby King, and several other stars she loved. Hearing them perform live was a thrill. Not that she'd never been to a concert, but she'd always been in the nosebleed section. Getting to hear them from this close was amazing. And Shadow was on another plane tonight. He was easily the best performer, hands down. She watched as he danced and worked the stage and the crowd. He loved what he did. That was obvious. He was born to perform. As he finished his song and waved to the crowd, Riley grabbed a cold bottle of water and loosened the cap for him. He ran backstage and she handed it to him. "I'm sure you need this." He grinned at her, sweat glistening on his jawline. Thanks. As he drank, Riley pulled out a towel. She traded it for the half-empty bottle. Shadow patted his skin with the towel. You know exactly what I want when I want it. I think you're part genie. Oh, really? He leaned closer to her, a playful look in his eyes. I'm also pretty sure Jalen's not paying you nearly enough. Butterflies exploded in her stomach at his close proximity. He smelled of a cologne she was sure she knew, but couldn't place. It made her pulse react. Just trying to be helpful. The noise from the crowd overpowered them. He glanced back at the stage. He seemed energized by the excitement. I have one more encore to do, then I'll be done. How long do you need to stay at the Mix and Mingle? I won't have to stay long. If I walk through the crowd and shake hands, I should be good. Okay, I'll have more water for you in your tent. Shadow motioned to the beach. They'll have food and drinks at the gathering. Why don't you run down and grab something to eat while I finish up on stage? I'll join you when I'm done working the crowd. Maybe we can do something after. Riley nodded, her butterflies going crazy at the thought of spending more time with him after the party. She was pretty sure he was about to kiss her when Colby interrupted. Just the thought of Shadow's lips on hers made her melt inside. She was pretty sure an actual kiss from Shadow Walker would send her into a state of bliss. Shadow grinned and gave her a small wave before running back out onto the stage. The crowd went wild. Riley took in slow breaths to try to calm her heart. She was definitely in dangerous territory. She had developed a massive crush on Shadow. If she allowed it to get into the kissing territory, she was afraid of what might happen when her story about him dropped. Would he think she was simply using him? That was not what she wanted. She was being genuine about her feelings. If things kept progressing, she could see herself getting into a serious relationship with him. But what would he think if he found out she was a tabloid reporter? Guilt soured her stomach, and she slipped out the back. She didn't want to think about that. It just made her uncomfortable. Maybe there was a way she could get out of writing the article. As Shadow sang on stage, she grabbed a plate and walked down the line, adding cheese, crackers, and vegetables with dip. Shadow sang one of his early songs, and she found herself singing along with the crowd. He looked good on stage. She held in a smile as he played his guitar and walked close to the edge of the stage where the fans went wild. A tiny bit of jealousy surged in her as Shadow reached down and touched hands with a few of his fans. They seemed to be a younger crowd today than with the schooner excursion or the painting class. And why did all the perky young girls get to be right by the stage? It annoyed Riley. The concert ended, and she weaved her way through the crowd, heading toward the copse of trees by the edge of the beach where she could wait for Shadow. She picked at her food and watched him as he came out from behind the stage to mingle with the guests. His security followed him as he worked the crowd, talking to people and making them laugh. She liked the way he listened to what his fans said to him. It looked like he really cared. Her gaze followed him as he walked along the beach. Hey, it's Riley, right? She turned to see Colby King leaning against one of the trees, his cowboy hat pulled down low enough so she could barely see his eyes. Yes, she said, surprised to see him there. Are you still working? Or do you want to blow this joint and have some real fun? He grinned at her and took a step closer. This wasn't good. She knew Colby was a flirt, but right now she felt cornered with the trees behind her. Not cool at all. And she'd lost sight of Shadow as well. I'm still working, Riley blurted out, stumbling over her own feet as she tried to put distance between them. How long will you be working? Probably all night. Shadow makes you work all night? He leered at her. What in the world could he have you doing all night? She just shook her head. Sorry, he's probably looking for me right now, so... She tried once again to see where he'd disappeared to, but couldn't find him in the crowd. Colby stepped forward. Oh, come on, sweetheart, he said, his breath hot on her cheek. She backed up and bumped into a tree, making her drop her plate. He put a hand on the rough bark beside her head. You don't know what you're missing. Panic spiked her heart rate as she tried to worm her way around him, but he didn't move. Please get out of my way. Are you sure that's what you want? I'm sure, she said, her voice flat. Are you into masks, perhaps? He whispered in her ear. Because I can wear one too, if that's what you like. Disgust churned in her. She tried to push him away, but he didn't budge. Go away. Shadow appeared, and he grabbed Colby's arm, jerking him away from her. Even with his mask, she could see the death glare on his face. Relief flooded through her. She'd never been so glad to see anyone. Shadow's security stood close by. Colby came at Shadow, fists raised, but Shadow was faster, a punch landing on Colby's jaw. Shadow's security stepped in and yanked Colby back. He staggered, his hand wiping at a small cut on his mouth. We were just talking. Jeez, what's wrong with you? Leave her alone, Shadow said, his teeth clenched. Colby let out a grunt, his gaze bouncing between Shadow and his security. Finally, he shoved his way past them and toward the party on the beach. Shadow turned to her. Are you all right? Did he hurt you? I'm okay, she said, her heart still thumping so hard she couldn't hear it. She'd been scared, but in reality, Colby hadn't touched her, at least not yet. She was so glad Shadow had shown up when he had. Shadow turned to make sure Colby was gone. I'm sorry. I should have stayed with you. Riley put her hand on his arm. It's okay. If I hadn't seen him cornering you, I don't know what would have happened. That jerk. She took in a deep breath and let it out. She didn't want to think about what might have happened. I'm fine. Let's just go. I think I need to get out of here for a while. You're okay to walk on your foot? If she were being honest, she had forgotten about the injury. Yeah, it's fine now. Okay. He took her hand in his. She tried not to be disappointed when he didn't first remove his glove. Where should we go? Are you sure you're all right? Riley laughed, trying to lighten the mood as they made their way up to the resort. I'm fine. Honest. I don't think Colby would have done anything. We were on the beach with 500 million people just yards away. What he did was enough, he said through clenched teeth. If he had hurt you. You would have torn him to pieces, she finished for him. Yeah, I would have. Don't worry. I feel pretty safe with you. You have security. Plus, you do have a sword. She pointed to it, still hanging from his belt from the performance. He pulled it out of its sheath and took a stance. You're right. I do. I just wish it wasn't plastic. She took it from him, laughing. I always thought it was a real sword. He stared at her. Always? I thought you didn't know who I was. Oh, crud. She'd messed up. What could she say to fix it? I meant, since I first saw you on the schooner boat. Well, good. The last thing I want is to look dumb on stage. He winked at her, which made her snort. You couldn't look dumb on stage if you tried. You're the epitome of cool. She gave him the sword back. I'm glad. I was worried when I first decided to wear a mask on stage that it would be stupid. He sobered. Like everyone would see right through the flimsy disguise and could tell I was just a self-conscious, awkward man. She looked up at him, surprised he'd said that. You're not awkward at all. You're very talented. That's what people see. The smells from the nearby restaurants made her mouth water. Even though they had already eaten, she was getting hungry again. What made you decide that a mask was a good way to get your foot in the door? He hesitated before answering. I had tried to catch a break singing as myself. No one was interested. So you're not an actor? The words were out before she could censor them. An actor? He seemed surprised by her question. Well, she tried to think of something to say. I guess when I found out you perform while in disguise, I figured you were someone already famous who wanted to make it on your own. Okay, now she felt dumb. Her assumption was obviously wrong. He laughed, the sound carrying over the air. No, I'm not an actor. I'm a nobody. A sadness settled over Riley as she began to see him in a new light. He was an extremely successful singer, but maybe he felt like an awkward nobody when he wasn't wearing his mask. She stopped and turned to him. Behind him, the full moon reflected off the water. It was getting late, and there weren't too many people walking on the street. They were essentially alone, besides his security guard who had stopped a few yards back to give them some privacy. You're not a nobody. He gazed at her as the moment stretched between them. You... He spoke so quietly she could barely hear him. You might be disappointed if you knew the truth. Riley's heart lodged in her throat. Was he thinking of telling her who he was? Her mouth went dry, and she couldn't breathe. She was so close, she could feel it, and yet a part of her held back. What would it mean if he trusted her enough to let her see his face? Could she go ahead with the story and expose him? The thought made her sick to her stomach. She swallowed, pushing away the guilt that once again rose in her chest. You're a kind person. That's all I know. He pulled her gently to him. His hands rested on her hips, and her pulse quickened at his touch. He'd finally pulled off his gloves. He traced one finger down the side of her face, sending her heart into overdrive. And you, Miss Riley, are a beautiful soul. He leaned closer to her, but hesitated when he was mere millimeters away from her lips. She waited, breathless. Surely he was going to kiss her. But he just stood there, frozen. Riley? His breath tickled her lips. What? Can I kiss you? He whispered. If her heart had not already been melted enough, those 4 words finished the job. Yes, she said. Then closed the gap, unable to wait for him any longer. Chapter 14. When Riley's lips met his, Jalen's heart stopped. Nothing could prepare him for the silky, soft feeling. He'd kissed a girl before, but that was when he was an awkward teenager, and it hadn't ended well. It also hadn't lasted more than 2 seconds. This was an entirely different experience. Her kiss was slow, like a lazy dance on a summer afternoon. It took his breath away. He matched her movements, his lips tugging at hers, pulling her body closer and taking in every sensation that washed over his skin. The music of their kiss wrote itself into his soul. It was a slow song, the tempo accentuated with his beating heart. Her hands slid up his arms, and his hold on her tightened. Did she know what that did to him? He kissed along her jaw and down her neck, feeling her pulse under his lips. He could so easily get lost in her. The smell of her skin, the feeling of her in his arms pressed up against him. She cupped his face, dragging his lips back to hers. Her fingers explored the skin just below his mask as her lips sent more waves of desire through him. With one flick of her hand, she could take his mask off. It was unnerving, yet he fully trusted her. In fact, at this moment, he no longer cared about being in disguise. If she unmasked him, he knew he would not hide his face from her. The more he thought about it, the more he yearned for her to know the truth, for her to see who he really was and accept him. He wanted her to know who she was kissing. Her fingers stilled at the edge of his mask. He almost whispered for her to go ahead and take it off, but his security was watching, and anyone could walk around the corner. Now was not the time. He pulled back from her, breathless, his heart beating so fast he could barely get in enough air. Riley peered up at him, a smile spreading across her face. Wow. Wow? That's what you say? Well, that was pretty amazing. I'm glad. I'm not very experienced in that area. Heat rushed to his face. Why had he said that? A puzzled look came over her face. What do you mean? He pointed to the theater at the end of the block. Do you want to see a movie? You're not getting away with that. Tell me what you meant first. Surely you kissed a girl before. I have. A quick glance at her told him she wasn't satisfied with that answer. We were both 16, and I had a crush on her. Her parents were friends with mine, so she went out on a pity date with me because her parents pressured her to. Riley frowned and shook her head. This doesn't sound like it ended well. Yeah, the kiss was brief and not very welcome. I probably should have asked, but I was young and thought I knew how the world worked. He tugged on his shirt collar. Why was it so tight all of a sudden? I'm sorry. Now that he'd sufficiently embarrassed himself, he motioned to the theater again. I was serious about that movie. Let's go. I'm totally in a popcorn mood. They approached the theater. Several movie posters showcased what was playing. A young teen sat behind the glass. She chewed a wad of gum. Which show? She asked when they approached. Which movie is your smartest? Riley asked. Jalen choked on his spit at the look on the teen's face. Riley had remembered. It made him like her even more. What? The girl leaned forward as if she hadn't heard Riley correctly. Riley kept a straight face, but Jalen could tell she was on the verge of breaking into a smile. He hadn't known she was such an actress. It was quite amusing. I said, what's your smartest movie? We don't have any smart ones, just these 4. She pointed to the posters. Riley turned to him and put her hand on his chest. Honey, they don't have any smart ones, just these dumb ones. He had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop himself from howling with laughter. They're not dumb, the teen protested. I just didn't know what you meant by smart movie. They're all good, I swear. What about this one? Riley pointed to a poster showing a city that looked like it was folding in on itself. People love that one. It's sci-fi, and it's got a lot of cool special effects. When's the next showing? Jalen asked. The teen looked at him for the first time. Hey, you're Shadow Walker. Yes. I heard you were on the island. She grinned. The next one starts in 30 minutes. Previous showing is just letting out. By the time you get your snacks, it'll be cleaned out and you can go sit down. Sounds perfect. We'll take 3 tickets. 3? Yeah. He pointed to his security standing off behind them, slid a couple of bills under the glass, and took the stubs. It took 10 minutes to wait in line, get their sodas and popcorn, and find their seats. They got quite a few sidelong glances as people noticed him in his shadow outfit, but no one approached them. And when they entered their theater, the lights were on and no one was in the room yet. His guard stayed behind, standing at the door. I love these comfy seats, Riley said as they reclined their chairs all the way. The best way to watch a movie. He took off his gloves, reached into the bucket, and grabbed a handful of popcorn. Riley pulled out her phone and silenced it. We have a while before the movie starts. Anticipation is part of the fun. She gave him a devilish grin. We could just make out for 30 minutes. He scoffed. And be caught in a scandal? A funny look crossed her face, and she glanced at the empty room. I see no paparazzi around. Right, but anyone could walk in at any moment. She inched closer to him. Kind of exciting, right? We could get caught. Where did that sassiness come from? He blinked at her. I don't even know who you are right now. Her smile slowly faded. I'm sorry. That wasn't at all what he expected to hear from her. He'd been playing around. He expected her to be sassy back. Why are you sorry? She pushed up her glasses with one finger and turned from him. I forgot myself for a moment. I don't know what I was thinking. Now wait a minute. Get back here. He took her hand in his, and she turned back to face him. I like the sassy you. Don't run from it. Embrace it. Let your hair down every once in a while. A blush graced her cheeks, and she had a hard time meeting his gaze. Well, don't think too much about it. I've seen you let loose. You just have to be willing to let me see the real you. She stared at him, and something unspoken passed across her features. And then that same look of guilt he'd seen earlier flashed in her eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. An unseen door closed between them, and Jalen couldn't understand what had just happened. Had he said something offensive? Or was he imagining it and overthinking everything? Instead of continuing the conversation, he simply placed a kiss on her nose and sat back into his seat. She closed her eyes and smiled. That was nice. The lights dimmed and the pre-movie ads started. They were still alone in the theater. He reached over and gently brushed his fingers over the side of her face. Your skin is so soft. How do you keep it that way? Moisturizer, she murmured, her eyes still closed. She snuggled into her seat, moving closer to him. He ran a finger along her jawline, then over her lips. She grabbed his hand, stopping his progress. Her eyes opened. You might not want to do that. Why? Because I don't know what I will do if you continue. The sassy Riley was back. He grinned and inched closer. You're making me curious. You don't want to face the consequences. He wiggled his hand free from hers and ran a finger down her neck. I might. She grabbed his shirt with both fists and pulled him to her, pressing her lips to his in a heated kiss. Fire raced through his veins. This was not the lazy kiss from the beach. This was explosive, and it made his head spin. She pulled back, a satisfied smirk on her face. You deserved that. He sat back in his seat, his heart racing. What can I do to deserve more of that? Laughter bubbled up from her. He loved seeing her let go a little. It was fun to see her hidden personality shine through. Eat your popcorn. People began filing into the theater after that, and Jalen decided he'd better behave or he'd get them into trouble. But he had to admit, he was quickly falling for the woman sitting next to him. The only problem was the mask he wore. But how would she feel if he revealed the truth to her? Chapter 15. The movie was full of action and intrigue, but Riley found it hard to concentrate. She couldn't settle her heart or her racing mind. Instead of allowing herself to get lost in the moment sitting next to Shadow, she couldn't stop her brain from obsessing. Shadow's secret identity wasn't famous. He was a regular guy, and he was afraid that if he took off his mask, she would be disappointed. But why? Just because he was an unknown person? Why would she be disappointed by that? He did say he'd tried to get into the music business without a mask and had no luck, but that still didn't give her any clues. What was he hiding from the world? He was charismatic, that was one thing she knew for sure. He was driving her crazy. She couldn't believe she'd lost her head and completely abandoned her persona. And he picked up on it right away. She needed to be careful. But she couldn't help it. She was drawn to him, and the chemistry they had was unquestionable. Kissing him was like lighting a match and tossing it on a pile of explosives. One more kiss, and her world could implode. Shadow's hand sought out hers in the darkness, and he threaded his fingers through hers. Her heart couldn't take much more of this, yet she wanted so much more. He leaned over and whispered, "Do you want to go?" She realized the credits were rolling, and the theater was once again empty except for the two of them. "Oh," she said, standing. "Sure." "You seemed a million miles away." Very true. The building could have burned down and she might not have noticed. "Yeah, I guess I was." "Mind if I ask what you were thinking about?" They threw away their trash and stepped out into the night. His security slipped into step behind them. She'd actually forgotten he'd been in the theater with them. The temperature had chilled, and she rubbed her arms. Shadow put his arm around her. She had no idea what to say. She couldn't really tell him she'd been thinking about him, pondering who he was and how she would feel about having to tell the world his secret. She sighed. "Just thinking about my dad." The lie didn't sit well, but it was all she could do. "How's he doing?" He paused before adding, "I get the feeling he's not doing as well as you put on." She let out a breath. How did he do that? It was like he could read her mind, which was so not true, because if he could, he would run from her. But she pushed that thought out of her head. He's on the waiting list for a heart transplant. Shadow sucked in a breath. "It's that bad?" A sick feeling entered her gut, and she nodded. She didn't like to think about how sick her father really was. It was too hard, too painful. She couldn't lose her father. He was the only one that held her together. The night was clear, and a million stars dotted the blackness over them. Shadow walked with her, their steps falling into an easy cadence. "How long does he have if he doesn't get the transplant?" She didn't want to answer him. She didn't want to acknowledge it. If it wasn't said out loud, it wasn't as real. But she couldn't tell him to mind his own business. Things had gone too far for that. They said he had a year, but that was 2 months ago. The ticking clock was the worst thing in the world, and Riley blinked as tears pricked at her eyes. Shadow squeezed her shoulder. "Hey, it's going to be okay." It was easy to say those words, but he had no way to know. No one did. Her father could die in his sleep tonight. The thought made her steel herself against his kind words. People say that when they don't know what else to say. He took in her statement for a moment. "You're probably right." She exhaled and ran a hand over her hair. Most of it was still held by her bun. "Sorry, I really put a damper on the mood, didn't I?" "It's okay. I want to know what's going on with you and your family, and not just the surface stuff. I don't want to stay surface with you." Surface, like how she was being. His words sent a shot of pain through her heart. How could she be anything but surface with him? She was lying to him, and she couldn't tell him the truth about herself. That depressed her, and neither of them spoke the rest of the way to the resort. When they got to their rooms, Shadow leaned against his door. His gaze traveled over her face. "I've upset you." Yes, but she didn't want to admit it. I'm okay. Do you want to come in? Those words held a deeper meaning than Riley wanted to explore at the moment. She shook her head. It's late. I should probably... She pointed to her door. Yeah, okay. As she dug in her bag for her keycard, her heart sank to her toes. Tonight had been good. She'd clicked with Shadow, and they'd had a good time. But all of a sudden, things had turned complicated and heavy. She found her card and pulled it out. Hesitating, she took one last chance to look at Shadow. There was a sadness in his eyes she'd never seen before. It descended over her like a shroud. Before she could think too much about it, she gave him a quick kiss on the lips. Good night. He pulled her close and kissed her back, a much slower and more thorough job. Sleep well. She tried to unlock her door, but it took 3 tries before she could get her keycard in the right spot to work. It was a little embarrassing with his security standing there, watching. Finally, she entered her room and closed the door, leaning up against it, her heart in her throat. Through the wall, she heard Sir Barks-a-Lot yapping out his welcome to Shadow. She smiled and walked into the bathroom, pulling out her makeup remover. As she scrubbed her face, something tugged at her brain, but she couldn't quite understand what it was or why it was bothering her. She dressed for bed and took out her toothbrush. Sir Barks made another yipping noise next door, and she froze. Wait. Why had Jalen left his dog with Shadow? That was odd, right? A tingle went down her spine as she brushed her teeth. Shadow had Jalen's phone as well. That had been strange, too. And when she went to talk to Jalen about her foot, he'd been so weird, all wrapped up in the blanket. Could Jalen be Shadow? She shook her head and smiled at her silliness. I saw them together in the lobby, she said out loud. It can't be. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that it had been obvious all along. If Jalen was Shadow, it would explain a lot. Why he couldn't catch a break before he donned the mask. People were shallow. She could see the burn on his face, making it difficult for people to see his talent. And why he'd known about Miles Davis and her saying she loved jazz. But she'd seen them enter the building together. After she dressed in her pajamas, she flipped open her laptop and started it up. There should be an easy way to prove it wasn't Jalen. She called up a Google window and searched Jalen Carter and Shadow Walker. Dozens of photos came up showing them together at awards ceremonies and other social events. She was wrong. It wasn't Jalen. Disappointment settled in her gut as she shut her laptop. She hadn't uncovered the truth. She was no closer to the job she needed, no closer to the large payout she'd receive if she broke a massive story like this one. Still, she couldn't stop thinking about the possibility that somehow Jalen was the one behind the mask. He could have hired someone to dress as himself at times when he needed to be seen with Shadow. That was a possibility, right? Or was she grasping at straws? Thoughts kept niggling at her brain until she could no longer think, and sleep overtook her. Chapter 16. Why was it so hot? Jalen struggled to move, the heat pressing down on him. Everything blurred before him. He blinked, trying to see. He was back in his childhood home, standing in his bedroom, smoke pouring in through the crack above his door. He heard his mother scream. His heart pounded in his chest. He had to save her. He opened his bedroom door, thick smoke choking him. Flames licked the wall in the hallway. Where was his mother? He ran into her bedroom, but it was empty. More screams, but he couldn't see his mother. Fire dripped down from the ceiling onto his back. Terror shot through him as the flames ate at his skin and clothes. He was surrounded by flames now. Too many, too hot. He couldn't breathe. Jalen woke with a start and gasped for air. Another nightmare. The same as always. He grabbed the glass of water he always kept by his bedside and drank. He was okay. There was no fire. He took in a calming breath, his hands shaking. He was fine. He just needed to keep telling himself that. The next morning, Jalen stared at his face in the mirror, still a little shaky from last night's dream. The sunburn had faded enough that he was pretty sure no one would notice. Still, he'd told Riley that he was out of town for 2 more days. He had to play the part of Shadow until then. Unless he let her take off his mask. His stomach clenched as his gaze lifted to the scars on his forehead. The mottled skin really did look horrible. Riley hadn't flinched when she met him, but how would she feel knowing she shared such personal things with him? Or that she'd kissed him? He thought getting to know her as Shadow would be good, but in reality, he'd created an awkward situation that he didn't foresee. Now he was unsure if she would accept him. His phone chimed, and he walked into the other room. Sir Barks picked up his head and stared at him, his ears up. No, it's not time for a walk. He checked his messages and saw one from Riley. Hey, just checking to see if this is Jalen or Shadow. Jalen typed the word both, but immediately deleted it and sent a different message. It's Shadow. Okay, good to know. I wasn't sure if Jalen had taken his phone with him when he left yesterday. Well, shoot. That would have made more sense. What was he thinking? He really should have gone out yesterday and gotten a phone for Shadow. He'd already given Riley a stupid excuse about it. Now he had to think of something else. Jalen told me he was going to get me a new phone and bring it to me on Saturday. It was lame, but it was the best idea that came to him. Okay, do you need anything this morning? Your lips? Jalen chuckled and deleted that. He was sure in a mood. No, I'll just be working on my album. I'm scheduled to sing a couple of songs at the restaurant here over the lunch hour, and tonight there's another concert on the beach. Her response came quickly. Okay, text me if you need anything. Disappointment settled in his chest. Why didn't he say he needed something? He could have asked for her help. His fingers itched to text her back and have her come bring water or take his laundry to the cleaners. But it was selfish of him. She deserved some time off. He tossed his phone on the bed and walked to the window. He couldn't stop playing last night's events over and over in his head. Their kisses, Riley's quirky personality shining through, and her invisible wall she hid behind. Riley was a mystery, and he wanted to unravel every thread. Sir Barks whined, his tail thumping on the floor. All right, just a second. Normally, he'd just walk his dog as Jalen and no one would pay attention to him. But now that he'd lied and said Jalen was gone, he had to walk Sir Barks' shadow in case Riley would run into them. Not ideal, because he'd definitely attract unwanted attention. He could ask Riley to walk Sir Barks, but he'd just told her he didn't need her. Still, that's what she was hired for, to do all the things he couldn't. Jalen picked up his phone again. I hate to ask, but could you walk Sir Barks for me again? Sure, I'll be there in a minute. He realized he hadn't dressed as Shadow yet, and he quickly rushed to get his outfit and mask on. He didn't bother with his gloves, since he often took those off around her anyway. Luckily, she didn't knock until he was ready. He pulled open the door and ushered her inside. Thanks for taking him on a walk. I don't like to go out dressed like Shadow if I can help it. She considered him. Have you ever walked him as yourself, then? Jalen worked his jaw, guilt making his palms sweat. Yes, I have, he said carefully. Riley walked to the desk and picked up Sir Barks' leash before slowly turning to him. But not now, because we're here? You don't want people seeing you with Jalen's dog? He nodded, glad she'd thought of a good reason why he couldn't walk the dog. Right. Her gaze shifted around the room until it landed on the door that led to the second room he'd booked, the one he used when he was Jalen, not Shadow. You have an adjoining room. Heat flared in him, and he walked to the window and picked up his dog. She was perceptive. He knew this from the start, but now what was he to say? He swallowed, a lump forming in his throat. Last night he'd been willing to take off his mask. In the heat of the kiss, he'd wanted to show her his true self. But today, in the harsh sunlight, it was the last thing he wanted to do. He stared at the door connecting the two rooms together. Oh? I didn't notice. She observed him for a moment before breaking into a smile and taking his dog from him. Come on, Sir Barks. Let's go. I'm sure you're excited about the beach today. He unlocked the sliding glass door and opened it for her, moving the blinds out of the way. Thanks for taking him out. Her smile widened, although it looked a bit forced. No problem. Jalen exhaled and flopped onto the couch after shutting the door behind Riley. She suspected something. That had to be it. Why else would she be asking about the door? And why would she be staring at him like that? Was she really suspecting he was Jalen? She did ask about the phone. If she figured it out on her own, maybe that would take the pressure off him to unmask in front of her. Maybe it was okay that she was suspecting the truth. Nerves shot through him and he paced the floor. No, it wasn't okay. She couldn't figure it out. Not right now. He wasn't ready. He wanted more time with her. They'd just started to connect. He didn't want to scare her away yet. How could he convince her he wasn't Jalen? He chewed his lower lip while he tried to think. There had been a time when he'd scheduled a text to come from a dummy number so it looked like Shadow was texting him. Maybe he could do something similar. He opened his laptop and clicked on the keys, logging into the website he'd used last time. What to send? He pondered for a moment before setting up a few texts to come in about 50 minutes. The first was a simple message telling her he had a new number and asking a yes and no question. The second apologized for being busy and not having time to answer texts, but told her to ask Shadow if she had any more questions. His heart pounded as he shut his laptop. That should convince her, right? As he waited for Riley to get done walking Sir Barks, he pulled out his notebook. He was supposed to be working on his new album. Right. Like he could write song lyrics right now. He was too keyed up. He read through the lyrics to his latest song, the one Riley said needed a sad ending. But as he read over the words, he knew he wanted to change them. Riley had changed him, and now he wanted to reflect this in the lyrics. He went through the song, adding in more wanting and longing, and made it more about himself and Riley. As he worked, he felt that excitement, that rush he always felt when he was working on a hit. He was improving the song, making it into his next Billboard topper. The glass door slid open, and Riley stepped inside with Sir Barks, his happy welcome dance making her laugh. Settle down, let me get the leash off. Jalen closed his notebook. He looks like he had fun. He discovered seagulls. She crouched down and rubbed his fur. That sounds exciting. He figured out a fun game to play. If he ran and barked at them, they would just fly away. But if he snuck up on them, he could bark and startle them, making them flap their wings uselessly for a moment before they came to their senses. He chuckled. So mean, Sir Barks. The children liked watching him. You probably heard them screaming in delight. Jalen shook his head and pointed to his notebook. I was working, and I kind of got into the zone. I'm afraid I didn't hear anything. Her phone made a muffled noise, and she stood, digging it out of her bag. He glanced at the clock. It was the text he'd sent from Jalen. He froze, waiting to see what she would say. Oh, she said, staring down at the screen. It's from your manager. Her gaze lifted to him and then bounced to his phone sitting on the desk. What does he want? He got a new number. He wanted me to know. And he asked if I have taken your laundry in yet because you have a gig after this one and won't have time to get it done in between. She sent a text back. Her second text would be coming in a couple of minutes. He held his breath, hoping he could pull this off. Yes, he's right. I'll put the laundry in a bag for you. Riley sat on the other chair. The resort has a laundry room, doesn't it? He tapped his pen against his chin. Yeah. I think it's down the hall. She glanced at his notebook. Did you write a new song? No. I was reworking the one I sang for you. He suddenly grew nervous she would ask to hear it. He was feeling insecure at the moment and didn't want to share it. He shoved his notebook into his bag. Oh. Her phone chimed again, and she picked it up, read it, and sent a message off. He tried not to be too interested in it. Another text from Jalen? Yeah, he's busy. She scrutinized him. Does he manage more than just you? He laughed. More than just me? You think I'm not that hard to manage? Riley blushed and fiddled with her bag. That didn't come out right. She was cute when she was flustered. He smiled at her. It's okay. I know what you meant. No, he doesn't manage anyone else. I guess I'm just a handful. Well, you are popular. Before he could respond, her phone rang. She answered, and her face drained of color. Mrs. Lewis? What's wrong? She shot up from her chair. Is he going by ambulance? Jalen's heart twisted, and he stood as well. Riley nodded, thanked Mrs. Lewis for the call, and hung up. Your father? He asked, his throat tight. Yes, she said. Dorothy found him passed out on the floor. She doesn't know what's wrong, so she called the ambulance. He's being transported to the ER. Jalen pulled her into his arms. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Do you need to leave the island? He hated to ask, but knew how serious her father's condition was. He couldn't hold her there. Not if there was a chance this was the last time she'd see her father. Not even if it meant he might never see her again. Chapter 17. Thoughts and emotions swirled around in Riley's head as she tried to process what to say. Did she need to go home? This wasn't the first time her father had passed out. It was part of his heart condition. Still, if it was something more, she should be with him. Shadow held her, his strong arms encircling her. She inhaled, taking in the masculine smell of him. It comforted her for some reason. If you need to go, he said quietly, I can schedule you a flight. She took in a shaky breath. The last several times this happened, the doctor said there was nothing he could do. Her father had a weak heart. He sent him back home. It could be nothing. I'd feel stupid if I rushed home and there wasn't anything I could do. What if it's not nothing? Her mind raced. Then the doctor will tell me after he gets checked out at the ER. I can book a flight then if I need to. Shadow frowned but nodded. I understand. Riley let out a breath and pulled back from him. I'll call the hospital and let them know he's on his way. Then I'll just have to wait for him to be checked out. All right. He kissed her forehead. It was a quick gesture. It looked like he didn't even think about it before he did it, but it melted her heart. Thank you for being there for me. Of course. After she called the hospital and spoke to the doctor on call, she paced the room, her nerves tied up in knots. She didn't know what to do with herself. Do you want to have some time to yourself? And pace the floor alone in my own room? No, thank you. That would just be depressing. He put a hand on her shoulder. Here, sit. You are super tense. You need to relax a bit. He guided her to a chair and took position behind her. He began working his thumbs over her shoulders. The pressure felt both painful and amazingly good at the same time. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath, trying to relax as he'd said to. Good. I can feel you loosening up. As he worked his hands over her muscles, she tried not to worry about her father. This wasn't his first trip to the ER. He would be okay. The doctor said he might have some fainting spells. She knew this could happen. Tell me about your father. What did he do for a living? He was an engineer. Oh, what kind? Mechanical engineer. He helped develop HVAC systems. She smiled. Kinda sounds boring when I put it that way. He changed massage techniques, working her back muscles. Nope, sounds like he's a brilliant man. Yes, he is. He also taught you about cars? The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. She'd told Jalen that. Yes, she said carefully. I mean, Jalen told me. Why did he sound so odd, like he'd been caught? Did they gossip about her or something? I don't know a lot. He just taught me how to change a tire, change the oil, stuff like that. Those are good things to know. I have to pay people to do that stuff because I'm clueless. Well, if you need an oil change over the next day and a half, you know who to call. She laughed and then sobered. She only had the rest of today and tomorrow with Shadow. That thought didn't sit well with her. He chuckled. You're the best assistant I've ever had. That was probably a lie, but she took it anyway. Thanks. He switched to massaging her neck, his touch lighter. The contact with her skin made her realize just how attracted she was to this man. She jumped out of the chair. I think that's good. Better? Yes. Then let's think of something else that will get your mind off things, at least until the doctor can call. He trailed his hand down her arm and laced his fingers through hers. Man, if he didn't stop, she was going to be a puddle on the floor. Do you want to sit with me? Okay. Why don't you tell me about your novels? Oh, just great. Anything but that. She gave him a lame smile. They're not very good. What are they about? Was he going to keep pestering her until she made something up? She couldn't even think right now. How was she supposed to come up with the plots for 5 paranormal romance novels? She balked, and then an idea came to her. I'm a little uncomfortable talking about my books. Why don't you ask me yes or no questions, and I'll answer? He grinned at her. All right, that sounds like fun. Let me think. Are the books set in contemporary times? Yes. She would die if she had to make up stuff about historical fiction. Are the novels a series? Yes. That would be easier to keep track of. He shifted and ran a finger over the back of her hand. It sent a wave of tingles over her skin. Is your main character a ghost? Well, that would be fun. Yes. And is your main character in love with a living person? She couldn't say yes to every question, or it wouldn't take long at all for him to figure out she was lying. No. Okay. Is your story set in a big city? He moved closer to her and put his arm around her. She snuggled into him. He really was being an amazing support. Who was she? A temp? A nobody? He could have dismissed her with a wave of his hand, yet he treated her like she mattered from the very first time they'd met. Yes. A fictional city? Yes. They continued back and forth while her fake story unfolded before both of them. A half-hour later, she had 3 characters who were ghosts, 2 werewolves, a demon, and a car salesman who were all trying to solve the mystery of who killed the main character. The romance part was still shaky, but that was fine with her. She didn't really know much about romance anyway. Her phone rang, and her heart leapt into her throat. She answered her phone with trembling fingers. The ER doctor who had checked out her father spoke with her for a few moments and then hung up. She turned to Shadow, relief making her shake. My father's okay. He pulled her to his chest and held her tight. I'm so glad. They're going to keep him overnight for observation, but the doctor said his condition hasn't worsened. Are you sure you don't want to go home?
There's nothing I could do at home anyway. I'd like to stay and finish this job, she swallowed. The job she was there for was different than the one he was thinking, and it made her guilt rise again. But what could she do? She needed to do her job and get back home. She couldn't afford to have feelings for the man in the mask. And she was running out of time. She had to get Shadow to take off his mask. Chapter 18. Jalen closed his guitar case and clicked the latches. He'd sung his songs for the lunch crowd, and they were packing things up. Riley quickly grabbed the guitar case before he could lift it. I can carry this for you.
You don't have to carry my...
It's okay, she interrupted. I want to help.
He held in a smile. That was Riley. She had a take-charge attitude that he liked. Thanks.
She headed out of the restaurant. Evan was on security detail and followed them.
The sun blinded him when they got outside into the courtyard.
Riley looked up at him, shielding her eyes with her hand. Don't forget to give me your laundry. Jalen specifically said to get it from you.
Yes, I'll get that for you when we get to the room.
Too bad she needed to do his laundry. He wanted to spend more time with her. Being with Riley was like a drug. The more time he spent with her, the more he needed her. It's a lovely day, she said, looking up at the sky before heading into the main building where their rooms were.
It is.
They got to his room, and he unlocked the door.
I'll go get the clothes.
After he gave Riley his laundry bag, he stood there awkwardly, shifting. He didn't want to send her away. Riley must have read his mind, because she paused and looked at the carpet. Do you want to come with me? He smiled.
Yes.
Did he answer too quickly? She lifted one eyebrow. Really? It's probably going to be boring.
I found that being around you is never boring.
She grinned at him. All right, challenge accepted. Let's go make laundry not boring. Evan followed them to the laundry room and stood outside as they went in and picked a washing machine. Riley filled the machine and started it. Then she turned to him. Okay, you got to ask me 20 questions about my book series. Now it's my turn. He stepped closer to her.
But I don't have a book series.
She rolled her eyes. About you, silly.
She wanted to ask him questions? Personal ones? Maybe that wasn't a bad idea. He did want to get closer to her. He slowly nodded. All right.
She nodded and hopped up onto the table set in the corner for folding laundry. She looked quite pleased. Okay, first question. I think I know the answer, but I'll ask anyway. Have you ever dated anyone as Shadow?
Besides you?
She nodded.
Nope.
Was that a smile she was hiding? He couldn't quite tell. Do you live alone? If he didn't count Sir Barks, he did, and he was pretty sure she meant humans. Yes. Are you a morning person? The washing machine switched from filling with water to churning, and he stepped closer to Riley to hear her better.
No.
Do you like to read? He nudged her leg. She'd figured out why he was so interested in her books.
You caught me.
She pushed her glasses up, suddenly acting self-conscious again. He wasn't sure why she was so embarrassed about her books. Even if they weren't any good, every writer started somewhere. She glanced away. Do you watch a lot of TV?
No.
Do you listen to other genres of music besides pop and jazz? He put his hands on her knees.
Yes.
She stared at him and bit her lip in a tentative way before asking the next question. Does anyone else know your identity? He sobered. He probably shouldn't answer that question. If he were being smart, he would stop this game right here. But his pulse quickened, and he suddenly wanted to answer her truthfully.
No.
Her eyes widened. But Jalen knows, right?
Great. Now what was he supposed to say? He was Jalen. No one besides him knew. His heart pounded as he tried to think of how to get out of the situation. Finally, he just shrugged.
No one besides Jalen.
Oh. Okay. She paused, as if she were thinking about what he'd said. He didn't really want her to piece it together, so he reached up and pulled off her glasses. He was curious if she had a strong prescription. He slid them on over his mask. Everything looked normal. Riley grabbed at them, but he stepped back, not wanting her to accidentally grab his mask off as well.
These aren't prescription glasses?
Pink colored her cheeks as she once again reached for them, but he managed to thwart her moves. "Hey," she said, "give them back."
Are these fake glasses?
Why would Riley be wearing glasses that she didn't need? It gave him a funny feeling. She buried her face in her hands. "All right, fine, you figured it out. I wear designer glasses." She peeked through her fingers. "I'm sorry, I just feel more comfortable with them on." He took them off and handed them to her, feeling like a jerk.
"I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pulled them off. I was just curious."
She shoved them back on her face and dropped her gaze. He wasn't sure, but he thought he saw another look of guilt cross her features. "No, it's okay. I shouldn't be so sensitive." He lifted her chin until she looked him in the eyes.
"You're beautiful, with or without glasses, but it's easier to see your lovely green eyes without them. Call me selfish, but I like to look at them."
She blushed again. "Hey, how did we get back to talking about me? I was asking you questions."
"Oh, right. Go ahead."
"Does your mother know what you do for a living?" He paused, trying to figure out how to answer her. His adopted mother knew he was Shadow's manager. She didn't know he was Shadow also. He slowly shook his head.
"No."
A sadness entered her eyes. "Do you ever want to brag about your success to someone? Like, I would be so frustrated not being able to tell people I was actually a really successful singer. Do you ever feel like that?" He chuckled and cupped her cheek. She was the only person who had ever thought about how it might feel to hide your success from the world around you. As Shadow's manager, he often got treated like he wasn't an important person. Sometimes it did make him frustrated, but not enough to reveal who he was.
"Yes, I do sometimes feel like that, but it passes. There are many advantages to my anonymity. It's much better than having bragging rights."
She thought about that for a moment, then slowly nodded. "I can understand that. Have you ever wanted to tell anyone who you are?" His heart thumped in his chest.
He did, just last night.
He lightly ran his thumb over her lips.
"Yes."
She closed her eyes at his touch. "What would happen if the world found out who you are?" she asked quietly.
"My career would be ruined."
Her eyes flew open and she pulled back in shock. "Really? Why?" Conflict arose in him. He wanted to tell her. It would be simpler if he could tell her he would never be accepted because of his ugly scars. But he hesitated, still uncertain of how she would react. She would know right away who he was if he revealed that. He picked up her hand and put it to his lips, gently kissing her fingers.
"That's not a yes or no question."
She blinked, then her features softened. "Do you know for sure that your career would be ruined?" He didn't want to be cynical, but he had his whole life as proof that people didn't react well to his scars. Pretty people went far. People like him were cast aside. He sighed and put his hands on either side of her on the table.
"Yes."
She reached out and put her hand on his jawline, a heavy look in her eyes. "I think I'm done asking questions."
Had he ruined the mood? He didn't want to leave such depression between them. "Then it's my turn."
She nodded.
"Have you always wanted to be a novelist?"
A look crossed her face, and she shook her head. "No." This surprised him. He'd figured that writing was her passion, and she'd wanted it all her life. Is being an author your dream? She paused for what he thought was a long time before answering. No, she said quietly. No? Had he just assumed she wanted to be an author? How had he gotten that so wrong? Maybe that explained why she didn't ever want to talk about her books. Maybe she wasn't that into writing anymore. Interesting, he said. I like a good mystery. Let me try to unravel the mystery that is you. He smiled, trying to be playful, but Riley stiffened. You don't have to. He stared at her, observing the shift in her mood. Maybe he wasn't the only one with secrets. The thought unnerved him, but he couldn't be too upset. He was hiding who he was, which was a pretty big thing to hide from her. Could he really ask her to give up all her secrets if he wasn't willing to do the same? A woman entered the laundry room, followed by Evan. Jalen stepped back from Riley, self-conscious of how close he'd been with her. Riley patted her hair and smoothed it back into her bun. Oh, hello, the woman said. She plopped down a basket of laundry on a washing machine, then took off her oversized purse and set it down next to her basket. You're Shadow Walker. He nodded. Yes. Riley squinted at the woman and hopped down from the table. I'd better check on our laundry. The woman smiled and pointed at Riley. Is this your girlfriend? Jalen's heart stopped. What was he supposed to say to that? Luckily, Riley smiled and took care of it. I'm his assistant. Oh? The woman adjusted her purse. How long have you worked for him? Riley shot a look at Jalen. A while. Well, you would make a cute couple. I thought I saw you together last night, and I assumed you were on a date. She winked. The woman wouldn't stop fiddling with her purse. It made him nervous. Where are you from? Riley asked, deftly changing the subject. California. The woman took a step closer to him. That's where you're from, right? She asked him. Why was this woman making him feel so uncomfortable? He nodded out of politeness. Do you fly out on Saturday? The woman asked. Uh-huh. Riley walked around to her side of the machines. This one is a better washer, she said, pointing. Her elbow bumped the woman's purse and it fell to the floor. A camcorder shot out of it, clattering across the tile. She's a tabloid reporter, Riley yelled. Evan rushed to get the woman, but she jumped out of his reach and grabbed for Jalen, catching his shirt in her hand. The people have a right to know who you are. Jalen stumbled backwards, his shirt ripping at the shoulder, exposing his scars. Evan was there in a flash, apprehending the woman and pulling her away. I've got her, he said. Jalen held his shirt closed, his heart racing. Of course she would have ripped it where his scars could be seen. He wasn't sure how apparent they'd been, though. Had she seen? Had Riley? Evan dragged the woman out of the room while Riley picked up the camcorder. I'll erase what she got. Thanks, he said, his nerves making his stomach tight. How did you know she was a tabloid reporter? She kept positioning her purse to get you on film, and I could see the hole she'd cut out. She pointed to the purse, and Jalen studied it. That's so small. You saw that? Riley nodded, a look crossing her face that he couldn't interpret. She messed with the camera, then handed it to him. I think I got it. Want to double check? He pushed the play button, but the display said there was no file. Looks good. He shoved it back into the purse. I'll have Evan return this to her. Are you going to press charges? Riley stared at the rip in his shirt, the one he was holding shut. No. The woman didn't hurt him. He just needed to go change. It wasn't a big deal, but it did make him glad he'd brought the full detail of security that he did. He should be careful. There could be more reporters out to expose him. Chapter 19. Riley's pulse raced as she stared at the door, the image of Shadow in his ripped shirt still fresh in her mind. His shoulder. Had she seen what she'd thought she'd seen? Scars on his skin? The same burn scars that marred Jalen's face.
That had to mean that Jalen was Shadow, right? She took a ragged breath in, all the pieces fitting together. She wondered why Shadow knew everything she told Jalen. He must have used a body double dressed as Shadow coming into the lobby, and all the photos of them together were done on purpose, to make people believe they were two different people. Yet, she'd gotten a text from Jalen while she was with Shadow. How had he done that? Riley pulled out her phone and looked at the number. Jalen had said it was his new number. She had to know for sure that Jalen was Shadow before she wrote an article. One press of the button and her phone dialed him. A recording played. "The number you have dialed is invalid. Please try again." Riley stabbed at the red hang-up button. He'd faked the texts. That had to be it. She'd figured it out. She knew who Shadow Walker was. Her elation was short-lived as the conversation from earlier played back in her mind. What would happen if the world found out who you are? My career would be ruined. A sick feeling started in her gut and spread through her. In order to get her promotion, she had to ruin Shadow's career. Jalen's career. He'd obviously put on a mask in order to hide his scars. He'd tried to get into the music business as himself, but no one wanted him, so he'd hidden himself. Now he had fans all over the world. He was one of the hottest pop stars on the top of the charts, but if he were to take off the mask, would anyone want to see who he really was? Riley would like to think that his fans wouldn't care, but she'd seen people turn against stars for things she never thought they would. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility that Shadow's career would be ruined if she told the world who he was. But could she go home and not write the story? Her boss would murder her if he ever found out. No, he wouldn't. He would just torture her until she was at the brink of death, then nurse her back to health so he could do it all over again. Plus, what would she do with all the bills she couldn't pay? Could she afford to walk away from a story like this? She was late paying the rent, very late. She already had to figure out how she was going to pay the late fee on top of everything. Her mother took the $200 she'd left for her father, and now he'd have another ER bill to add to the stack. Her throat closed, and she had a hard time breathing. She gripped the washing machine and tried to drag in air to her lungs. She couldn't give up now. She couldn't let her father be evicted from his apartment. "Are you okay?" Shadow's deep voice cut into her thoughts, and she jerked around. Jalen stood near the door, a look of concern in his eyes. "Yeah," she managed to say, nodding her head for good measure. "I'm fine." He crossed the room and pulled her into his arms. "You look shaken. Did that woman hurt you? Are you really okay?" He looked her over. It was odd knowing Jalen was behind that mask, but his concern for her was obvious, and it touched her. "I'm not hurt, really." "Let's get out of here. Go somewhere else," he said. "But your laundry." "It looks done. I'll toss it in the dryer and we can go for a walk." Wait, the washing machine had gotten done? She hadn't even noticed. Feeling foolish, she helped him transfer the wet clothes to one of the dryers and stepped into the courtyard with him. Evan trailed along behind them. "Where do you want to walk?" Jalen asked. "The beach." Then she remembered he was dressed as Shadow. The beach would be crowded, and it was a warm day. "Would you rather go somewhere else? Maybe not as sunny?" He smiled. "The beach is fine." "Nope, I've changed my mind. Let's go walk to that park that's near the resort. It would be shady and more private." "If that's what you want." "Yes, that's what I want." She walked beside him through the courtyard to the main building and then out the front doors. As they walked, she had an uncomfortable conversation with herself. Should she reach out and take his hand? It wouldn't be odd, right? They'd been holding hands, but she hadn't known it was Jalen at the time, so it seemed weird. But she still missed the feeling of his hand on hers.
Indecision plagued her. Luckily, she didn't have to think about it much longer because Jalen made the decision for her by sliding his fingers through hers in an easy manner. Flutters erupted in her stomach. She could easily imagine Jalen walking next to her, no mask on, just the two of them, enjoying one another's company like a real couple.
You seem pensive.
Yeah, just thinking, he chuckled.
About what?
About him being Jalen. It was blowing her mind a little, yet she couldn't tell him that for obvious reasons. Nothing important.
Are you still worried about your father?
Always. Not a lie. She was terrified something would happen to her father. They took the path into the park. A few people milled about, but the gazebo was empty, so Riley steered them toward it. They stepped up into the structure while Evan hung back. Jalen turned toward her.
Is there anything I can do?
Yeah, he could give her permission to write a story about who he was under his mask. A story like that would give her enough money to save them from being kicked onto the street, and it would get her that promotion. She didn't even want to think of the cost of the transplant surgery or the medications he'd have to take forever afterward. But she couldn't ask him to do that. She shook her head, her heart in her throat. No.
I'm sorry.
He leaned against the beam of wood behind her, his face just inches from hers.
I wish I could do more.
I know the feeling. He cupped her face.
You are amazing. You know that? I still can't believe you figured out that woman was a reporter and outed her. She was ready to rip my mask off. She might have succeeded if you hadn't stopped her.
Guilt made her stomach fill with acid. The only reason she'd pegged the tabloid reporter is because she'd used the same tactics herself. But she didn't want to keep talking about her heroics. She didn't feel like a hero. She felt like a traitor. Not to change the subject, but can I ask you a question? He took a minute to study her before speaking.
Of course.
Before she could take some time to think, words began spilling out of her. If you had two people you cared about, one who was hurting and in pain, and the other one who could help, but it would put them in a bad position, would you ask the second one to help, even if it meant you could be causing them misery? After that string of nonsense was out, she pressed her lips together. What was she doing exactly? Trying to get his permission to ruin his life? He squinted at her.
Is this about your father?
Never mind, she said, waving her hand.
It was stupid to even bring up. Why did she do that? She couldn't talk about her predicament with Jalen, and she certainly couldn't get his permission like this. No, I'm trying to understand.
Forget it. She didn't want him to understand. It was a mistake. She closed the distance between them, pressing her lips to his. He responded, taking command of the kiss. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and he took a step forward, her back pressing against the wooden beam that was behind her. His lips were tender, seeking, exploring, sending waves of desire through her. She imagined Jalen before her without his mask hiding his identity, his strong cheekbones, his silky blonde hair falling to his forehead. Her fingers grazed over his skullcap and mask, probing to find the definition of his face. For some reason, she needed confirmation that she was right. He made a small, moaning sound as her fingers grazed over his skin below his mask. It was Jalen. She was sure of it. He'd made the same sound that first day when he'd taken a bite of the shrimp. Her heartbeat picked up. "Riley," he whispered, his lips pulled back just enough so he could speak. "What?" she whispered back.
You're making it very hard for me to resist you.
She rested her forearms on his shoulders, her fingers playing with the tie on the back of his skullcap. "Why do you have to resist me?"
Because the more we do this,
he kissed her. Tingles erupted over her skin. The more I feel guilty for not being myself with you, the more I want to. She put a finger on his lips to stop him from saying it. She couldn't breathe, couldn't move. Would he reveal himself as Jalen to her? Was he saying that's what he wanted to do? If he did that, she would feel even worse handing in a story about him to her boss. It would be obvious who the rat was. Could she hurt him like that? Kiss him and then stab him in the back? Panic rose in her, and she pushed him back. Oh my goodness, I totally forgot. I have to call the insurance company and tell them that Father went into the hospital. She patted her hair back into her bun. Not that it was coming out. She needed something to do to cover up the lie. How could I have forgotten that?
Go ahead and call.
The, number is in my room back at the resort, but it's okay. You stay and enjoy the park. I have to get the laundry out of the dryer anyway. I'll put it in your room after I fold it. She backed away from him. Sorry. I don't know how I could have forgotten to call. She rushed down the gazebo steps and onto the sidewalk, her heart beating against the inside of her ribcage. She couldn't let him reveal himself to her. Not now. She wasn't ready to face it. If she knew for sure, she would have to write the article, and she didn't want to. Not yet. She had to think about what she was going to do. Chapter 20. Jalen watched as Riley practically ran to the resort. Had he scared her off? He was only trying to be honest with her, and if he were being completely honest with himself, he was falling in love with Riley. His heart nearly burst at the thought. He was in love. But how could she love him back if he wasn't being honest with her? In order for them to have a chance at a real relationship, he had to take off his mask and show her his real self, his scars and all. He couldn't pretend he was someone else any longer. It was time for him to let her know. However, he had no idea how he would say it. He was nervous and unsure, but he didn't want to back away from it anymore. If he were to continue having a relationship with Riley, he had to let her know who he was, even if it meant losing her. But she'd stopped him mid-sentence. She hadn't let him tell her what he was feeling. Was she not feeling the same? Or did she simply remember a call she had to make? He didn't want to stay in the park, so he walked back to his room and filled Sir Bark's food bowl. He pulled out his notebook and stared down at the lyrics he'd been working on, his song about Riley. And suddenly, he knew what he needed to do. He had to sing it, tonight, for her. Pulling out his pen, he sat and reworked the lyrics once again. This time, he was not writing a song. He was opening himself up and bleeding onto the page. He was going to confess his love to Riley tonight, even if she rejected him. Riley waited backstage as Jalen belted out one of his popular songs, the crowd going wild. She gripped his half-empty bottle of water, her knuckles white. She couldn't get her heart rate to calm down. Her body wouldn't stop reacting to his kiss and his words. She had it bad. Every time he came near her, she longed for his touch. It was driving her crazy. Why couldn't she get a grip? She was like a teenager with raging hormones. Sheesh. Jalen finished his song, then turned around and flashed her a smile, which made her knees go weak, and 1,000 butterflies fluttered in her stomach. She gripped the water bottle tighter, and the plastic crinkled. Why was she so affected by him? This crush of hers was over the top. If she didn't get a handle on things, she was going to embarrass herself. She was a grown woman, for Pete's sake. Jalen spoke into the microphone.
I'm going to sing one more song for you. This is a new one, so bear with me as I get out my lyrics. She heard rustling sounds and turned to see Jalen setting up his notebook on a music stand. He pulled a stool over and sat down with his guitar. I wrote this song for a special someone in my life. Wait, what? Her palms grew sweaty. Was he talking about her? Did he write her a song? He strummed a couple of chords and Riley's breath caught. It was the song he'd sung for her, the one that had struck her so much. She stood, motionless as he began to sing. Only he'd changed it. The melody was the same, but the lyrics were all different. Her mouth went dry as his words came through the microphone. Here I sit in my world of stone, wrapped in cold loneliness. And then you come, you steal a kiss, and then my heart. You leave me sitting here, breathless. But I'm too afraid, so I withdraw into the shadows. I see you, I want you, but I can't have you. So I put on my mask and hide, breathless. Tears sprang to her eyes. Was this how Jalen felt? Was he too afraid of how she would look at him, at his scars, to reveal himself? How awful it would be to be worried about not being accepted for who you are. It crushed her soul. Didn't he know those things wouldn't matter to her? Had others treated him badly because of his scars? The thought about broke her heart. From what she knew about him, he didn't spend a lot of time around people. His words from the beach came back at her with full force. Pop stars can be lonely too. Was he afraid of being alone for the rest of his life? He was such a tender-hearted man. He shouldn't have to worry about his scars. He must have had such disappointment and hurt in the past for him to feel this way. She blinked back her emotions as she listened to him pour out his soul in his song. She couldn't see his face, but from the way he was sitting, she could tell he had his eyes closed. He was once again letting his music flow through him. Riley stood still, waiting to see how it would end. Alone in the dark, I reach for you. You come to me, comfort me. You make me so breathless. I finally realize I'm nothing without you. I stumble in the dark. I need you. I love you. I take off my mask and wait, breathless. Everyone sat in silence as the last few notes strummed on his guitar. As the notes faded, the crowd erupted into screams and applause. Riley stood, stunned. Did he just tell her he loved her? A rush of emotions swelled in her. She couldn't think. Shadow Walker had just confessed his feelings for her in a song. No, Jalen had. The man she'd spent the last 3 days with. The man she wanted more than anything. But did she love him? Her head told her no. It was impossible to fall in love with someone that quickly. And yet, her heart wanted nothing to do with her head. Her heart yearned for the man on stage. All she wanted to do was take him in her arms and tell him it was okay, that she would love him no matter what. He didn't have to be afraid of taking off his mask. She groaned and turned from him. How could she have let herself fall in love with Shadow Walker? She was supposed to be exposing him, not wondering if their babies would have blonde or brown hair. This was such a mess. Jalen stood from his stool and waved to the crowd. She stared at him, panic enveloping her. He was coming toward her, and now she was going to have to react to his confession. The closer he got, the more her mind shouted at her to do something, say something, but she was rooted to the spot. He stopped when he was in front of her, his jaw working like he wanted to say something but couldn't quite get it out. "Here," she said, shoving his bottle of water at him. "Drink." And now she was resorting to one-word communications. Nice. Maybe she should just grunt next time, in case she didn't look enough like a Neanderthal. Jalen took the bottle from her. That was my last song, and since I worked the crowd last night, we're free to leave. Are we? She felt the weight of his gaze on her as she shifted her feet. Okay then, let's go. All of her courage from before had slipped away. Her heart thumped as she tried to think of an excuse to get away. She turned and climbed down the stage steps. If you don't need me for anything else. He fell into step beside her. I think we need to talk. Oh no, not talking. That was probably not a good idea. Not when she was so unsure of what she was going to say or do next. Just his presence beside her was making her quake. She wanted to grab him by his shirt and kiss him again. It was totally a bad idea for her to be alone with him, talking or doing anything else. She swallowed, then decided to make a joke out of it. That sounds like you want to break up with me. She laughed, only it came out a nervous giggle, kind of like an insane person. Quite the opposite. The opposite? You want to break down with me? Another insane giggle escaped. She was losing it. He stared at her. Did I make you uncomfortable? No, not at all. I'm comfortable. Lie. She totally wanted to die right now. Like, literally. If a pit of eternal fire gaped open in front of her, she'd gladly jump in. Riley? He stopped and turned to her. Look at me. The sun had gone down, and darkness surrounded them as they weren't quite to the buildings of the resort. She stared at him, his face shrouded in darkness. I've fallen in love with you. His words sent a zing of attraction through her, and she had to admit pleasure. But she couldn't feel that way. She swallowed as she tried to think of what to say. I just thought I needed to make it clear in case the song hadn't done it. She sputtered. Why couldn't she make actual words come out? Maybe because she didn't know what to say. Look, the last thing I want to do is make you uncomfortable, but I kind of felt like we had a mutual attraction going on. If I'm mistaken, please let me know so I can go back to my room and be appropriately mortified. Her heart broke for him, and she shook her head. You're not mistaken, she said, her voice barely coming out. Then let's go back to my room and talk. She knew what that meant. He'd warned her with this song. He was going to tell her he was Jalen, but she didn't want that. She couldn't let him reveal himself only to be devastated by her story, her betrayal. She wasn't worthy of his love. Still, she couldn't tell him she had no feelings for him. That would break him. And it was a lie. She walked with him back to the resort, through the hallway and to his door, still unsure of what she was going to say when they got inside. The security guard stood aside as Jalen swiped his keycard and motioned for her to enter. Sir Barks was particularly noisy, jumping on them as if he hadn't seen them in a year. Nerves jumbled inside her as she stepped in and he closed the door. Hey, Sir Barks, calm down, Jalen said. Maybe he needs a walk? We can take him out in a bit. Do you want something to drink? Yes, drink. Anything to put off the conversation until later. She nodded. Water would be fine. He walked to the fridge and pulled out a water bottle and handed it to her. The cold felt good on her palms. Sir Barks ran to the closet and growled, then barked, clawing at the doors. What do you want? Jalen asked, stepping over to him. He patted his head. There are no treats in there. The hairs on Riley's arms stood on end, but before she could say anything, the closet doors burst open and a young woman rushed out. She wore a housekeeping outfit, and she toppled on top of Jalen. Riley screamed, dropped her water, and security burst into the room. The next few events happened so quickly it was a blur.
The woman yelled, "I love you, Shadow!" Something flew through the air. The security guards pulled the woman off Jalen and dragged her out into the hallway. Jalen lay curled up on the floor, his face covered by his gloved hands. Riley looked down and felt the color drain from her face. Shadow's mask lay on the floor in front of her. Chapter 21. Jalen's heart pounded as he lay on the floor, his hands covering his face. That woman. How had she snuck past his security guards? She must have done it while they were cleaning the room and no one noticed. He heard the woman yelling, "Let me go! I need to see his face! I love him!" as his security guard dragged her out. At least he'd been able to cover himself right after she ripped off his mask. The door closed. Silence filled the room. He peeked through his fingers. Riley stood near the couch, her back to him. Her head was down and her shoulders hunched. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice barely audible. His mask dangled from her hand. He slowly rose to his feet. This was not exactly how he'd planned to unmask in front of Riley, but he was ready nonetheless. He took a tentative step toward her. "I'm okay." She bowed her head lower and held the mask out behind her. "Please take it." Jalen couldn't hear properly past the loud ringing in his ears. She was protecting his identity, even in this situation. She was an amazing woman. He didn't know how he'd found her. It was fate. It had to be. Anyone else would be gaping at him, he was sure, but not her. She was faithful until the end. He stepped up behind her, taking off his gloves. He ran the tips of his fingers down her arms. "Riley," he said softly. She didn't move. He wasn't even sure she was breathing. He kissed the spot between her neck and shoulder. He wanted her to know he was all right with what was happening. "It's okay. You can turn around and look at me." She shook her head. "I want you to know me, the real me." Even though he felt extremely vulnerable, he had faith in Riley. She wouldn't flinch before him. He knew her heart. He was ready to take the next step in their relationship, to show her his scars. He wanted to reveal his whole self to her. "I can't," she whispered. "Wait, what?" He was confused. He thought she was protecting his privacy, but now it sounded like something else. But what, he couldn't understand. "Why not?" "Put it on," she pleaded, forcing the mask into his hand. He ran his fingers over the skin on her neck, his face beside hers. If she would just turn a little, she would see him. "I don't understand." "I know you don't," she said, her voice breaking. A tear slid down her cheek. His heart jumped into his throat. She was crying. What had he done to make her cry? He pulled her to him, hugging her back to his chest, his arms wrapped around her shoulders. "I'm sorry. Whatever I did, I'm so sorry for it. Just please put the mask on." He did as she said, slipping the elastic over his head. Even though he didn't understand, and even though he didn't want to, he obeyed. "It's on." She buried her face in her hands. "I'm sorry. I think I need to leave." A cold rock formed in his stomach. "Why? Because of me, without my mask?" She turned to him. "I'm just not ready." She didn't want to see him without his mask on. But what did that mean? Not ready for what? Maybe she wasn't ready to progress their relationship? Had he come on too strong? That had to be it. He'd told her he loved her. Not only that, but he'd revealed it to everyone at the resort with his song.
He'd put her on the spot. Why didn't he think that maybe she'd be uncomfortable with that? It's okay. He pulled her to him, and she buried her face into his chest. I'm sorry, she repeated. He didn't understand what she was sorry for. She'd done nothing wrong. Will you stay? It was still early in the evening, and he didn't want to say goodbye. Not yet. Tomorrow was the last day of performances, and then he'd be leaving the island. He didn't have much more time with her, and she had admitted she had feelings for him. Okay, she said. We can just sit and watch TV together. He looked into her eyes. Would that be okay? She nodded and wiped at her face, stepping back from him. You must think I'm ridiculous. No, I could never think that. He grabbed the remote and then noticed her bottle of water that she'd dropped and picked it up. He sat down on the couch and she joined him. I don't fully understand, but that's okay. I don't have to. She took the bottle of water from him and fiddled with the cap. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything. Her face flushed. Yeah, I do. She unscrewed the lid and took a sip of her water. When she was done, she didn't meet his gaze. I have some things going on in my life that I haven't told you about. Things that make having a relationship with you complicated. The cold in his stomach spread through him, creating ice in his veins. What did that mean? His mind automatically jumped to the worst scenario. Oh, no. She couldn't be. Are you married? He asked quietly, fearing the worst. Her eyes widened. No. What would make you think that? I don't know. From what you said, what am I supposed to think? Well, I'm not married. Sheesh. She ran a hand over her hair. He was so relieved that wasn't the issue that he let out a long breath. If it wasn't that, then what was it? He searched for something else that might make a relationship difficult. Are you wanted by the police? Holy crap, that's where you go? No, I'm not a wanted criminal. I didn't murder anyone, and I'm not hiding a body anywhere. What kind of person do you think I am? I'm sorry. You tell me that you're hiding something from me, and now all I can think are the worst things. Well, it's not that, she huffed, and shifted her back to him. He put his arms around her and pulled her back to his chest. Hey, whatever it is, we can work through it, right? Seconds ticked by as he waited for her to say yes, they could work through it. But it didn't come. Worry seeped through him. Riley? I don't know that we can, she said softly. His mind raced as he tried to think of what could be so terrible that it might destroy their relationship. He just couldn't come up with anything besides the two she'd already shot down. Do you have feelings for me? He asked, closing his eyes. She'd already said she had, but he needed to hear it again. Yes? Then that's all I care about right now. Even if she wasn't in love with him, he could wait to see if that developed. Nothing else mattered to him. She relaxed, settling into him. I wish things were different. Maybe they can be. She paused for a long time before nodding. Maybe you're right. He picked up the remote. Should I turn on the TV? Sure. He clicked it on and found an old sitcom that looked funny. He didn't really care what they watched. All he wanted was to be close to the woman he loved, and maybe she would get brave and tell him what she'd been holding back. He wanted her to trust him more than anything. It broke his heart that she felt like she couldn't. Chapter 22. Riley closed her eyes, letting the sound of the television lull her. She'd been terrified when Jalen's mask had come off. She'd forced herself not to look at him. Even though she knew who he was, the last thing she wanted to do was confirm it. She couldn't let him reveal himself to a tabloid reporter. Not that she had decided to write the article. She'd been thinking a lot about it, especially after Jalen had said that maybe things could be different. If she quit her job, then things would be different. She could date him, and there would be no issues. The only remaining problem would be that she'd be out on the streets, and her father wouldn't survive the year. She sighed heavily. Man, why did life suck sometimes? She hated the position she was in. She couldn't hurt Jalen, and she couldn't let her father die. Neither one was something she could allow to happen. The sound of soft snoring came from behind her, and she turned to see Jalen had fallen asleep. He looked so peaceful, so vulnerable, slumped against the couch, his head back. If she really wanted to confirm it was Jalen, all she had to do was lift the mask a tiny bit. But she didn't. She already knew it was him. She didn't need to see for herself. Instead, she snuggled into him. No matter what she decided to do about her job and the article, she had to leave the island on Saturday. Just one more day with Jalen, and then she had to return to real-life things. She hadn't meant for things to progress with Jalen like they had. She'd only been trying to get to know him, dig up information. She hadn't meant for the crazy chemistry between them, or for her heart to get all tangled up in everything. Jalen made a small noise, and she looked up at him. His mouth pulled down into a frown. Was he dreaming about something sad? He flinched and made another sound, like he was trying to talk, but couldn't. She patted his hand to let him know it was just a dream. He jerked his head to the side and called out, "No!" Riley thought for a moment he'd woken up, but he continued to make noises, and his eyes were closed. He was still dreaming. She felt so bad for him. She'd never seen anyone have a nightmare like that. It seemed to go on for too long. She rubbed his shoulders. "Hey, it's okay. You're dreaming." He sat up straight. His eyes flew open, and he gasped for air. His hands shook, and he dragged in air. She pulled him to her. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay," he said after a moment. "Sorry, I didn't mean to fall asleep." She could barely breathe. She'd been so scared for him. "You don't have to apologize. I was just worried about you. It looked like you had one heck of a nightmare." He turned from her. "I get them sometimes." "Nightmares?" He nodded, but something about the way he was acting told her it wasn't an ordinary dream. "Is it a reoccurring nightmare?" she asked. "Yes," he said, looking down at his hands. "Do you want to talk about it?" The television still droned on in the background, and she picked up the remote and turned down the volume. He leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees, exhaling. "I told you my parents died in a house fire?" She slowly nodded, her throat suddenly tight. His scars, the fire, nightmares. It was all starting to make sense now. "What I didn't tell you was that I was in that fire." Reaching out, she placed her hand on his, and he leaned back and threaded his fingers through hers. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Riley could hardly breathe. She'd never once thought about where Jalen's scars had come from, and now he was going to tell her. "It wasn't anyone's fault. They told me an electrical cord had frayed and caused some sparks. We were all asleep. My father woke up and smelled the smoke. He went downstairs to investigate, and he found the den on fire. They said he tried to put the fire out, but the smoke inhalation made him pass out." "Oh, no." He swallowed, obviously trying to get his emotions under check. "My mother woke up next. She saw the bed was empty and assumed my dad had grabbed me, and we were outside waiting. She had to fight her way outside. The stairs were consumed by then, but she made it, even though she had badly burned her feet. The fire trucks had just arrived, but she couldn't find me or my father anywhere outside. Riley knew where the story was going and sat, horrified, as she blinked back tears. She squeezed his hand. They told her not to go back inside, that the firefighters would try to save us, but she didn't listen. She went back in to get me. His voice broke, and he hung his head. I was rescued, but she didn't make it. Riley's heart shattered into a million pieces for him. She wrapped her arms around him and pulled him to her. He buried his face into her shoulder as tears streaked down his face. How heartbreaking. She didn't know how to comfort him other than staying there with her arms around him. My heart hurts for you, she whispered. There were no words she could say that would make it better. Nothing she could do except continue to hold on to him. After several minutes, he pulled back and wiped at his face. I didn't mean to tell you all that. She put her hands on the exposed skin on his jawline. It was the only part of him she could touch besides his hands. It's all right. His gaze bore through her, his eyes speaking to her, pleading with her. She knew what he meant. He wanted her to accept him. All of him, scars included. A part of her wanted to slowly reach up and lift his mask, to let him know she loved him and accepted him. That part of her shouted at her to do it, to let him take that last step. But the other side of her couldn't do it. She couldn't let him expose such vulnerability to her, a tabloid reporter out to tell his secret to the world. She was scum, and she didn't deserve to be looked at like that. Guilt surged in her, and she dropped her hands. It's late. He leaned forward and gave her a gentle kiss on her forehead. His warm lips sent a shiver of delight through her. She pulled him to her and gave his lips more exploration. He accepted her advances, his hands gripping her upper arms, his lips moving over hers in a perfect rhythm. When she finally pulled back, she could barely catch her breath. I really should go, she said, standing, her legs acting like she was a newborn fawn as she staggered. So soon? He stood and pouted. Yes, she said, placing one more kiss on his lips before turning toward the door. The one kiss turned into two, and then three, before she could tear herself away. Finally, she made it outside of his room. Good night, he said, leaning against the door jamb. His gaze traveled over her face. It was like a caress, and she felt it move over her skin. Night, she said, unlocking her door. If she didn't get away from him, she was going to lose herself completely. Her heart pounded as she stood in her empty resort room, looking at the wall that separated them. A sudden coldness swept over her skin, and she felt the absence of his touch. An intense longing tugged at her chest as she walked to her chair and sat down. How could she miss him this much when she'd just been with him mere seconds ago? She picked up her phone to check her texts, but the screen didn't light up. Had she run out of battery? She plugged it in, and sure enough, the empty symbol showed in red. She left it plugged in while she got ready for bed. 10 minutes later, she checked and saw 3 unanswered phone calls with 3 messages. She went to her voicemail and played each message. The first one was from Mrs. Lewis. Riley, I know you're busy, and I'm sorry to bug you, but our landlady stopped by today while I was cleaning your father's place. She said you're behind on rent, and if you can't pay it, she's going to start the eviction process on Monday. Honey, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Call me back when you get a chance. Bye. Images of dragging a shopping cart full of all their belongings as she tried to find the best cardboard to sleep under swam in front of her eyes. This was terrible. She couldn't get kicked out. She played the next message, even though she didn't want to. "Hi, sweetie," her father's voice. "Just wanted to let you know. The doctor said I'm looking good and can go home in the morning. I'm sure you're busy, so I won't keep you. Call me tomorrow." She sighed. At least that was good news. She pressed to listen to the last one. Her boss's voice came through the line. "Riley, I saw a picture of you with Shadow Walker in the National Globe. You had better be getting me a story. Interest in this is soaring. Everyone wants to know who Shadow is. It looked like you were getting close to him. Get me that story tomorrow and you'll have an extra bonus. 3,000 big ones. Call me in the morning." Riley's vision blurred as she stared at her phone. Eviction, hospital bills, and her boss wanting the story. The story that would launch her career into the stratosphere. The story that would save her and her father. The story that would ruin Jalen. She swallowed the horrible taste in her mouth. What if it wouldn't ruin Jalen? What if she could bring in enough sympathy for him in her article that it would actually allow him to be free from his burdens? He could be himself and still perform. She held on to that thought like a lifeline and sat down at her desk. It was late, but she didn't care. This new idea of trying to help him through her story was something she hadn't thought about before. She needed to explore what a story like that might look like. Opening up a new document, she began to type. Maybe there was a way to save her career, save their apartment, and save her father, while saving Jalen as well. Chapter 23. Jalen's phone rang, and somewhere in the back of his mind, he knew he had to pick up. But he was asleep and didn't want to wake up. He'd been dreaming of Riley. But the noise continued, so he forced himself awake. He grabbed his phone and swiped to answer. "Hello?" He tried not to sound like he'd been asleep, but it didn't work too well. Sir Barks jumped up onto his bed and licked his face. "Jalen?" It was Jeff, the head of his security team. He patted his dog's head. "Yes?" "I need to talk to you about something." He sat up, running his hand through his hair. Sir Barks curled up at the end of the bed. "What is it?" "After the break-in yesterday, the team decided we needed to tighten security even more. I have put 2 men at each door, and I'm digging into some of the people at the resort." "Okay, thank you." He'd been surprised by the fan sneaking into his room, but she hadn't hurt him, and security had immediately burst into the room and removed her. She hadn't seen his face. "We've come across a problem." His brain must have still been fuzzy from sleep, because he wasn't sure what Jeff was talking about. "A problem?" "There's a tabloid reporter at the resort." He was so confused. "Yes, we know. We caught her yesterday." Wouldn't Jeff already know about that incident? "No, another tabloid reporter." Oh, another one? He hadn't seen anyone else trying to get close to him, but they were sneaky. "You hired her, sir." "Wait, what?" He didn't understand. He hadn't hired any reporters. "Excuse me?" "Her name is Riley Campbell. You hired her to be Shadow's personal assistant." Jalen's mouth went dry, and he couldn't breathe. Jeff continued to talk, but all he heard was a loud buzzing noise. "I'm sorry, what was that?" "Do you want us to clear her out of the building?" "Kick Riley out?" "No," he said, his mind reeling. He didn't want them to toss her out. They had to be mistaken, right? Somehow they'd gotten their wires crossed. Riley wasn't a reporter. She couldn't be. "I'll deal with the situation." He finished the conversation and hung up, then stared at the phone in his hand. They were wrong. She wasn't a calculating tabloid reporter there to write a story on him. She was too kind. too caring. They had somehow made a huge mistake. Needing time to think, Jalen got into the shower and turned on the water to almost scalding. He pressed his hands to the shower walls, trying to let the water wash away the icky feeling that was growing inside of him. Something odd had been going on with Riley. She had even told him she had a secret she couldn't talk about. Was this it? Her secret was that she was a reporter doing a story on him? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense, and the more he felt sick to his stomach. By the time he was out of the shower and dressed, he felt like a giant gun had shot a hole into his heart. He didn't want to believe it was true, but it sure explained a lot if he thought about it. Riley was everything he'd ever wanted. What a perfect plan. Be the woman that the lonely pop star wanted, and, in return, nab the hottest story of the entertainment industry. Riley had targeted him. That started to sink in as he put more food in Sir Bark's bowl. She'd been playing him this entire time, and he'd willingly walked right into her trap. He practically told her who he was. What a fool he'd been. How had he not seen it? He'd caught her wearing fake glasses. Was that because she was trying to act like someone else? He had noticed her shift in personality. There were times when she would act one way and other times where he'd see hidden pieces of her. So, which parts were real? How much of her was a lie? His phone chimed, and he looked at the screen. It was a text from Riley. "Do you need anything this morning?" Her words sent a jolt of anger through him. Here she was again, playing a part. Yes, he did need something. He needed her to leave so he could sneak into her room and find out the truth about her. He racked his brain for some errand he could send her on so he could dig around and find out some answers. "I'm out of my skin cream. I have sensitive skin, so I need a certain brand. Can you get me another container of it?" She texted back that she would, and he sent her the brand name. He knew it was hard to find and figured she probably wouldn't be able to get it on the island. He waited until he heard her door shut before leaving his room dressed as Jalen. He walked to the front desk and asked the kid for a second key to Riley's room. No one questioned him since he'd booked it in his name. No one stopped to talk to him either. That was one nice thing about being himself. No one seemed to care what he did or where he went. He slipped into her room, shutting the door behind him. His gaze traveled over the room as nerves shot through him, making his stomach tighten. Her bed was neatly made. A phone cord lay on the desk, along with her laptop, which was open, the screen lit up like she'd just been on it. A small part of him still hoped his security team was wrong. Hoped to get on her computer and find the obvious answer as to why they'd made that glaring mistake. Guilt played a rhythm down his spine as he stepped forward. He shouldn't be breaking into her room and going through her computer. He should leave. Yet he couldn't. He had to know for sure. He sat down. A browser was open, and he read what she'd searched. What happens when you get evicted? Why was Riley researching eviction? Was she about to lose her apartment? He frowned, not liking that thought, but he wasn't there for her Google searches. He clicked to the Word document she had open. In bold letters, across the top of the screen, it read, "Shadow Walker's True Identity Revealed." His hands shook as he skimmed the article and found his name. His mouth went dry, and he had trouble breathing. It was true. Riley was a tabloid reporter, and she had lied to him to get close to him. She knew who he was, even though she'd pretended she didn't. And she was going to expose him to the world. His mind spun as he tried to figure out what to do. His fingers itched to delete the article. Why not? She was a liar and a fake. Serves her right. He highlighted the text and hit the delete key. For some reason, it was satisfying to see the text on the screen wiped away. But That didn't wipe away the cold, sick feeling in his gut. Nor did it really do anything to stop Riley from exposing him. She'd just write it again. And if he left it deleted, she would know he had snuck into her room. He sighed, clicked on Control-Z, and the article reappeared. Too bad. It would have somehow made him feel better to leave it blank. He clicked the save button out of habit, and the dialog box opened with the name pre-populated. Right after he hit the return key, he realized what he'd done. Her article hadn't been saved before. If she came back and noticed it was now saved to her hard drive, she would know someone had been in her room. Or maybe she wouldn't notice. Yeah, he'd go with that, because he had no idea how to unsave something. Was that even possible? His curiosity about something else piqued, and he opened her documents folder, looking for the novels she'd told him about, the ones she'd said were on her computer, except there were no novels, only articles about famous people. She'd lied about that as well. He clicked back on the Google search window and stood up, his legs shaking. He'd done what he came to do, which was find out the truth. Now he had to figure out what he was going to do about it. He was in love with a woman who had lied to him and who was planning on betraying him. A cold-hearted, backstabbing viper. A woman who, by all rights, didn't even exist, because he was in love with the persona she made up, the one she'd used to seduce him into falling in love with her. He felt like throwing up. Chapter 24. Riley walked into the third store and crossed her fingers that they would have Jalen's brand of skin cream. She was sure he needed it for his scars. Why else would he have her run all over the island looking for something so specific? She scanned the shelf, but even before she got done looking, she knew she wasn't going to find it. This was one of those all-purpose stores. They only had essentials. A little of this and a little of that. Nothing specific, like what Jalen needed. She pulled out her phone and texted, "I haven't found your skin cream yet. I've checked the 3 stores near the resort, but none of them have it. I'll need to take a taxi to the next one, because it's a 2-hour walk from here, and it's starting to rain. Just wanted you to know I'm still on it." His answer came a few seconds later. "No, it's okay. I'll order some to be shipped to my home." Riley texted back, "Are you sure? I don't mind checking the next store." She bit her bottom lip, worried he was in pain. If his skin was delicate, which she could only imagine that it was, it could really be hurting him. He didn't text back right away, and she walked outside, ready to flag down a taxi. But before she could spot one, her phone chimed. "Just come back to the resort. I need to discuss something with you." She wondered what that meant. Hopefully, he wasn't wanting to rehash what happened last night. She'd thought she'd made it clear she didn't want him to reveal his real identity to her. Not that she'd decided on publishing her article. She'd written it, but still couldn't save it to the shared drive. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt Jalen. Still, she needed to figure out how she was going to pay the rent. She texted back, "I'll be there shortly." The sky was gray with rain clouds, and tiny drops hit her skin as she walked. Her thoughts turned to her father. He was young still, only 57. If he could get a transplant, she could have many more years with him. She just needed to help him survive long enough to get the transplant. Maybe she could sell plasma to pay part of the rent. If she made a partial payment, maybe they wouldn't evict her. Her father needed a stable home, a place to rest. She just didn't want to sell Jalen out in order to provide that. Her phone rang, and she pulled it out of her bag. It was Gary. He was probably calling to bug her about the story. She wanted to ignore his call, but that wouldn't be good. Not if she wanted to keep her job. Swiping the screen, she picked up the call. "Yes?" "You're the best. Seriously, I could kiss you right now." She pulled her phone back and looked at it to make sure it really was Gary. He never talked like that. Mostly, he yelled at her for being late with stories or for not being imaginative enough. And why was he so happy? She hadn't sent him the article. What are you talking about? That piece on Shadow Walker. We're getting so many hits right now, the whole thing is blowing up. Gary's low voice was filled with excitement. She stopped walking, dread sinking her stomach. My piece on Shadow? I didn't send you any piece on Shadow. Yes, you did. And it's amazing. You can have that promotion and the $3,000 bonus. Your article is going viral. Riley couldn't breathe. How had Gary gotten the article? In her sleep-deprived brain, had she saved it to the shared drive? She thought she'd been so careful. How could this have happened? Look, I just wanted to congratulate you. I gotta run. See you on Monday. Gary hung up before Riley could say anything. She stood there, staring at her phone in horror. The article had been sent to Gary. He'd published it. She'd ruined Jalen's life. Her mind raced. What was she going to do? How could she fix it? Gary had to take it down. Now. She called him back in a state of panic. What is it? He said after picking up. Yep, he was back to his brusque self. So much for thinking she was the best. You have to pull that article. I sent it by mistake. Thunder rolled in the distance, and the rain began pouring down in earnest. Are you insane? I can't pull it. Didn't you hear me? It's going viral. Riley's vision wavered as she tried to gain control of herself. Gary, pull it. Now! She realized she was yelling only after a woman with an umbrella jerked her head around to stare at her. But she didn't care. He had to listen to her. Is it false? Because, false stories get just as much traction as true ones, even more sometimes. No, it's true, she said, her voice cracking. It's just going to ruin him. The story is already out. I can't take it back now. You know what viral means, don't you? Gary huffed, like he was upset she was wasting his time. Desperation shot through her, and she broke out in a sweat, even though she was getting soaked from the rain. She picked up her pace. She had to get to the resort. Please, you can keep the bonus money. I just want it taken down. If I take it down, another paper will just run it and get all the credit. 500,000 people have already read it. Look, I have to go. Gary! She shouted, but it was no use. He'd already hung up. Her stomach lurched, and she thought she would get sick. What was she going to do? Her hands shook as she tried to think of what she could say to Jalen. But there was nothing she could say that would make it better. She'd ruined his life, and any second now, he would find out. As she neared the resort, her phone buzzed and she looked down. It was a text from Jalen. Don't bother coming to talk. There's no longer anything to discuss. A numbness started in her fingers and worked its way over her body. Jalen knew. He'd seen the article and knew she was the one who wrote it. Riley wanted to scream. This was not how things were supposed to go. She wasn't going to submit it. She wanted more than anything to take it back, to rewind and go back to last night before she'd decided to type it up. If she could just have that moment back, she would do things differently. She wouldn't have written it. Her ribs squeezed her, making it impossible to breathe. She couldn't do this. How could she face him after this? Yet, how could she leave without saying anything? Each step she took brought her closer to him, closer to the conversation she knew she had to have, until she stood at his door, her heart in her throat. She raised her hand to knock, but then hesitated, still unsure of what she would say. A trail of water ran down her cheek. She hadn't even noticed how soaked she was. Tendrils of wet hair hung limp in her face, and she brushed them back. She could hear Sir Barks making a racket behind the door. So much for standing there unnoticed. Before she could think about what to do, the door opened, and Jalen stood there, his shadow costume on, mask in place. He took a step back, his expression hooded. "Can I come in? I need to talk to you." Sir Barks yipped out a happy greeting, jumping on her pant legs. Drops of water hit him, and he stood back and shook them off. Jalen just stared at her, his jaw working. For a moment, she thought he was going to say no, but then he nodded and took a step back, letting her inside. Maybe because she looked pitiful as a drowned rat. She crossed the room, then turned to him. Now that she was face to face with him, she had no words. What does one say to someone after lying to them and totally ruining their career? She balked, but forced words out anyway. "I didn't mean to." Oh, nice one. Out of all the things she could have said, that's what flew out of her mouth? She wanted to die. He took a step toward her, his expression not hidden by his mask. "What exactly didn't you mean to do? The part where you came here under false pretenses? Lied about being sent by the temp agency so you could get close to me? Or the part where you told the entire world who I am?" He'd never raised his voice to her before. She stepped back from him. "The last one," she said quietly. He cringed and pinched the bridge of his nose like he had a headache coming on. "I can't believe you. Why are you here? Why didn't you just leave?" She twisted her wet hands together. "I don't want things to be like this between us." He glared at her. "Between us? There is no us. There apparently never was." "That's not true." She took a step toward him, her heart hammering out a quick rhythm. "My feelings for you are real." He stared at her like he didn't know what to think. "How can they be real? You lied to me about everything." No, not everything. How could she make him see? She didn't lie about the important things. She told him things she'd never told anyone. Skepticism narrowed his eyes, and he moved closer to her. "Did you know who Shadow Walker was before you arrived?" Guilt choked her. She nodded. "Yes." "Did you wear fake glasses and put your hair up so I would believe you didn't know Shadow?" Oh, man. She dropped her gaze to the floor. "Yes," she said, so quietly she barely could hear herself. "Did you lie about writing novels to cover up the fact that you're a tabloid reporter?" Dang, he'd figured that one out, too. "Yes," she choked out. "Did you lie about listening to jazz and classical music?" She snapped her head up. "No, I like jazz and classical." "Oh, well, there you go. I guess you didn't lie about everything." His words dripped of sarcasm. She exhaled, her shoulders slumping. "I'm sorry." "Yeah, well, sorry isn't going to give me my career back." Tears sprang to her eyes, and a lump formed in her throat. If she could just go back to last night, she wouldn't refuse his request to turn around. She would have told him to his face that she loved him, scars and all. She would have confessed to him, told him who she was, and maybe, just maybe, he would have forgiven her. But it was too late. She couldn't go back. She couldn't fix what she'd done. Jalen turned from her, resting his hand on the desk. "Just go. I don't want to see you again." Riley wanted to tell him how she was feeling, how devastated she was, but she had no words. Instead, she closed the gap between them and rested her hand on his. Contact with his skin made her heart race. There was so much she wanted to say, and yet so much she couldn't. "Jalen," she whispered. He hung his head. "Don't." It was just one word, but it tore her heart into a million pieces. He wasn't ever going to forgive her. She'd stabbed him in the back, betrayed him, broken him. Tears streaked down her face as she backed away from him, from everything they'd been together. Even though it had only been a few days, she had fully given her heart to him. She loved him, needed him. She wanted him more than she thought a person could want another person. Her heart was fully entwined with his, and he hated her. Chapter 25. Jalen had waited for an eternity to hear Riley speak his name, to have her finally know who the man was behind his mask. Too bad when she finally said it, it caused unimaginable pain to stab through him. She left, the door clicking closed behind her. He stood at the desk shaking for far too long before his phone rang and it snapped him out of it. He looked at the screen but didn't recognize the number. He swiped to answer. "Hello? Mr. Carter, I'm from the Daily World News, and I'd like you to confirm the rumor that you are, in fact, Shadow Walker." Jalen scowled. "No comment." He hung up the phone. 2 seconds later, another call came in. He put his phone on silent and tossed it on his bed. He stared at the back of his hand, still wet from when Riley touched him, still tingling from the contact. He wasn't sure how he resisted pulling her into his arms. His body ached to have her, to hold her. He needed her. But she wasn't who he had thought. The woman he loved was an illusion. His phone vibrated with another call. This wasn't going to stop. He was revealed to the world, and now he had to figure out how he was going to handle the concert tonight. He'd signed a contract. He couldn't back out of it, even though he felt like someone took a knife to his gut. He tore off his mask and tossed it. Maybe the rain would continue. Maybe they would call off the concert and he could leave. He didn't want to have to face anyone right now. He wanted to curl up and die. Riley stood at the back of the massive crowd. The rain had stopped, and a light breeze made her wish she'd brought a jacket. The sun was setting, and the last concert of the event was starting soon. She should have left the island on the afternoon plane, but her heart wouldn't let her. Not when she was so worried about Jalen. He was supposed to be the first act tonight. As the seconds ticked by with no one coming out on the stage, she was concerned he might back out of it. What if he'd packed his things and left on the plane? What if he went into hiding now that his identity was revealed? She'd heard snippets of people talking about her article. Everyone had read it. Now they were waiting to see who would come out on stage. The noise from the audience rose as the time to start the concert came and went. Riley nervously shifted from one foot to the other. He couldn't back out. Everyone was waiting for him. The crowd hushed as someone stepped onto the stage. Riley almost cried with relief. It was Jalen in his full shadow outfit. He walked to the microphone at the center of the stage. "Good evening, everyone." "Take off your mask, Jalen," someone shouted. "Yeah, stop lying to us," someone else called. The audience came to life, screaming and shouting different things that blended together into one massive noise. Some called him a liar. Others shouted to have him leave the stage, while others booed. Several people held up cell phones to record what was happening. Jalen held up his hand, but the crowd didn't settle down. He waited for a moment, but when it didn't look like the shouting would stop, he began talking. "I know by now everyone has read the article that came out this morning."
The crowd hushed to hear what he was saying.
"And I will take off my mask tonight," he said, pointing in the direction that the comment had come from.
Riley's chest constricted as angry shouts and screams filled the air. He was going to reveal himself. She'd forced him into this. This was all her fault.
"But first, I want to tell you about myself."
Jalen unhooked the microphone and began walking the stage.
"When I was 10 years old, I was badly burned in a house fire."
Everyone quieted down, the crowd going still. More people held up their cell phones.
"I lost my parents in that fire."
His voice cracked, and emotion choked Riley, her eyes filling with tears.
"Music was my lifeline. No matter what, I could turn to music and it would be there for me. Whenever I was sad, I would sing, and I would feel better. I went into the foster care system and was eventually adopted by a wonderful family who taught me that my scars didn't matter. They loved me regardless. But as soon as I went out into the real world, I was taught a much different lesson. It didn't matter how talented I was rejected repeatedly. I was told by a top music executive, who shall remain nameless, that I had massive talent, but I would never make it in the industry because of my face.
The crowd sucked in a collective breath, and murmurs broke out.
You can imagine how devastated I was. I thought that was it. I would never be able to do what I was born to do because of the tragic accident so many years ago that left my face marred and my parents dead.
"I love you, Jalen!" a woman shouted, and the crowd grew noisy again. He held up a hand in response to her.
"And I love you too, random person in the audience."
Laughter broke out. Riley couldn't help but smile through her tears. Jalen paused, and the crowd silenced again. The mood turned serious.
"I want you to know that I didn't put on a mask to fool anyone. I put on my mask because I desperately wanted to be able to sing. I took a chance when I entered the American Superstar contest. I never wanted to hurt you, my fans. I wanted to be free to share my songs. That's all I ever wanted. And now it's time for my journey to come to an end. I will sing for you tonight, but not as Shadow Walker, masked ninja. I'm going to sing for you as plain old Jalen Carter."
Riley held her breath as Jalen slowly removed his mask and skullcap. The crowd was so quiet, she could hear his footsteps on the stage as he walked to the side and tossed his disguise away. Then he put the microphone back into the stand and picked up his guitar, his blonde hair flopping down over his scarred forehead. He began playing. Riley wiped at her tears, noticing a few others in the throng of people who were crying as well. Was this really his last concert? Was that what he meant by his journey coming to an end? Riley slipped away from the mass of people. She didn't want to hear Jalen sing his last few songs. It was too heartbreaking, knowing he was giving up his career because of her. She couldn't stand to be there, watching him saying goodbye, yet she couldn't force herself to go too far. She turned around at the edge of the beach and watched him perform. He seemed tentative at first, but as the song progressed, he got into it and fed off the energy from everyone. He was right. He was born to be a singer. You could tell he loved everything about music and performing, and the booing stopped. The audience clapped and cheered. Only once in a while did someone call out that he was a liar. Jalen ignored those. He sang 3 of his hit songs. When the last one was finished, he picked up the microphone.
"I hope you've enjoyed my last performance. Next, we'll get to hear from the talented Colby King."
Tears streamed down her face as she watched Jalen disappear behind the stage. This was it. He wasn't going to perform anymore.
He was done, and it was all her fault. Chapter 26. The sound of Colby King's song faded as Jalen walked the path back to the resort. Taking off his mask in front of all those people had been incredibly difficult. He hadn't realized how dependent he'd become on it. But singing without it had been freeing in some ways. The crowd still went wild when he sang his hit songs. They clapped and cheered for him. At least, most of them did. He hadn't thought it possible. He reached his room and unlocked his door. Sir Barks was ready for him, sounding out a happy greeting. If he was depressed, his dog always knew how to cheer him up. He reached down and scratched behind his ears. For a split second, he wondered if Riley was still in the room next door. But he shook his head and scoffed. Why would he want to know that? She was the one who'd lied to him, got close to him, and exposed him to the world. He should hate her. He sighed and plopped down on his bed. Even though she'd lied and pretended to be someone else, he still missed her. He should have his head examined. How could you miss someone who didn't actually exist? She'd been a phantom, a made-up persona. Sir Barks curled up on the bed beside him. Jalen laid back and petted his dog's soft fur and tried not to think about how Riley's nose wrinkled when she laughed, or how her lips curved down when she was sad, or how they felt pressed up against his own. Sir Barks jumped down from the bed and went to the sliding glass door. He whined and wagged his tail. Jalen sat up and looked at him. Really? You want me to take you for a walk on the beach right now? Everyone is there for the concert. There won't be any room for us. He wiggled his butt and barked, and Jalen sighed. When you gotta go, you gotta go. He clipped on the leash and slid open the door. Sir Barks ran out and down the deck stairs. Maybe if he stuck to the shadows, he wouldn't be accosted. It was dark now, the bright lights from the resort fading as he walked further away from the stage and the buildings. A woman approached him and waved as she grew closer. He could see she wore a shirt with the resort logo on it, and as he neared, he recognized her as the owner, Kay. Jalen, so nice to see you. How was everything? She brushed a strand of red hair from her face. The resort was fantastic, as always. And how did it go tonight? I wasn't able to catch your performance. Even Kay had read the article, apparently. I guess it went well. I had some hecklers, but I guess that was to be expected. Will you come back next year? He shook his head, dread pooling in his stomach. No, I'm retiring. I think that's probably the best thing right now, with everything that happened. Kay's eyebrows pulled together. Why? You're very talented. I don't think you should retire. Sir Barks tugged on the leash, but when he didn't move, he began sniffing the sand. Jalen stared at Kay. It's not really my choice. Of course it is. Your talent should be shared with the world. Sure, you might have some people who turn against you because some people are shallow. But you might be surprised at how many people will want to hear you sing, with or without a mask. He had been surprised that he didn't get completely booed off stage tonight. Maybe. How's everything going with that young woman you were with? I thought I saw you two getting close. He let out a bitter chuckle. Yeah, she was just using me to get a story. She was the one who wrote the article. Kay squinted at him. Really? I'm sorry. I thought you two looked good together. He shrugged, unable to think of something to say in response. He'd thought they looked good together, too. Unfortunately, she ripped out his heart and stomped on it. I saw her just a few moments ago, and she looked pretty distraught. Riley was still at the resort? The hole in his chest grew at the mention of her. Pain stabbed through him. She wasn't who I thought she was. Even as he said the words, He knew they weren't really true. He'd seen her true personality come through. There were many moments when he knew she was being real with him, when she'd let her guard down and had told him things, intimate things, the kisses they'd shared, when she wouldn't turn around and look at him after his mask was ripped off. All of these things were real. He hadn't thought about it until now. Riley had been telling the truth. Not everything had been a lie. Kay slowly nodded, sympathy in her gaze. Maybe things aren't exactly black and white. I hope you don't think I'm being too forward, but I kind of have a sixth sense about these things. I hope you consider giving her a chance to tell you her side of things. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. He nodded out of politeness. Kay gave him a small smile. For what it's worth, I think you should continue your singing career as well. At least, see what your fans say before you decide. He stared down at Sir Barks, who was digging up shells. I'll think about it. She gave him a small wave. Have a nice evening. You too. Jalen wandered off, away from the crowds, a little dazed by the conversation. How had they even begun talking about Riley? And why did he feel a sudden urge to go looking for her? He didn't want to see her. He was still immensely hurt by what she'd done. His dog continued to sniff the ground and pull him along the boardwalk. As they neared the trees where he'd found Riley and Colby, Sir Barks began to go crazy, barking and pulling hard on the leash. Jalen tugged him back. Settle down, boy. His dog would not be deterred. He continued to want to go behind the trees, barking at something. Did you find something? Jalen asked, slowly making his way over the sand. Maybe it was a rabbit. Did they have rabbits on the beach? But as he neared the trees, he could see it wasn't a rabbit. It was Riley. She stood there, her back pressed up against the tree, her eyes closed as if she wanted to be invisible. Only Sir Barks was making it very difficult for her to hide. She had ditched the fake glasses, and her hair was down, spilling over her shoulders. Pain rose in his chest at the sight of her, but he couldn't ignore her, not with Sir Barks making such a fuss. Riley? Her eyes flew open and she blanched. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to see me. I could tell. Riley ducked her head. I didn't mean to run into you. I probably should have left the island, but... She bit her lower lip. Jalen didn't want to talk to Riley. It hurt his heart just looking at her, but he was curious what she was going to say. But her gaze connected with his. I was worried about you. Ouch. Daggers stabbed at his chest. Did she know what her words were doing to him? He wanted to believe those words, but how could he? His gaze traveled over her, and he worked his jaw. So, is this the real you? He picked up a strand of her hair and flicked it over her shoulder. It was mean, and he knew it. She flinched, and he instantly regretted it. She didn't answer his question. There really was nothing she could say, anyway. Several seconds stretched between them before she cleared her throat. Are you really going to quit singing? I don't know. It was an honest answer. He'd thought for sure that his career was over, but tonight hadn't gone as badly as it could have. Maybe he could find a way to make it work. She looked down at her hands, which were twisted up together. I know this doesn't erase what I did, but I want you to know I didn't mean to send the article in. I wrote it late at night after finding out some terrible news, and I thought it was the only way out of my situation. I didn't mean to save it to the shared drive. I thought for sure I hadn't. Her words cut off as tears welled in her eyes. Dread pooled in his stomach as he realized what she was saying. She hadn't saved the document. He was the one who did that. "I'm sorry," she whispered as she ducked her head and walked away from him. Jalen stared after her, his thoughts reeling. Riley had not stabbed him in the back, not like he'd thought. She wasn't the one who'd ruined his career. He did that. It was his own fault the article came out. The shock of the situation wore off, and he suddenly snapped out of his stupor. Riley. He needed to talk to her. He ran after her, but the concert had just gotten done, and he couldn't see her amid the throngs of people walking and mingling on the beach. He stood back, searching the crowd for her. A few seconds later, he spotted her making her way back to her room. He watched as she stepped onto her deck and slipped inside. Guilt rose in his throat as he thought about the situation. He'd treated her badly, and in the end, it wasn't her fault. She wrote the article, but she hadn't submitted it, and she deserved to know the truth. He tugged on Sir Bark's leash, guiding him in the direction of the resort. His dog sniffed the ground as they made their way to Riley's room. He stepped up onto the deck, nerves coursing through him. What was he going to say to her? He knocked on her glass door. The blinds were drawn, and he couldn't see in, but her light was still on. After a moment, she peeked out. Surprise registered on her face before she opened the door a crack. "What are you doing here?" "We need to talk." Chapter 27. Pain sliced through Riley as she stared through the glass at Jalen. What could he possibly want from her? Did he want to yell at her some more? Or tell her how much he hated her? She almost said no, but the look on his face seemed sad, and she couldn't leave him standing out on her deck. All right. She slid open the door and let them into her room. Jalen stepped in, then looked down at the carpet. She waited for him to say something, but he didn't. Sir Barks, on the other hand, was jumping on her and screaming for attention, so she crouched down and scratched behind his ears. She really did love that little dog. She'd miss him. Finally, Jalen spoke. "I owe you an apology." Riley couldn't have been more surprised. He came to apologize? She was so stunned that she almost fell over backwards. Whatever for? He let out a breath and ran a hand through his hair. "I did something I'm not proud of." She frowned and stood up, folding her arms. "I think we're both in that boat." "Yeah, well, I fear my boat might be a lot bigger than yours." He cringed. Riley had no idea what he was saying. Was he not making sense on purpose? Maybe he'd been drinking. "What are you talking about?" "I broke into your room and found the article you wrote," he blurted out. "I'm sorry," he tacked on after he looked at her face. A buzzing noise started in her ears. She couldn't believe what he was saying. "You broke into my room? When?" "This morning, after I sent you for skin cream." A guilty look crossed his face. "I think I was the one who accidentally turned your article in." He stared at the floor. Wait, was she hearing this right? Her mouth dropped open. "What?" "I think this whole thing was my fault." He sighed, and his shoulders slumped. Riley couldn't believe it. She hadn't been the one who'd turned in the article. What a relief. She'd thought she was going crazy. She'd been so sure she hadn't saved it. But why had he been on her computer in the first place? It didn't make any sense. "Wait a minute," she said. "Why did you break into my room?" "My head of security called me. They checked into you and found out you were a reporter." He avoided her gaze. I wanted to confirm what they said because part of me didn't believe it. She shoved his shoulder. "And you saved my article to the shared drive? Why?" "It was an accident." "Well, that sucks." If he hadn't been messing with her article, it would have never come out. This whole thing wouldn't have happened. He looked pretty miserable. "I know." She leaned against the desk. "I guess that solves the mystery of how the article got published." She gave him the once-over. At least he'd come clean to her. She had to give him props for that. Still, if she hadn't written the darn thing, it wouldn't have been leaked. She sighed. "It's still not your fault. I was the one who wrote it. I was the one who came here to expose you." He grimaced, like her words physically hurt him. Guilt ripped through her. It was horrible of her, and she knew it. She was here to find a story. That was it. "I just didn't plan on falling in love with you," she said quietly. His gaze snapped to hers. Seconds melted into each other as he stared at her, processing what she'd said. He took a step toward her. "Why did you write the article?" She fidgeted and looked down at the carpet. Should she tell the truth? No point in lying to him anymore. "I needed the money." He slowly nodded. "I see." But she'd thought about it all day, and she'd decided to give the money back. It didn't feel right to keep it. She straightened, wanting him to know. "But I decided not to take it. I'm giving the money back. I don't want to benefit from your pain. I'm quitting my job, and..." "How does not taking the money help? The story's already out." He took another step toward her. He was close now. Close enough she could touch him if she reached out. "I can't take the money," she whispered, closing her eyes. "I feel too guilty." "Then how will you live?" Tears welled in her eyes. She didn't know. That was the scary part. "I'll think of something." His gaze softened. "Did you mean what you said about falling in love with me?" She gazed up at him, all of him. It suddenly hit her that he was standing before her without his mask on. Was he feeling self-conscious about his scars? She didn't want him to feel this way. She reached up and gently touched the side of his face. "Yes," she whispered, tears sliding down her cheeks. She let her fingers graze over his perfect skin. Then, slowly, she reached his scars. They were part of him, and to her, they were beautiful. She gently touched them, hoping to tell him she accepted him. Every part of him. She loved him unconditionally. "Please don't cry," he said softly as he brushed the backs of his fingers over her cheek, catching a teardrop. "I can't stand it." "I'm just so sorry for everything." Her heart broke every time she thought of how painful it had to be for him to know her betrayal. She couldn't bear it. "I know." He pulled her to him, and she snuggled into him. "I just don't want you to feel sorry anymore. I love you, Riley." A sob broke out, and she buried her face into his chest. He loved her? Even after what she did? How could he still love her? "Can you ever forgive me?" He pulled back and looked into her eyes. "I forgive you. For everything." He lowered until his lips brushed against hers. She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him closer, deepening the kiss. When he finally pulled back, she touched the side of his face and looked into his eyes. "Thank you for having enough faith in me to look past my worst mistakes." He smiled. "And thank you for loving me." After a couple of more kisses, he gave her a quizzical look. "Can I ask you something?" "Yes?" "When did you find out? What was it that told you who was under the mask?" She paused, her gaze traveling to his shoulder. "I saw your scars after the reporter ripped your shirt, but I had suspicions before then. You had Jalen's phone, and who would fly off the island and leave his dog with someone else?" Jalen laughed. "I never even thought about Sir Barks giving it away." "Can I ask you something?" she said tentatively. "Go ahead." "Do they hurt? Your scars?" "Sometimes." She bit her lower lip. "How much of your skin?" She couldn't finish the question. Jalen understood and pulled back from her. "My shoulder, and down part of my back. I've had several skin grafts over the years, which has left my skin looking pretty bad. I don't go swimming. It scares the children." Tears welled again in her eyes, and she cupped his face. "I'm so sorry." He stared down at her, his gaze intense. "Do you want to see them?" She nodded. "Only if you're not uncomfortable." He slowly unbuttoned his shirt. "Not with you." She waited until he'd finished unbuttoning before she carefully slid his shirt over his shoulder, exposing the scarred skin. She ran her fingers lightly over the marks, her tears brimming. "Do you really use special skin cream?" she asked, touching his back where the patches of skin from the grafts could be seen. "Yes, I'm sorry about that, by the way. I knew you wouldn't find it on the island." She placed a soft kiss on his skin. Then she turned him back around and brought his shirt up over his shoulders. "Let's not say we're sorry anymore." She leaned forward and kissed his lips. "Let's just start fresh from here." He smiled at her, his thumbs grazing over her cheeks, wiping at her tears. "I like the sound of that." She wrapped her arms around him and snuggled into his chest. Somehow, she'd become the luckiest woman in the world to have found a man like Jalen. Her heart burst with happiness at the thought. She'd come to the island to unmask him. She hadn't realized she would complete her mission and fall in love with him in the process. Epilogue. 1 year later. Riley watched Jalen pace the floor backstage, his fingers twitching. "Calm down. You're going to be fine." She handed him a cold water bottle from out of her bag. He unscrewed the cap and took a long drink before handing it back to her. "Thank you. You always know just what I need." She pulled him to her and wrapped her arms around his neck. "You need to be confident. You're going to go out there and kill it." He cringed. "I've never walked out on stage without my mask before." "You took your mask off in front of everyone last year at this very resort. That had to be difficult." He kissed the tip of her nose. "Yes, it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do." "Only one of the hardest things?" "Yes," he said, grinning. "The hardest was when I had to confess to you that I was actually the one that had sent off that article." She laughed and shoved his chest. "I'm glad you confessed. We might not be here had you decided not to." He pulled her to him and lifted her hand to his lips. "I would have sought you out eventually. I was smitten with you the first day I met you." She made a face. "Even though I'm not a famous novelist?" "I much prefer you as a famous reporter." He placed his hands on her hips, and she felt the same attraction she'd had when they'd first met. Only this time, she had a respectable job, working for a Los Angeles news station. "Good, because I'm not giving up my job." He leaned down and pulled her closer. "Are you nervous about the wedding tomorrow?" Riley grinned. "Not at all." How could she be nervous? She was marrying the man of her dreams in a double wedding with her father. She couldn't wait to see her father and Mrs. Lewis finally tie the knot. They'd been flirting with each other forever. "Do you think Dad is?" "Absolutely. I don't think he would have proposed had you not pressured him." "Well, it was about time. With the transplant out of the way, he was needlessly dragging his feet." She joked about it, but inside she was so relieved. It had been such a stress to wait on the transplant list. And the surgery was a whole other worry. She was so glad to have that all behind them. The doctors said he couldn't have had a better reaction to the new heart. "Do you think your mother will show up at the wedding?" Riley closed her eyes, unable to stop the wash of pain over her. "I don't know." "It's a good sign that she checked herself into that center." Jalen caressed her cheek. "Maybe she will come." Maybe. Riley still had so many mixed feelings about her mother to sort through. It was good that she sought out help, though. It did give her hope. Someone came on the loudspeaker. Riley looked up at Jalen. "I think that means it's almost time for you to go on." "I think you're right." She gave him a kiss. "You're going to rock this." "Thank you for always being there for me." Emotion swelled in Riley. She couldn't imagine life without Jalen by her side. He was her rock, her everything. She loved him with all of her heart and soul. He was her best friend and her confidant. She gave him a gentle shove toward the stage. "Stop dawdling. Get out there." He gave her a small wave and blew her a kiss before picking up his guitar and heading out on the stage. The crowd cheered louder than she'd heard before. This was going to be good. She knew it. The end. This has been A Deception of Massive Proportion. Copyright Victorine E. Lieske, 2021. Production copyright Victorine E. Lieske, 2022. Thank you for listening.